Good morning. Chair Gossage, Vice Chair Howerton, and Ranking Minority Member Fausto and members of the committee. My name is Carrie Lawnard, and I am the Child Advocate with the Office of the Child Advocate. And to get started this morning, I was asked to share with the committee some educational information regarding sync appeals. And so in your materials, hopefully you'll find just a couple charts to give you some guidance around the different appeal options that are available to families who are involved in our child in need of care system. And then I believe following my testimony, then there's also Judge Kelly Hogan out of Wichita is available to provide additional testimony and thoughts on sync appeals, as well as I think Grant Brazil was asked to join this morning, but I believe he was in court unless something changed. So. To get started, I just want to start with the first chart, which is titled Sync Pathways to Appeals in Kansas. And really that chart just walks you through first how child in need of care cases get initiated, which is either through police protective custody or a DCF hotline report and CPS investigation. From those investigations, I think it's important to differentiate that if a child in need of care case is filed, that action is separate from the DCF investigation and findings that may occur. And I point that out because that's a question that our office oftentimes receives. I know it's a question that the judge may comment on this morning. And something also that Mr. Brazil is a attorney who is representing parents. I know he receives that question a lot. So that when DCF findings are made, oftentimes we receive the question, well, my DCF found that it was unsubstantiated. So does that mean that my child in need of care case it shouldn't happen, it should disappear? And that's not necessarily the case because those two things are very different. And so I think it's important just to note that this morning. And like I said, I think the court, the judge can speak a little bit more to that from the court's position. So and I'll walk you through that on a separate chart as well this morning. So when a child in need of care case is filed, there are specific statutory appellate rights that are set out in our statute. And that is in KSA 382273. And an appeal may be taken by any party or interested party. So an appeal can be filed by a parent. An appeal can be filed by the guardian ad litem representing the child's best interests. An appeal could be filed by the prosecutor. An appeal could be filed by an interested party. So, for example, oftentimes in our child in need of care cases, the foster parent may have been granted interested party status. A grandparent would be an interested party in the case, and they may have the right to file an appeal. And there are four specific points in time that an appeal can be filed. The first being a temporary custody order. The second would be adjudication. The third, disposition, and the fourth, a finding of unfitness or termination. A couple important notes. The first being that in Kansas, we have our district court judges, but we also have a number of magistrate judges. And magistrates are not necessarily required to be law trained or attorneys by practice. And so our statute does set out that if an appeal from an order is entered by a district magistrate judge who is not regularly admitted to practice law, then an appeal would then move in front of a district court judge. So in a lot of like I said, a lot of our areas in Kansas, a magistrate may be the one who is hearing these cases, may enter a temporary custody order. And in that case, if they are not regularly admitted to practice law, then the appeal would first go to our district court judge to hear. I think a second thing that's important to note is that the four things party can appeal. The last one is the finding of unfitness and termination. After that, post-termination orders are not subject to appeal per statute. That's also been continued to be affirmed by our appellate courts. And so there are some case law that sets that out and clarifies that further. I also believe that if you reference the testimony that was submitted by Mr. Brazil, he notes that, as well as I believe, again, the judge will be able to comment further on that. I did make a note on the chart that there are some, I think, some creative motion practice that an attorney can take in cases. So there are specific things that you can appeal to the appellate court level, but there are some motions that attorneys can file on behalf of their clients to challenge particular orders along the way. So I think that's just an important thing to note, so that it's very important that parties are working with their attorneys, talking through what their options are and whether there is an appropriate motion that might be able to be filed to address what the concern is that they're asking the court to review or reconsider. The second, I just want to make note, kind of the flip side of the original chart, there is some case law, and that is directly taken from the case annotation. So it's just cut and pasted, it's directly for your reference. And it really just highlights specifically around the jurisdiction around appeals, and what can and cannot be appealed. And then really, you'll note that the court in NAC really spelled out again what can be appealed and what cannot be appealed, and the fact that anything post-termination is not subject. And then I'm also included just some other information around on that, the best interest staffing. So we oftentimes receive questions in our office. I know that this committee and a number of you hear from your constituents around the best interest staffing decisions. And that's it's a process that's established through DCF by policy. So it's not part of our statute. It's a policy practice around making that determination around what family is going to best meet that child's needs as an adoptive resource. And in that, once that decision is made through that process, then under current policy, the case manager, if someone were informed that they were not the family that was chosen as the adoptive resource, and they can request that that decision be reviewed in writing within 5 days. And per policy, then our case management provider would assign an independent reviewer to look at that. One of the concerns that you often, I think, that has been discussed in this committee and in others is that independent reviewer is internally. So, for example, if KBC is the case management provider making that decision and someone is requesting that review of that decision, then it would be a KBC person who then would be reviewing that decision. And there has been concerns that, is that the best process? Is it transparent? Do people trust that that person is an independent reviewer? And so there, I think as noted last time we were here, there has been some discussions between my office and Children's Alliance and DCF around potentially pulling together a different process that would be a more independent review process that would include folks that have adoption expertise and would be representative of other case management providers, DCF staff, and others who have, like I said, expertise in that area. So that discussion has been, we've been talking and meeting and working through that, hopefully in making some change in practice there. Once that decision, though, has been reviewed, then that is, again, that would be a post-termination decision. So that is not something that then you can take to the appellate courts for an appeal. So I think that's an important note. The second chart, and I put them on two different charts as far as pathways to appeal in Kansas, is that substantiation versus unsubstantiated finding. And so, like I said, those are very different processes. So we have a child in need care case that is filed in our district court, but we have a DCF administrative decision that is happening over here, and those are very different. And so what you'll find is that when that DCF hotline report comes in and there's a CPS investigation, then DCF is going to either find that that allegation is either unsubstantiated or substantiated. And so our office has heard concerns from folks regarding both of those types of findings. So if someone is concerned that a DCF finding is unsubstantiated and they believe that there should have been evidence to support a finding that abuse or neglect did occur, really the primary process to question that decision would be through the DCF customer service line so that they can express their concerns if there's additional information, or if they have questions about that finding, then that would be the process for them to go through. In addition, if the DCF finding is substantiated, then the person who that finding was made does have an opportunity to exercise an appeal of that finding or decision. And that would be through the administrative appeal process. Yes, so I'm speaking to if you want to move forward. There you go. Yeah, thank you. So the administrative appeal process, the first step is to request a fair hearing through the Kansas regulations in writing within 30 days of the notice of the finding. Then if the individual is not happy with the decision at the fair hearing level, then they can move forward and request that the State Appeals Committee review that decision. So there's a number of steps that can be followed, again, to appeal that substantiated finding. And then ultimately, if the if the State Appeals Committee essentially upholds that substantiated finding and the person believes that that should not be the case and they want to appeal further, then they can exercise their right to appeal to the district court level. So that's just a quick snapshot of as far as the administrative appeal process for a substantiated finding, if a person has that. And like I said, I think what I wanted to make sure and point out again is that as a person is exercising that process with the administrative hearings and appeals around this substantiated finding, they may have a child in need of care case still happening. And that process is going to be exercised and doing its own procedural, have their own procedures and their own processes, and they're not necessarily in line together. And Madam Chair, that concludes my testimony as far as appeals. And so I don't know if the committee has questions now or if you want to hear from Judge Hogan.
I think we'll have questions for you first, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Committee, are there questions? Okay, we have Senator Falscadeau.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You, Madam Chair. I think this is only my second time not being there in person, so I apologize for that. Look, for my question is this regarding if the appeal or if the after the investigation, if it's found unsubstantiated, or did you say that the appeal process has to happen anyway? Is that what you said to get it off their record? Or you said most people think it automatically goes away, but could you clarify that piece again? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. And I want to make sure that, so if the person has the finding that the DCF investigation, they find that it is substantiated based on the allegations of abuse or neglect, and they exercise the appeal, and that decision then is overturned and it's unsubstantiated, is that your question?
Yes.
Okay, and that might be something that that DCF may need to clarify as far as the final steps. But once that decision is made, then their record should be reflected. It should reflect that the finding was changed to unsubstantiated, and it should no longer show up, and they should no longer be on the registry.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple of questions for you, Carrie. So the independent review that you spoke of that you're working with Children's Alliance and DCF, that was brought to us by a family this last session. So do you have a timeline for that?
Thank you,
Yeah.
Representative, for the question.
When it's going to be completed?
Yeah, and I don't want to speak to the actual timeline myself. That might be something that DCF can speak to more directly. We've had some joint meetings together around that process. I know that there were some actions that were being taken internally to review their own policy and practice, and they had some goals, but I don't feel comfortable speaking to where they're at in those in reaching those
Well, I would
goals.
just urge you and them, if you're working with them, I want this resolved, because even if it's a good decision that comes out of that, it doesn't look fair, and it's very biased because of the independent review internally. So I really want that resolved, and I need to know if I need to do legislation for this year, because if it's not, we'll legislate that, because it's not a good practice. My second question is, does the notice of finding that they can appeal on this, on the substantiated part, does that appear on the substantiated finding? When they get that in the mail, does it tell them that they can appeal? Does it tell them the days? Okay, I see Deputy Director shaking her head. Just wanted to make sure that is an practice that we're aware of. And I'm just curious of the time frame. So we can appeal temporary custody, adjudication, disposition. What is the time frames of all those? Like, how far into a case before these happen? Can you just kind of guesstimate, or how it's supposed to work, maybe best practice? I know it doesn't always fall within those timelines. So just curious, like, what steps along the way and how much time is in between that where they can appeal if they don't agree?
Thank you, Representative. And I don't think I included that in my apologies as to when they need to, and the statute sets out, and I should have it in front of me, but I don't. I think what's most important is that within a set time frame of when the order is issued, then they need to be speaking with their attorney immediately. So at the temporary custody hearing, once that order is issued by the court, then they need to be speaking with their attorney immediately around whether or not they want to file the notice of appeal and move forward. And same with the adjudication, disposition, and finding of unfitness. Because once a set amount of time passes, then they are no longer able to move forward with that request to appeal.
Okay.
I think another piece that's important to note as far as just timeframes, and I believe that Grant Brazil's testimony may have touched on this when I glanced at it, is that particularly some of those earlier orders so temporary custody, once it gets to the appellate court level and it's being heard, oftentimes those issues, we would say that those issues are moot because we've already moved forward as far as other findings and orders by the court. And so what you'll find is that oftentimes those orders are not appealed.
Okay, and my last question, is there an appeal for the actual sync petition?
So yes, Representative. So essentially, the appeal as to the sync petition would be the order, the adjudication.
The adjudication? Yeah. So it has
So-
to go through that step, which is after temporary custody?
Correct, yes.
So it's several months into this? Okay, so there's not like an immediate, like children are removed, they filed the sync petition, they can't immediately appeal that and be heard by a judge?
Representative, thank you for the question.
Yeah, so I'm just
I think to clarify, I think what the appeal rights would be to they're not from the district court level to the appellate court level. So once a
Okay.
petition is filed, until there is either a temporary custody order or an adjudication order that the district court has made, you would not have the ability to move forward in filing something with
Go
the
higher.
appellate, to be reviewed by our appellate courts. But as far as challenging the allegations that are included in the petition, then that would be something that could be addressed both at temporary custody and at the adjudication hearing at the trial court level with your district court judge.
What does it take to do that?
Working with your attorney.
Okay.
Very closely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Humphreys.
Thank you. I think I just have a quick question. Did I hear you say, I thought I heard you say that you can't appeal a termination order.
Oh.
I thought I heard you say that, but,
Representative, if I did, then I misspoke.
okay.
So,
all right.
so no, your finding of unfitness or termination is your last appealable order.
Yeah, okay.
So it's post-termination. So any
Yeah.
orders after termination has occurred, then those would not be appealable. So once parents' rights have been terminated,
Yeah.
and let's say permanency has not been achieved, and we have orders that are coming out by the court 6 months, a year later, those orders are not appealable to our appellate court levels because it would be considered a post-termination order.
Okay, but there's a 30-day appeal period, isn't there? I thought, when when there's a termination.
For termination, yes.
Okay, just making sure that I was understanding that distinction. Thanks. Thank you.
Representative Howell.
Thank you, Chair. I was wondering, could we request that the committee get sent like an example copy of the substantiated claim that is sent to the parent?
Like a sample form? Yes, Representative. I believe that either my office or probably DCF, either one of us could provide a sample copy of that findings form.
Thank you.
Additional questions, committee? Representative Ousley.
Thank you. And committee, gallery, I apologize for running late. We do have Wi-Fi in the garage now, so the only time I was absent from the committee was on the staircase. That's kind of nice. But just to clarify upon Representative Humphrey's questions, it's not appealable to the appellate court, but it would still be appealable to the district court on that post-termination appeal.
So thank you, Representative, for the question. And I think we have to be probably careful using the words appeal, because I think that's where things can get oftentimes confusing. So when we're talking from a legal perspective, so as attorneys, judges, when we're looking at the statute, the word appeal really talks about appealing it to the higher court. So if there's an order out of our district court that's post-termination, so any order that would have happened after rights have been terminated and parents are no longer involved in the case, then that we cannot take to the appellate courts, but we can challenge the district court, those district court orders in working with our attorney and potentially having, through a motion practice, there may be some motions that could be filed.
Okay, and thank you for the correction and the clarification.
Representative Howerton.
Thank you. Sorry, you got my brain churning. It's still early in the morning. So on that, if they can challenge the district court judge's decision, say, that same judge would hear those motions.
Thank you, Representative, for the question. Yes, that is exactly right. So it would just be in working with your attorney through some type of motion practice to ask for the court to reconsider a particular order or finding, or, there's a number of different motions that may be able to be filed, but it would be heard by that same district court judge.
So is there a specific reason for that they cannot appeal to a higher court from a judge? That you know of. I know, I'm asking hard questions.
Yeah, it's early in the morning for hard questions.
Perhaps this is a question we could save for the judge when she comes on after you.
Thank you, Senator. And I think, I absolutely think that she would be an appropriate individual to respond to that. But I think the main issue is really kind of in balancing out the rights of parents and parties in the case to challenge and exercise those constitutionally protected rights with that of a child's right to permanency. So anytime we're exercising the appellate court process, it takes time. Even if we're expediting, it takes a lot longer than we think. And when we think about a child's time, that's significant. So I think it's really a matter of balancing the two of those things.
I just want to say thank you. We asked you to make this presentation, and we appreciate it very much. There's a lot of confusion about when we can apply, when we can't, when we can appeal. And anybody can make an accusation, right? And then if it's founded to be unsubstantiated, somebody just made this up. Yeah, she did this or he did that. And the question was, can that be then expunged from the record, or can that be shown that that it was unsubstantiated? Could you again describe how that works?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. So as far as if an allegation is unsubstantiated, then I would actually look to DCF to maybe respond more specifically to internally if there's a way to expunge that particular finding. There are set processes to expunge your record if you have a substantiated finding and a number of years have passed and there haven't been any concerns between that time frame, then a person can move forward and request that that record be expunged. As far as the substantiated finding. As far as the unsubstantiated finding, I would have to defer to DCF where there's an additional process that we just haven't looked at.
And thank you, and we can ask them. I would also like to echo what was said by the vice chair, and that is, we have heard so many complaints, you know that, I've shared many of those with you, about the process itself and the just how long it can take. And we know these are very important decisions, but sometimes feeling that if you're an adopted parent, you're not heard. And then we hear the same thing from parents who are like, my children were taken away wrongly. I felt like nobody was listening to me. I was trying to explain. So yes, I think any of that process. And then we would be happy to work with you on legislation if that's what it would take, or to make those changes. Now you'll come back up at 10 to give us your report, but now we'll move to Honorable Kelly Hogan, who is on WebEx. Can you hear us, Judge Hogan?
I can, thank you. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Committee on Child Welfare System Oversight. I am clearly not Grant Brazil. I am Kelly Hogan. I've served as a district court judge in the 18th Judicial District, which is Sedgwick County, since 2000. Prior to that, I was an attorney with Kansas Legal Services, working on cases involving children whose parents weren't taking care of them. So I have a lot of experience in the child in need of care system. I've represented a lot of foster parents, a lot of relatives, children as well. I believe that while working as an attorney, I performed about 800 adoptions. So I'm very familiar with the system. I started working in 1997. So the way the scheduling worked is originally Grant was going to give his testimony and I was going to be available for questions. We have submitted testimony. I'm here on behalf of the Kansas Supreme Court Task Force on Permanency Planning, where I currently serve as the chair. And the purpose is just to provide information to the Joint Committee related to appeals. Obviously, the legislative branch is the branch that's in charge of deciding what the law should be. The judicial branch, we take the laws that were provided and apply facts of the cases to the law. So, Chair, I don't know, do you want me to give Mr. Brazil's written testimony, or would you like me to just stand for questions?
We have the copies of the testimonies. However, we are having some technical difficulties. So if you could summarize the testimony.
So appeals in a child in need of care case are governed by the statute that you've heard about from Ms. Lawnard, 382273. And so the right to appeal, it's a right that's provided by the statute. And currently our statute says that there are certain things in a case that are appealable, such as an order of temporary custody. So that's when children are first removed from a home. There's a period of 72 hours before a family appears in front of a judge, and a judge hears evidence and makes a decision at that level about whether or not the temporary custody order would stand. The next appealable is the order of adjudication. Adjudication specifically relates back to the petition and whether or not the allegations in the petition meet the legal definitions provided about what is a child in need of care. A disposition, an order of disposition is essentially the next order in a case that a judge would make so we've taken a child into temporary custody. We've found that this child meets the legal definition as a child in need of care, and a disposition tells us, so what is the next step? Should it be reintegration? Is there a reason that we would look for some other permanency plan? If it's going to be a reintegration plan, what are the elements going to be of that plan? The next then would be a finding of unfitness or termination of parental rights. So essentially, in a situation where any party in the case can file a motion requesting that a parent's parental rights be terminated, that goes in front of a judge who then determines whether or not there is legal evidence sufficient to support a termination. And so in 2014, our Kansas Supreme Court, in the case of NAC, and I was actually the attorney for the foster parents in that case, reviewed the statute and made a decision that our statute did not allow for an appeal on who should get to adopt a child. The court explained that appeals and sink action should be limited to prevent back and forth campaigns of endless litigation, which would delay permanency. Common appellate issues across all kinds of cases would be sufficiency of the evidence, whether or not someone is eligible for additional protections under the Indian Child Welfare Act, constitutional due process challenges. And so I think that what I hear the most concern about is these issues regarding the best interest staffing and who should get to adopt. So I'd like to just speak a little bit to that. So our current process, if a family is not selected, so typically these are situations that involve a family, typically a family that's had foster care placement, and another family who each would like to adopt the same child. So there is a process for DCF and their subcontractors to hold what's known as a best interest staffing, which is a meeting that they define in their policies about who has to be present and what they consider. And at that meeting, they make a committee makes a determination about which family would be the best adoptive resource. A family not selected in that process currently has the ability to file a motion with the district court judge who's overseeing the child need of care case and ask that that judge look at the decision that was made and consider whether or not reasonable efforts were made. And so it's after that decision that currently there is no right to take it up to the next court level. And so right now our statute seeks to strike a meaningful balance between protections of the rights of a biological parent's constitutional rights and the children's right to have stability and permanency. And I think what is different about appealing a decision about who should get to adopt is that there is no constitutional right to get to adopt one's foster child or one's relative. I'm happy to stand for questions, and I do thank you for your consideration and for your dedication to the youth of Kansas and Kansas families.
Thank you so much for being with us. Questions Committee. I have a couple for you. Thank you for outlining that, and also thank you for all the work that you've done for these families throughout the years. The concern that we hear is who is present at these BIS meetings. So can you outline for us who's allowed to be there?
So that is part of the policy and procedure manual, and maybe Ms. Launard can answer more specifically, but when I participated in those meetings, it was we had the case manager, we had a supervisor, we had the guardian ad litem. If a child was involved in therapy, the therapist might be there. And they spelled it out in their policy manual about who could be there to provide information. So if there were attorneys involved in the case, each attorney was given the opportunity to give a presentation about the family that they represented and could be asked questions. But then when it was time to vote, the policy and procedure manual defined who exactly were voting members of that. But my last involvement with those would have been in 2020 before I became a district court judge.
All right, that's something that we will clarify when Carrie comes back up to the mic. Another question that I had was, it sounds like then say you are a foster parent and you're wanting to adopt the child that's in your current care, you have to rely on the GAL, or you would have to have an attorney. Is that what I'm hearing you saying? No one from the foster family is allowed to be there. Is that correct?
If the foster, as when I participated in this process, if the foster family was interested in adopting, they would not be present there, but could have a legal representative. If they were not interested in adopting, they would be a part of that meeting as the family that had the best information regarding the child.
I see. So then they would have to hire an attorney if they're wanting to adopt the child that they currently had in foster care.
If there was a competing family, they wouldn't necessarily have to hire an attorney, but it probably would be a better practice to do
If there
so.
was a competing family.
If there was a competing family. If there's only one family that's interested in adopting, they still do a best interest staffing to make sure that that family is a family who's able to meet the child's needs. But unless there was a competing family, I wouldn't see a need to hire an attorney.
All right, thank you. Other questions, committee? Yes, Representative Ball. I know better, Bohai. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you for your service, Judge Hogan, or Honorable Hogan. My question is this: in your testimony, you said reasonable efforts to figure out which is the best potential parent. What does reasonable efforts mean, please? I'm subbing today, so I just wasn't for sure.
So, reasonable efforts is a term that we use in child in need of care, in the child need of care statute. And so there've been cases that have discussed what does reasonable efforts mean in terms of, we talk about reasonable efforts to achieve permanency for children. And it really is, I mean, what has been done by the agency, by other providers to help a child achieve permanency, whether that be through reintegration with a family, through guardianship, a sole family, or adoption. It's just, it's a modifier for efforts. They need to be reasonable efforts. So the agency and their providers need to act in a way that's reasonable.
Thank you.
I hope that clarified it.
Yes. Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Judge. Appreciate it and everything that you do. So I want to go back real quick to when we were talking about the best interest staffing. So, I have a couple questions. If the foster family, if they think there's no other interested party that wants to adopt, but they don't really know that, do they? So they don't know for sure if they would need to hire somebody, an attorney to represent them in the best interest staffing, because are they looped in to who possible permanency options might be?
Thank you for your question, Representative. In my experience, the families are aware if others are interested in adopting, because typically a family interested in adoption would be participating in the case. Maybe they're coming to court hearings. They may be requesting a visitation with the child. They may participate in case planning conferences. So in my experience, I don't have a recollection of any family that felt blindsided
Okay.
in learning that there was someone else, because there would generally be indicators.
Yep. And so in a sync case, do foster families typically get an appointed attorney?
They would have to request it. They would have to request interested party status. And um, in my experience, yes, but that is a decision that's made by each individual judge. And some families may choose to hire their own lawyer, but they
Yep.
can certainly request that.
But they're not really requesting an attorney, they're requesting to be an interested party, is that correct? And then
Right. They
if
request,
they're,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
no, well, no, I'm sorry. And then if they are granted interested party status, then they are appointed an attorney, am I understanding that?
I think they would request interested party status in order to be appointed an attorney. And just for clarification, in order to participate in a court case, a person has to be a party. And so foster parents are not automatic parties to a case. That's why they would request being granted this interested party status, so that then they could participate in the case the way that the other parties of a case are the parents, the guardian ad litem, the state, just for clarification.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, and this is my last question. If it seems like there's not a competing interest in somebody else being the permanency option, then a foster parent is allowed to be in the best interest staffing because, as you said, they have the most information of what's happening with the child day to day. So then they're allowed in if there's no competing party. But then if there is a competing party, I thought I heard you say the foster parent is not allowed to be in the best interest staffing.
I think if there's a competing party, the policy would treat them equally, but I'm speaking of my experience, which the latest was back in 2020. So I hope that if DCF has changed their policy, but when there's more than one family who seeks to adopt, they treat each family the same.
Okay, so they would be allowed. I mean, we can, and we'll ask DCF, or do you think it's each grantee's decision who's in the best interest staffing, or would that be a DCF policy, just so we know who to ask later today on that question?
It's a DCF policy decision.
Okay.
It's in their policy and procedure manual.
Okay.
And
Okay.
Ms. Goddard may have the more up-to-date information
Yeah.
regarding that.
Okay. Thank you. I really appreciate your experience and also just the personal help you've given me through the years and knowledge about everything you do. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Judge. Two questions along the lines of the best interest staffing. When they vote, I've heard it is a consensus, not a majority. Is that true? And if not, or if it is, can you explain that to me? What does that mean?
I apologize, Representative, because I'm not sure where they're at currently with their PPM. And your question reminded me that they have modified their best interest staffing. There were times when it was a vote, a majority vote. And then now that you say that they reach a consensus, then that seems like maybe that's their current procedure. But honestly, since I've become a judge, I'm not participating in these.
You're good.
So I'm just
You're good.
trying to rely on my historical knowledge.
Can you give me a legal definition of consensus versus majority?
consensus means everyone has to agree. So majority, you could have some voting members who did not support that decision. Consensus means everybody has to be on board. And
Okay.
to me, that means they work like if one member says, I can't support this, then it becomes a question of, well, what information would you need in order to support this?
Okay, thank you. That does help me. And the second thing is completely different, back to what I was asking the child advocate about. So, and please do not take this personal. It is not a slight or anything. It's just an observation that I have, and I'm trying to reconcile it in my mind. So after the termination, they have 30 days to appeal, and then every decision after that is unappealable to a higher court, which gives a judge a lot of power. And so just would like to hear your thoughts on that. Not accusing, just genuinely curious.
No, I think it's important to ask questions. So the last decision that goes up to the Court of Appeals or the Kansas Supreme Court is a termination of parental rights. And so other decisions made after termination of parental rights, probably the one that does get the most interest is this issue if there's a difference about who should get to appeal. And I don't think your question is a bad question or an unfair question. And just to let you know that when I argued the NAC case before the Kansas Supreme Court, the first question that I was asked as a lawyer was by one of the justices who said, do you think it's right that a district court judge would have the final say about who should get to adopt? So it's not a bad or unfair question at all. And the answer is I do believe that the judge who is at the district court level is in the best position to make that decision, because that's the judge who most often has been presiding over that case since that child was placed in foster care, has had an opportunity through the various hearings conducted to hear evidence and to really have uh, a better feeling of, who is this child, what is going to be in this child's best interest, because we know that it's important to judge each case individually, and what may be in one child's best interest may not be in another child's best interest. And so uh, I do support the current law, because I think that the person who is closest to the ground is in the best position. And then there's another practical note. So if a case, uh, if it was appealable about which family should get to adopt, then that would go up to the Court of Appeals. And when the Court of Appeals looks at what the district judge did, their standard of review, so what they're looking for is whether or not that district court judge abused his or her discretion. And what abuse of discretion, what that standard means, it's defined as no reasonable person could make that decision, that there would be no evidence to support it. And so we know in the law that reasonable people can disagree. And just because one judge made a decision that I didn't agree with as a lawyer or even as a judge doesn't mean that there wasn't uh, evidence that supported that decision. Each family is different, each child is different, and the judge is really tasked with making a decision that's in the child's best interest. And reasonable people might disagree about that. And so if this type of case was appealable to the Court of Appeals, and the Court of Appeals reviewed it and said this judge abused his or her discretion, the next step then would be to send it back to the district court. Sometimes the Court of Appeals sends it back to the same judge. Sometimes they say a different judge should hear this case. But then when it goes back to the district court level, what that district court judge is then looking at is the child's best interest. And so just as a practical matter, the way our law works is the person who is successful at the district court level, whatever the district court judge decides is what happens in a case until a higher judge would make a decision. So just to give you an example, in the NAC case, the district court judge selected the foster family over relatives who sought to adopt. So that meant that through the appellate process, the child continued to live with the foster parents. So when the case went up to the Court of Appeals and to the Kansas Supreme Court. So had the district judge's decision been reversed about who should get to adopt, it would have gone back down to the district court level for either that judge or a different judge to reconsider their decision. And they would have to apply a best interest standard. That's what we make decisions about in cases involving children. Well, by that time, that child would have been with or in my case, that child, she was with her foster family another 18 months. And so, as a practical matter, I think it would be very difficult for a district court judge to find that a place where a child had lived, I mean, over at least 12 months, 18 months, would not be in that child's best interest. Because one thing we know is that moves are hard for children. They're bad for children, and we should only move children when we don't have any other choice. So I hope that helps.
It does help a lot. Thank you. So just generally speaking, in America, we like balance of power. So is there any kind of mechanism if a judge is acting egregiously, is there kind of complaint form, or is there any kind of, restorative thing that we can do to question a judge's decision
About who
besides
should
appeal, just in
sorry.
general?
About who should get to adopt specifically.
Or just generally anything. I get a lot of emails. There's a lot of people feel that the judge is biased, and I get that, or they feel that they were treated unfairly by a judge. So is there anything in place in Kansas? And I know that a judge we had recently, a couple years ago, acted against DCF and acted against, the parents and foster family, whatever. So is there anything in place for that?
If a judge, we have ethical canons that we have to follow. And if any person is concerned that the judge is not following those, we have a judicial qualifications panel. And that person can submit a complaint and it is investigated. And
Thank you.
And there are various levels of results that can come from a complaint. But
Okay,
yes, it is possible.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've noticed here that the raise your hand option in this meeting has been turned off. So I apologize for speaking out of turn, but I do have a question.
Yes, we're just checking to make sure if that's on your end or is that on our end? It's on your end.
Oh, okay.
Okay, go
Well,
ahead.
If I may, thank you.
Yes, you may.
So the interested party status legislation, I actually introduced that bill, and at that time, my understanding, it was to help grandparents who were interested in placement of their grandchildren, and then therefore they'd be notified of a hearing, etc. And so I think it would be helpful if staff could provide us that that bill, that law, to clarify within the measures of who is actually an interested party status, because to me, that was, I introduced it to help biological parents. And so now we're going into foster parents. And so maybe that's something we do need to look at moving forward. But my question for the Honorable Kelly Hogan, who I've had the pleasure of working with when she worked with Kansas Legal Services. I serve on the Wichita Board, Kansas Legal Services Advisory Board. So, Kelly Hogan, thank you so much for all you've done for us in the past. My question is this, Madam Chair. So, with after that 72-hour investigation, and then the interested parties, they go to court and a decision is made. When, and let's say it doesn't go in favor of the biological parents. So when do they appeal? What's that time limit to make that appeal? And do they need a lawyer to do that? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Just to provide a clarification regarding interested party, grandparents are automatic interested parties under our statute. For other people to become interested parties, they have to apply, but grandparents are automatic. And that exists because there are other people who may be important in a child's life that that would benefit the child to have their participation, full participation in a child in need of care case. So there is preference for grandparents. Interested party status is something that other people can request. Regarding the time frame for the temporary custody hearing appeal, it's like any appeal, it would be within 30 days. I'm sorry, Senator. I think I've lost track of.
No, that's what I was. You answered the question properly. So after that court hearing, and a decision is made, then they're notified that they have 30 days to appeal. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I think it's important to know that under our Child in Need of Care statute, parents have the right to request that an attorney be appointed from the very outset of the case. And so the practice in Sedgwick County is when the clerk's office, the court is on notice that there has been a petition filed requesting a child be found a child in need of care, and that there's a temporary custody hearing that is needed. The Sedgwick County Court appoints an attorney for each parent at the outset, so that when the parent appears at the temporary custody hearing, they have their own legal counsel to assist them with their defense regarding the temporary custody and advising them, should they not be successful, what other options they have.
So thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess that's the distinction. So the foster parent would have to request that attorney or get their own attorney, in contrast of what the biological parent would do. Is that
Right.
what you're saying? Thank you, Madam.
That's exactly what I'm saying, because the parents in a child in need of care case have a fundamental constitutionally protected liberty interest towards parenting a biological child. And that's not a constitutional interest that a grandparent has or a foster parent has. The law gives greater deference to biological parents over grandparents or other concerned individuals.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Committee, we're now going to move to, and thank you so much, Judge, for being with us today. We are going to move to the office.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
hi, this is Representative Susan Reese. My apologies, but the WebEx won't allow me to raise my hand. It says that the host has disabled that part of it. So
Okay,
I
that's exactly what we heard from the senator, and I just asked our tech guy. Oh, we're
yeah.
good? Oh, okay. So if you, please do this again if you find, or text me if you find that you can't get in. Please ask your question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The question was for Judge Hogan. Judge Hogan, is there? I have had conversations with families who have asked, and these are folks that don't live in urban areas, they live in smaller towns, and have said that they are unable to ask for a change in district court because they believe that the judge that was presiding, in the smaller town, they kind of knew the families really well, and they felt that there was some bias there. But just put all that aside. Is there a way for a family to ask that the case be transferred to a different court or district?
Um, in terms of moving a case to a different judicial district, I think that's a little bit more complicated question, but our law does have a whole procedure spelled out for what a person can do to request that a judge recuse himself or herself. And the statute talks about different reasons. That request first goes to the individual judge hearing the case, and if that judge chooses not to recuse him or herself, then our statute says that goes up to the chief judge of the judicial district to review and make a decision. Um, it's difficult because we do make important decisions that oftentimes leave people very, the judge didn't decide what they wanted them to decide. And I think that's what the law tells us to look at, is that, was that decision based on the facts and the law, or was that based on something that was inappropriate, such as a personal bias or something? So there is already a procedure in the law to request a different judge.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Madam Chair. I am here. I'm going into the parking lot.
Thank you. All right, committee, we are now going to move to Carrie Leonard, who's going to give us her report from as Child Advocate Update.
Good morning again, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Howerton, and Ranking Minority Member Fausto, and members of the committee. Again, my name is Carrie Leonard with the Office of the Child Advocate. And just wanted to spend a little bit of time this morning to provide just an update on our office, priorities that we're looking at for this upcoming year as we work on our annual report. For a couple of you, I see at least one new face this morning. The Office of Child Advocate was created by our legislature. We just, about a year and a half ago, was put into statute. And we were created to bring a voice to the concerns of our Kansas children and families. And we receive concerns from any individual who has concerns regarding a child or family who are involved in our child in need of care system, who may be an alleged child in need of care, or regarding a juvenile who is involved in our juvenile justice system and was in the custody of Department of Corrections or had received services from the Department of Corrections. And as we receive those complaints or concerns, we come at it from a place of independence and neutrality or impartiality to review really from a higher level perspective of what is going on. And so as we receive those concerns, we're investigating it from the lens of each individual who may be involved in the case. And then are policies and practices being followed? Are the laws being followed? And then part of our goal then is to help try to achieve some level of resolution based on what that concern is. A quick update. As many of you know, we've had kind of a core team. I've been blessed to have a core team of 5 from our early years. We have experienced some change, so I just wanted to share that. We had 2 of our kind of core team members move on to other positions in the child welfare system. So they're moving on to other opportunities, but will continue to provide services to our children and families here in Kansas. And we are, as we're working to fill those positions, I actually have one of my newest team members today. Is her first day, so great way to introduce her to the process. So brought her on over with me so that she can observe and be introduced to all of you. And her name is Jadine Alexander. She didn't know I was going to name her name today. We've created a new position within our office, an intake specialist. So historically, that role was really being fulfilled by both from our office administrator position. And what we found is that it was just too much for the office administrator to do those administrative tasks and be managing all of those initial concerns that are coming in and gathering information. So we've created that new position within our office, and so we will also now have a new office administrator who will be starting with us later in November. So we're excited to bring new team members on board who I think bring some new energy and expertise moving forward. Another piece that I think, as our office is looking at pulling together our annual report and different priorities, one of the things that we've looked at and noticed is that we're the Office of Child Advocate, and when we look at who is bringing the concerns to us, we find that we're hearing from a lot of parents, grandparents, foster parents, professionals, but who we're not hearing from continually is youth. And so we are wanting to really hone in on why we're not hearing directly from our youth and our children that are involved in the system if we want to bring voice to what their experiences are. And so we have, I've presented at the Kansas Youth Advisory Conference. I've met with some youth regional groups, but really that's an area that we want to prioritize moving forward in thinking about how best can we reach our youth and make sure that they feel comfortable and safe bringing their own experiences and their concerns to our office. Just as every time I share with you our quick snapshot or the chart that shows the number of complaints that we've received by quarter, what our general findings are, as far as the number, whether they've been supported or unsupported, and then our top concerns. And what you'll find again is that top concern is agency conduct. And I'm going to speak a little bit to that later this morning. One of the questions, though, that we receive around that is when you hear those concerns around agency conduct, I've received a question from this committee before, is there a particular agency or case management provider that you're hearing that more from than others or in a particular area? And what we've done is we've broken down, when we categorize that, we either identify that it's a particular case management provider, one of our foster care case management providers, is it DCF or is it both? And when we broke it down, what was interesting is that although it may look like a particular one is receiving more concerns in that area, when you look at the number of children that they're serving, so the number of children that are in out-of-home placement based on the population, it's almost the same. So, we in one area, it was 7% of our complaints around that, but they have 7% of the children in care. And so, I think that's an important piece to look at as the number of children that they're serving and the cases that they're managing based on those concerns that we're hearing. The other area that we're continuing to hear is around family separation and reunification. And so I'll speak around when we think about kind of looking forward and initiatives to those two things. Something that we're keeping an eye out, that we've started to hear some concerns. We don't know if it's some unique situations or if it's something that we want to dig a little bit deeper into, we've received a couple of newer concerns around the case management provider declining to come and pick up a child or move them from a particular placement if there's a concern. So we've heard that concern from placements who are asking for the child to be immediately removed, or we received a concern from law enforcement and prosecutor in one area where the case management provider felt that the child should return, and there was some concern around whether that was a safe decision or not. So I think something that's important there is really digging deep into those. Like I said, we've received a couple concerns around that. They each have their own unique facts. So is that what is going on? How are those decisions being made? Who are they communicating with? And are those unique, or is that something that we need to, like I said, dive a little bit deeper in? Another piece that we're hearing, I think, a little bit more that we want to just keep an eye on is that relationship right now between some of our providers and their local courts and those court teams. That in some of our areas, there's kind of a tenuous relationship that's happening, and the challenges that that's creating between our caseworkers and our judge or the attorneys that are representing the parties in the case. And so there's a couple areas that we're wanting to look at the nature of those relationships, and are there opportunities to improve some of that communication so we can ensure that the best possible services are being provided to our families. Since we last met, our office, we have a goal of meeting with our case management providers on a quarterly basis to really talk about communication when we're investigating a case. How is that communication pathway happening? What are the challenges? What are the things that they're experiencing? Bless you. And so was able to meet with all 5 of our case management providers since we last met to really, like I said, talk about communication, the recommendations that we're making, those agency responses, and then how changes have been implemented based on those recommendations. So we do have now a more formalized kind of communication system where when we make a recommendation, if the agency responds and says we're going to implement XYZ by this time, then we can circle back and check in with them about how the implementation is happening based on the adoption of those recommendations. Something else that I wanted to share that we're doing, and this is really in response to the increasing crisis around placement stability, the severity of the critical incidents that we're hearing, and just kind of that unmet need of it's a smaller cohort of our youth, typically 12 to 17, who are experiencing that placement instability, are really struggling, have some pretty significant dysregulation that it's occurring. And the concerns that we were hearing were really around, is the foster care system the system that should be serving these youth, particularly in cases where there actually was not allegations of abuse or neglect, that they're coming into care for other reasons. And so we had created an opportunity for our case management providers to essentially bring us case examples to start trying to identify trends around that so that we can hopefully guide resource allocation and implementation and intervention. So we started that. We've anecdotally, a lot of the stories sound very similar. As we look at those, but we don't have quite enough to really dive in and really pull out trends and look at, areas across the state. Are we seeing and hearing the same things? But we're hoping that will guide as we move forward in this upcoming session. If there are particular needs, that hopefully some of that information can be used to help guide, future legislation, programs, and interventions. Something else I wanted to just take a moment that I shared in my written testimony is there are a lot of statewide collaborative efforts happening right now in Kansas, and I would really strongly encourage the committee to take some time to look at those collaborative efforts and the work product that's coming out of those and some of the priorities and initiatives that are happening as you all are thinking about from your position, how to make a difference and improve our system. And so, for example, one of those efforts is the Kansas Diligent Recruitment Advisory Council. So that's a group of folks who are really looking at how can we best recruit and retain our foster families. So our office back in 2022 was asked to complete a survey of former foster parents because we had such a large number that were choosing not to continue to remain foster parents, and we weren't bringing in very many or at the same rate. And so some of the things that we heard from that report that was released in 2023, we continue to hear as complaints that come into our office. We also know that as part of that advisory group and council, they also are hearing some of those same concerns from families and are dealing with a lot of the same challenges. So that group has been coming together now, working on really just improving kind of a statewide recruitment effort and how best to recruit and bring in and support foster families here in Kansas. So looking forward to some of the work that will come out of that. I think another important piece that I would just urge the committee to focus in on is the JO Sync Advisory Council had been asked to look at our guardian ad litem delivery system here in Kansas. As you know, we hear a lot of concerns around the work that our guardian ad litems are doing and what those challenges and those barriers are that are occurring here in our system. And so that report, I think the goal is to have it out before the new year. And so I would encourage this committee to pay close attention to the recommendations out of that report and think about those kind of opportunities for some of the low-hanging fruit that may be recommended out of that report, as well as long-term impact based on recommendations that may come out. Also, in a similar nature, we hear concerns also around just the defense that our children who are involved in our juvenile justice system. And when we think about, when I was talking about that group of youth that are experiencing placement instability, that our foster parents are having challenges with as far as dysregulation and the supports that they're needing. The level of critical incidents that are occurring. Oftentimes those are the same youth that are then involved in our juvenile justice system. And so there is a Kansas Youth Defense Work Group that is happening, also looking very similarly in looking at the delivery system there. And they had recently released a kind of 5-year update from Youth Voice that I would, again, if you haven't seen that, I would strongly encourage you to pay close attention to, because I think it's very much in line with the concerns that we're hearing around our guardian ad litem system as well. So in thinking forward, like I said, our office is, as we're entering into that fourth quarter, we're starting to really look back at this last year, compile the information that we've had, the complaints, the trends, the things that we've shared with you over this last year as we put together our annual report. When we think about the workforce, I said agency conduct was one of our, most common areas of concern. I know that you're going to hear a little bit later today around the workforce, but last year in our annual report, we did recommend that there be some look at and consideration of some level of standardization for our workforce. As I think most of us here today are aware that the number of our formally trained or licensed social workers has declined, and that we have folks entering this area of practice without that same level of education and training and support. So in thinking about potential ways to standardize the training, to standardize the approach there, we would encourage Kansas to consider some level of credentialing or certification pathways for our workforce to help support them. The other piece that's related to our workforce, but really looks more into our communication, was around clear communication as to case plans, goals. As our workforce is working with our families, we're hearing that there's just the type of communication is unclear. They don't feel that it's very respectful. They don't know what they're supposed to be working on. They feel like when they communicate something to their team, it's not getting then disseminated back in the court reports. And just the overall practice in working with their case team. So I do want to highlight that I think one small step in hopefully making an improvement there is that DCF has worked diligently to kind of revamp their case plan to make it hopefully more user and family friendly. And so there's some work happening around rolling that out and providing the training. So obviously it's new as they roll that out, and we'll be watching that as it relates then in correlation to the concerns that are being brought to our office and whether that's having an improved impact there. Another piece that we've heard continually is around supporting family time between our parents, their children, and their siblings. And so in July 1, DCF did amend their policy around family time. And so again, that's a piece that as that policy was revamped in family time guidance there as far as the expectations of when and where and how family time should be occurring, we'll be looking again at how that impact in correlation with the complaints and concerns that are coming into our office. Another piece that I know you're going to be hearing about today, but is a pretty significant concern that our office is hearing in many of the cases that come in through the door, is around the challenges of our children and our youth receiving timely and adequate mental health and behavioral health care. And one of the things so again, when we think about the group that we oftentimes hear about that are not receiving timely mental health, and I think this was highlighted in the settlement, is that those that are experiencing placement instability are oftentimes the same youth that are identified as not receiving timely mental health or adequate mental health services. And so I'll give you an example of a case that came into our office around that. We received a concern that Johnny was experiencing placement instability. He was getting ready to be placed in a short-term foster home, so they had identified at least a place that he would be able to stay versus in an office or some other night-to-night home. And he arrived at that home pretty late in the evening, which is sometimes the case. He had very few belongings and he had no medication with him. So when a foster parent inquired as to his medication, the caseworker that was dropping him off let this placement know that actually this child had been without their medication for over 2 weeks. And so when we think about a child who's experiencing placement instability, who's experiencing dysregulation, to not have your medications for over 2 weeks can be pretty significant and very concerning depending on the type of medication and what it's for. And so in this particular case, the following day, foster parent reached out to case team and let them know that this child was pretty severely dysregulated. They had some pretty significant concerns for their safety and the child's safety, and felt that they should be screened in potentially for a PRTF. The response is that, well, we'll be there the next day, and we'll try to get them into an emergency medication appointment, and then see if it's appropriate to screen them in. So we're talking day 3. So when we're thinking about the safety for this child, the safety for this placement, and the needs, a lot can happen in 72 hours. And so on day 3, this young person decided to run from placement and was later picked up by law enforcement. So I use that as an example, just so that you know some of the concerns that we're hearing. There's a number of reasons as we dove into this case as to why this young person didn't have their medication, what the challenges that the case team were facing as far as, I think from an outside feels like a delayed response to this foster family. So one of the things that we had requested was that, DCF, because this is not a unique situation. We were hearing a lot of these things, and we had highlighted in our 2024 report, and we're continuing to hear concerns around that. was really looking at kind of a root cause as to why there may be an issue with our young people, particularly those that are experiencing placement instability, being able to maintain their medication. In looking at these cases, it's our position that there's a strong correlation between not having your medication and the dysregulation and then the placement instability. And so in so doing, DCF has, already reached out to their case management providers. They've had I think, some pretty good conversations around that. And several of the different case management providers have been able to identify where those barriers have been and have some pretty clear steps that they're taking then to hopefully ensure that at least that the number of youth that are experiencing this, that decreases, and be able to address some of those barriers around making sure that they have their medication. This is also, our office continues to take a position that we believe that particularly our congregate care settings, that there just needs to be some additional oversight involved. And we take kind of the first step, we believe, is that kind of, like I said, low-hanging fruit when we think about things that we can do now, which are an increased number of unannounced visits. Again, when we think about the congregate care settings and the youth that are being served in those settings, again, a lot of times it's the same youth that I'm talking about here. It's the same youth that are coming into care for reasons other than abuse and neglect, who may also be juvenile justice involved, young people. They're having contact with law enforcement. They have some pretty significant behaviors and challenges, are oftentimes dysregulated. And so when we have them in these congregate care settings together, there's a lot of challenges that are involved and a lot of safety concerns and questions for our young people that are in these settings, as well as our staff that are serving them. These are very, very challenging young people to work with and in situations. And so we will continue to advocate that there just be that increased level of unannounced supervision. We think that's one step, along with a lot of the things that we're talking about here today as well. I think I was asked last time kind of where some of, like an example of some of the concerns that we've heard around that congregate care. And so one example I did pull that I just wanted to give you an idea of some of the things that we're hearing in that area is that we had received a concern about a congregate care setting that in an 18-month time frame had approximately 130 calls to law enforcement. And those calls involved some pretty significant allegations and reports that included sexual assault, battery, drug possession, criminal threat, burglary, damage to property. So again, we're talking about some pretty significant and severe behaviors, concerns, and safety issues for our young people and for the staff that are providing services there. And so, in thinking about, in looking at the capacity of some of these settings, do they have the capacity that is needed to provide the appropriate supervision and ensure safety for our young people that are in these settings? Something else that I want to just kind of briefly touch on that you'll be hearing or seeing in our annual report is that I think is a good opportunity for to have some impact on our system is doing some of the work early on. So really working hard so that we're not hearing these concerns later on. So for example, we had a lot of questions earlier this morning around the best interest staffing, particularly in those cases where we have families that are both interested in being the adoptive resource, feel that they're the best for this child. And, our office we feel very strongly that the best interest of the child obviously is going to be the key, but no matter what the decision is, that child's going to experience loss because most often they have a relationship with both of those families. and that both of those families are important to them and are important relationships. And so I think something that our system could be doing better on is looking at some of the early work, and some of that's related to our workforce, and do they have the capacity to do this, and how can we support this early on process? Is really building those relationships early on through concurrent planning, if it's done by Fidelity, and really focusing on those relationships. But we also think that there's an opportunity to utilize some alternative dispute resolution around mediation. So if you look at Kansas right now, at least when you pull it up on our certified mediators, there's only 3 that are listed who could provide mediation in that child in need of care arena. And so I do think that there's opportunity potentially to build capacity there and provide a service really early on from a third-party neutral mediator in certain situations. And so in looking at that, it's a conversation that I had when I first started this role with some mediators that were in the area, and we kind of brainstormed and talked a little bit about it. And then, you move on in the conversations. And then probably sometime this summer, I was having a discussion with an attorney who provides representation to parents and is a guardian ad litem in Western Kansas. And this individual attorney brought up how they really felt that mediation could have an impact potentially in cases in their area. And then I was at a recent conference recently, and for example, and heard about how mediation was being used in their child in need of care cases. And for example, in both Utah and Michigan, there's some really positive outcomes where mediation has been utilized early on in the case and throughout at different points in time. And so again, I think that this is an opportunity where I think Kansas could build access to and use mediation as a tool to improve the services that we're providing and really help improve those relationships and those families come together in different situations. So, today talked a little bit about what we're hearing and hopefully some potential opportunities. And like I said, as we kind of pull all that information together and in our annual report, we'll be kind of solidifying some of those recommendations based on what we've heard over the last year. But really want to continue and urge this committee, just that sense of urgency, that there's, we want to continue to try to move that needle and improve the systems for our children and families. And Madam Chair, I'm more than happy to stand for questions at the appropriate time.
I've seen some eyes that there are some questions, so where shall we begin? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate what you do with your office. I think we're really making progress there. So you mentioned needing to bring in youth information. How do I help you? Where do I get information, or how do I supply that to you?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. So as far as bringing youth to us, what we want to make sure that they have our contact information. We want to make sure that they feel safe and comfortable contacting us. And if any of you are hearing from youth that they don't feel safe or comfortable doing so, then please let us know so that we can figure out a way that we can communicate. The other piece is just, making sure that if there are particular providers in your area, educators, we did an initiative. Gosh, I couldn't tell you how many, year or 2 years ago, time goes by, where we sent all of our information to all of our school districts. So some of it is really just making sure that our information is out there for our young people so that they can come to us. We do have some materials that I had shared as far as we had a youth coloring book that had been created so that with some information not only about our office, but important contacts that they can have. It has our Youth Bill of Rights. I'm really just making sure that any youth that you may be in contact with has that information and knows where to access that.
Thank you very much. Just real quick then, so our school district, because I'm still doing some teaching both at college level and working with social workers, getting that information, do we have I almost see that as a need for a part of their coursework, introducing that to our universities, maybe that this afternoon when we talk about social work. We'll go with that, but again, thank you very much.
More than happy.
Senator Blue, are you with us on WebEx?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two quick questions. One, what is your relationship with CASA? And two, with our community mental health centers becoming CCBHCs and being able to hire more staff in social work and be able to have a higher pay rate. I'm curious if you're seeing social workers move from one agency to maybe working someplace else due to pay.
Thank you, Senator, for the questions. To tackle the first one, so our relationship with CASA. So CASA is our court-appointed special advocate programs in various jurisdictions across the state, who are volunteers then who are appointed by the court to essentially advocate for the best interests of our young people that they're assigned to. And so our office, we actually, I would say we have a good relationship overall with CASA. We've provided information. We've presented to different CASA organizations in the state. We actually receive quite a few concerns from CASA. Whether it be the directors or their volunteers who are working with children and families. And so, you know, I think they're an essential role here in our state in making sure that children's voices are heard. And so, yeah, overall, I think we have a pretty good working relationship with CASA and value their input and advocacy. The second question around the workforce and what we're seeing and hearing, and I think, Senator, you nailed it in that a lot of times as our professionals are gaining experience, they're gaining expertise and experience, and they're looking at opportunities. We're seeing that as we see turnover or we're hearing about turnover and we're asking the why, oftentimes it is that they are moving over to provide, therapeutic type of services, whether it be in private practice or other, where there's increased pay, different support, they're not on call, their hours are more set. It oftentimes I think is more conducive to, what may be going on in their lives. And child welfare work is hard. And so I do think that we're seeing kind of that shift in the profession as far as those licensed, educated workers are moving on to different opportunities.
Kim, thank you. Committee, we have room or time for a couple more questions. We're running a little behind. We'll go with Representative Humphreys and then Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple questions. So at the very beginning, you talked about you want more input from youth. So my question, and Representative Johnson kind of alluded to this too. At what age do you think it's appropriate for a child to be able to contact your office?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. I guess I hesitate to place an age on a young person being able to reach out, because I think it's really important to think about just their level of understanding, their ability to communicate developmentally where they're at and what's going on in their lives. So, I don't want to, like I said, I hesitate to put a hard, a set age. If we look at just some general guidance within our just kind of child in need of care code and the law, it talks about that children, age 10 can be present at hearings. There's some guidance around 14. At 14, you have to consent to certain things. So, I think there's some guidance around that, but I wouldn't want to deny a young person from reaching out because they weren't a particular age, if they had a true understanding and wanted to share what was going on in their lives. We just may treat it differently depending on their age.
And that makes great sense. I would just say I picked up like some frustration, like, oh, we hear from parents and we hear from agencies and we hear from foster parents, but we don't hear from children. And I just pulled up the statistics. 59.3% of our children in need of care are under the age of 12. And so I kind of, of course it's going to be their parents, the caseworkers or agencies of foster parents that are reaching out on their behalf. And so just a little bit older kids, of course, we want them to feel free to be able to do that. But I also don't want to diminish the fact that children under 12 probably are not going to pick up the phone to call your office. And so, and they're children, we call them youth. I don't know if a 3-year-old is a youth, but we keep using that verbiage. So there's that. But then my other question, Madam Chair, is I'm looking at your statistics, which I've done, for now quarters and quarters, years. And I so appreciate what you're doing, but I have and because of some emails I've gotten recently, my question is, just like, okay, looking at the second quarter, and I'm looking at that one because there was probably overlap from the first quarter, and maybe you got things settled by the third quarter. So second quarter, you got 98 complaints. There were formal reports issued in 20 of those cases. And I'm trying to understand your PDF outcomes that you give us. So what does that mean? Like, what is your authority to actually do get something done? That's my question. I often, refer people to your office because I think you all do good work. But what I really want to know is, what do you get done? Like, what do you do? I understand you issue a report. Your tagline is educate, collaborate, innovate. What authority do you have to actually help families besides just making a report to maybe DCF or a report to KVC or Ember Hope? Or I don't know who these reports are being issued to. So just in a nutshell, what do you see that you do actually?
Thank you, Representative. If I can briefly touch on the first statement, which is, I hope that I didn't want to communicate that I'm frustrated that we're hearing from parents and other individuals who are being a voice for our children. I think that's absolutely essential, and I wouldn't want to discourage anyone from bringing concerns to our office. I think my point to that was that we just hope that we're also reaching youth who may not have someone who can bring voice. Parents may not be involved. They may not have a relationship with a foster parent or a CASA or someone else who can bring that concern to our office. And so we want to make sure that they can be that voice for themselves and encourage that. To the piece around our data, number one, I think it's important when we're looking at this chart to just as a reminder that as complaints come in and complaints are closed, they're rarely done so within the same quarter because there's overlap, and as we're working a case, and some cases take a lot longer than others depending on what the concerns are and what's going on. So as cases come into our office, we hear what the concerns are. We hear what the priority issues are. Is it within our scope? Is it a situation where the resolution is essentially they just need some additional information, education around how a process works? Then we're going to try to provide that to them. And oftentimes what we hear is, thank you for listening. That's the first time that we've received that information or that education around that. That really helps, and then they move on. Other situations, it involves making connections because they're not able to, and I think I've shared this example, sometimes it's just communication, right? So it's connecting them with particular worker, supervisor, guardian ad litem, whoever it is that the concern is with, making sure that we connect those individuals so that then they can move forward in whatever resolution that they need based on that communication and that connection. If it's a case where the concern goes beyond that and we're investigating. So the investigation notice goes to, so we open a formal investigation. We provide notice to the case management provider in DCF that we're opening an investigation. We're asking then for records. So we're looking at our DCF records, we're looking at our case management provider records, we're looking at our court records. Then we're doing interviews and contacts to try to figure out what's going on depending on what the nature of the concern is. So we may be talking with the guardian ad litem to get their perspective. We're going to be reaching out to the case team to find out information. We may be getting a release and asking to speak with the mental health provider for the child that's involved. And asking questions around, what's going on. We're looking at our policies and practices being followed. If not, we're asking the why. We're encouraging that along the way. We're attending meetings as observers to ask questions, challenge certain things, and really try to help the trajectory of the case and making sure that we're doing best practices in the case. A lot of our work happens in those interviews as we're asking questions and challenging thought processes. Oftentimes, my team will oftentimes share with me that in their work with case teams that they're providing education to the case teams around best practices, policy, what should be happening. And so a lot of the work is just happening kind of behind the scenes as we're investigating to help reach resolution. And then as far as outcomes, then when an investigation is done, in not all cases, but in some cases, if a formal report is made and we're saying that it's either a supported finding or an unsupported finding, then we're issuing some type of report that goes to our case management provider and DCF, and they have an opportunity to respond. So if you think about our annual reports in the past, we'll provide a lot of times what our recommendations are and then the agency responses that we received and what actions they may be taking. So will they be amending a particular policy or practice, providing different education or training or supervision to whether or not we want to encourage or kind of advocate for potential statutory changes to make impact.
Yeah, and good answer. I appreciate that. But when you're making the reports or suggestions, that's really all it is. Do you feel like when you make a recommendation to DCF or whoever that they can accept it, but they're not required to actually implement any suggestions you make?
Right. So thank you, Representative. So currently under our statute, we can't mandate a particular action. I will say that in our overall relationship with the DCF and our case management providers is that, their responses and their follow through has been, I feel like we have a good working relationship in that they're listening to the recommendations that we're making, and whether it's something that they feel they can implement, then they're working towards making those changes. But you're right. We don't have the ability to mandate a particular change, and we don't have the ability to change a court order. There's a lot of things that we're not able to mandate.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Howerton, a quick question.
Yes, thank you. Just real quick, if you could just summarize this. So if children are being referred to foster care for reasons that are not abuse, neglect, okay, and they are not stable placement and they're driving law enforcement interaction and placements, what would you propose for those youth? Sorry. And we can take it offline, but if you can just give a brief answer and we can expand on it outside of this committee.
No, and I appreciate that, Representative, and I appreciate the ability to take it offline because I think it's complex. And so I don't have I wish I had that magic wand to say this is the answer. And I think if we had it, we would have done it already here in our state. I think there's a number of opportunities that can have impact, but I think the bottom line is looking at what the specific needs of that youth that are being served and where we're missing the ball. And I think that's mental health, timely mental health. I think our workforce goes into it. As far as the answer, I think we need to explore our placement kind of array. And are there gaps in where our children are being placed? And are there opportunities then to fill those gaps?
Thank you so much. Committee, we're going to move now to our liability insurance for case management providers. We're going to begin with Pat Murphy. Welcome to committee.
For having me today. I was asked to come and give you guys a brief summary of what's really going on in the insurance marketplace with really foster care agencies, commercial insurance companies, but it's really not just foster care. we're starting at the top with foster care because of their exposures, but it is trickling down. So before I start, I want to give you a history of what's happened in the last 5 years. So 5 years ago, we had a number of commercial insurance markets. We had about 8 that would insure foster care organizations, ID, DD providers, all the likes, nonprofit organizations. And about 5 years ago, the largest provider, the largest commercial insurance carrier that provided these insurance coverages decided to get out of the marketplace, which has caused a disarray, complete chaos in the insurance market. There's a number of reasons why they decided to get out of it. The biggest reason is severe and unpredictable claims. If you know anything about commercial insurance, they like to look at the past to predict the future so they understand what the risk is. In the foster care world today, they don't know what is going on. They can't predict the claims that are coming in. And a lot of times these claims are just allegations. But because of the legal environment we are in today, there hasn't been a carrier that wants to take a accusation to trial for the last 3 years, which means all these carriers are doing is settling claims. Those that have went to trial have resulted in multi-million-dollar claims against the agencies. So there's a lot going on right now. So today's marketplace, we went from 8 standard carriers to today. Today, we do not have any standard carriers left in the marketplace that will insure foster care organizations. And let me explain the difference. A standard carrier, Travelers, Hartford, Chubb, CNA, Liberty Mutual, all those names we know, right? So when no standard carriers will insure, then we have to go to the high-risk markets. The Lloyd's of London, everybody knows. We call them excess and surplus lines markets. So today, we have no standard options for foster care agencies for their insurance. Everybody is written in the excess and surplus lines markets today. And that change has really happened over the last 3 years. And it's not just Kansas. We started placing risk in the E&S market several years ago, but other states are following. This is a national, in our world, we call it a crisis. It's a national concern on how foster care organizations are going to continue to move forward and how they're going to insure their organizations. I sent you guys my testimony. There's really only one thing in that testimony that I want to focus on right now, and that's really some of the rates and what the rates have done to these organizations over the last 5 years and some of the changes in their insurance policies. So these are agencies that are domiciled in Kansas, but again, this is a national issue. But if we look at example number 1, in 2014, I'm going back on this, but in 2014, this agency had 0 deductible. They paid $114,000 in premium. Fast forward 10 years, they're paying $1.4 million, and they have this particular agency has a $150,000 deductible. Now, when I'm giving these stats, it is strictly for their professional liability and their abuse coverage. Not their auto, not their property, not their work comp, nothing else. So again, and then if we look at example number 3, we had an agency that was paying $47,000 with a $25,000 per occurrence deductible. Now they have a $50,000 occurrence with a $150,000 aggregate. What we're seeing is I've either represented or worked with or have good relationships with most of the foster care agencies in this state and around the country, and premiums are going up because of the lack of competition. No one wants to insure this stuff anymore. And I say, we talk about foster care, right? But what we're seeing it's starting at foster care, but it's going to be all Kansas nonprofit organizations that serve vulnerable populations. It is going to roll down to them. So I just met with a large organization on the Kansas side last week who received their insurance renewal 2 weeks prior to renewal. They've had $1 million of abuse coverage in their professional, $3 million. And 2 weeks ago, they were told that their carrier is dropping them down to $150,000 of abuse coverage. And they're like, well, that's not gonna be enough. So they had to go out and get an abuse umbrella policy. That abuse umbrella policy for $1 million of coverage was $175,000 with a $250,000 deductible. They can't afford it. They cannot afford it. That's not even a foster care agency. So these foster care agencies right now are really, really struggling when it comes to insurance and lack of options. And there is a lot going on around the national level right now about people are scrambling, trying to find solutions, trying to set up captives or risk retention groups or all kinds of things. But at the end of the day, those things are only Band-Aids. They're Band-Aids for a bigger issue, and that, in my opinion, that bigger issue is legislation. Several states have already passed bills that have helped protect foster care agencies, child welfare agencies. The most comprehensive bill that has passed so far is down in Texas, Senate Bill 1551, which is kind of a combination of a CAPS bill. And so that if we did not do anything wrong, and this is where the insurance companies are having a hard time. If we didn't do anything wrong, I's are dotted, T's are crossed, we did everything we possibly could do, and there's a claim that happens, we're still the ones being sued. And again, the insurance carriers are saying, hey, we can't take any of these to court. Runaway jury verdicts, all this kind of stuff, social inflation, we're going to settle every single one of these. Hence, we're going to start making them pay for it, right? We're not going to pay for it. We're going to start making these guys pay for it with $250,000 deductibles. They don't have the money for this. They don't have the budget for this. They can't control this, right? It's uncontrollable. So that's kind of, I mean, that's a 5-year landscape, but they're also, guys, they're cutting coverages, right? Again, charging more and cutting coverages. And now when the state requires that we carry a certain amount of insurance, right, our kind of hands are tied about how much we're paying. Today, we have 3 markets in the state of Kansas, excess and surplus lines market. My opinion will be those will be fewer and fewer over the next 5 years. So again, I think we have to start having this conversation today to prepare for what's coming, because what's coming is if no one insures these folks, I don't know what we're going to do. So there's a lot of options, again, going on around the country, but I really think that getting a committee together to kind of talk about what other states are doing, what are our exposures, and why these carriers aren't, how are we going to get them back? We are not going to control our costs unless we find ways to get these carriers back into the marketplace, and limiting their liability on some of this stuff would be a step in the right direction to driving more competition back into Kansas, which will, at the end of the day, drive down our insurance rates. So I know you guys are running behind. I'm not here to catch you up. I'm here to answer any questions you might have. By the way, I did not say it, my first time here, so I'm a little nervous, folks. I'm the Chief Revenue Officer of the Miller Group. So I've been working with nonprofit organizations for 30 years, placing their business insurance coverage and their employee benefit coverage. So I do work with foster care agencies around the country, and I work with several in the state of Kansas and Missouri, but also around the country.
Pat, thank you so much for being here. You may or may not be aware of the bill that we passed last year allowing captives. Good. Okay, committee, any quick questions? Seeing none, if you could make sure that I think we have your contact information, then a senator or representative can reach out to you as the need may be. We'll take a look at that Senate bill from Texas that you mentioned. Thank you so much for being here, and you did great.
Thank you for your time today.
Next, we have Crystal Hedrick. Welcome, Crystal.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Crystal Hedrick. I serve as the CEO with the Children's Alliance of Kansas. That's not the right one. For time's sake, I'll move forward. Just grateful to Pat for being here. He's certainly the insurance expert, and we pulled him off a golf course in Kentucky he had a mad dash home yesterday. So we're grateful for him for being here, and we've been working with him for a while. But when I stepped into my role at the Children's Alliance just under a year ago, my members that you see behind me were very patient with me and kind of started dosing me with things that, hey, the Children's Alliance might want to think about this, might want to do this. And I was like, the session's about to start. I can't do any of that. Can't do any of that. But once the session finished up last year, this is an issue that they had kindly dosed me with in several different ways. And when I started looking into it, I understood and appreciated their patience, and they probably were a little too patient with me in bringing this issue to the committee. But we can skip to one of the last slides is really just about the current landscape that we have here in Kansas. Pat did a nice job of walking you through the historical component of it. Honestly, this is probably one of the things that we missed when we moved towards a community-based system in Kansas and privatizing our child welfare system. But we are at a risk of collapse here in Kansas in terms of how we serve vulnerable kids and their families, and we're going to have to do something. One of the things that we've done here in Kansas is we have extended out the statute of limitation for sexual abuse survivors, which naturally we feel is a step in the right direction, right? But that does create some vulnerabilities in terms of liability insurance. Insurance companies, you heard him talk about, if you don't know what to expect, we're going to go high with our premiums and we'll reduce the limitation or reduce the coverage options and things like that. There's also no cap on criminal prosecution of child abuse in terms of statute of limitations. So these things make sense. We support the prosecution of child abuse, but it does create challenge for our insurance providers. And so we are creating some more risk for ourselves, so to speak. The mental and behavioral health needs of Kansas youth, you've heard from Carrie Leonard this morning, the intensity level of the services and that our kids need just continues to rise and continues to surpass the capacity that we have in our system on the prevention end, on the mental health, behavioral health, juvenile justice system, all across the board. So in 2016, when we've moved forward with the Senate bill in juvenile justice reform, there were some unintended consequences of that. And we have some kids in care that we're struggling to serve them well. And that is an additional risk factor for us. We have kids moving into family foster homes who aren't necessarily prepared to care for kids that have criminal behaviors. The other piece is we have younger children who are victims of abuse and neglect and in foster care to no fault of their own, being placed in the same spaces with kids who do have criminal behaviors, who do have sexual acting out behaviors. And I'll share more about that with you later today, but for time's sake, would just say that we do have a pathway in Kansas to work on this issue, and the Children's Alliance is doing some research and preparing to introduce some solutions for Legislature to consider in this next session. So we'd appreciate the support of this committee in supporting those recommendations. I'm happy to stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Crystal. Any questions, committee?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yes.
Senator Faustido, is our
Thank you, Madam.
hand raised system not working again?
It's still saying the same thing, that the hostess turns it off.
Did you hear that it's that, just one moment, please, Senator. Did you hear that the raised hand is not working again? It should be, it's showing. Okay, well, we also heard from Representative Ruiz that when she tried it, it said that.
It's working now. I just,
Okay, very good. So please feel free to raise your hand. We don't want to miss you. Go ahead,
Okay,
Senator.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So, when, to the speaker, when you stated that, here in Kansas, we're about to collapse, are you doing any preventive, being proactive, for families, the working poor families that we are, tasked with helping? Are you, if in fact, we lose some of the SNAP benefits, food stamps for those families, are you considering that in your efforts to be proactive? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the question, Senator. you know, I don't know that I can speak for the federal government at this point, but there will be an impact for our families, and we do take those things into consideration all the time. This administration, Secretary Howard, Deputy Secretary Keys have done a tremendous job helping us increase placement rates for all of our providers, and including kinship families, which I know is important to the senator and important to us as we think about how we're supporting them and creating a path for licensure for those families. We also enhance our training capacity for all families at all times, and we have therapeutic foster care and all of those types of things to improve our capacity there. But I would also say these members that you'll see behind me have taken extraordinary steps for risk mitigation in terms of liability insurance coverage, and we're just beyond the point of mitigating risk. I know one of our providers, and they can speak to it a little bit more today if they like, but has agreed to have security in their facilities all of the time, in their child welfare offices that traditionally would be a warm and comforting place for visits and things like that, but they're having security companies in their buildings all of the time as a result of some of the behavioral and emotional needs that we have for some of the older youth. And those companies that provide.
And if I may, Senator, this section of our discussion today is limited to liability insurance for the case management providers. So if you don't mind, we're going to move on with that, and we are behind.
Senator.
However, so if I could just clarify for maybe some people who are listening or some of our members who aren't unsure, the liability insurance is should your organization be sued.
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
The liability insurance is to cover your organization should you be sued.
I believe that's one component, yes.
Right,
Yes.
that is the purpose of
Yes.
liability insurance.
Yes.
And your concern is it's more expensive to get liability insurance than ever, and there are very few companies that are offering it. The two go hand in hand.
And soon there may be none.
Right, okay, quick question from Representative Howerton.
Thank you, and it's more just a statement. I just want to thank Pat for being here. I know you came off the golf course, but Crystal honestly has been talking to me off and on over the session and other providers, and I didn't really understand it until your little 5-minute spiel, but I get it. It's important, and thank you for being here, so.
Crystal, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Madam.
Committee, we're going to,
Madam Chair,
yes,
but-
Senator.
thank you, Madam Chair. In her statement, she mentioned Senate Bill 367, I believe, or she referenced to that legislation that was passed with the Joint Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice Oversight. And so how does that coincide then with the statement you just made?
I'll let her address that. But again, this section was about liability insurance and protecting the agencies should they be sued, and they're trying to get liability insurance for themselves.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Senator. The risk of those youth is increasing some of the challenges that we're having in child welfare right now in terms of placement. Those are the kids you're hearing about that we're talking a lot about this morning. So they are an additional risk. And so that's we need to increase our capacity. But I was just using that to state that we are more vulnerable here in Kansas because of some of that legislation that we're kind of trying to work through some of the unintended consequences of.
Because if an insurance company, a liability insurance company is going to insure you, and they're looking at what are the risks of you being sued, and or that you would have to pay a claim, and if some of these say that they can go on forever, somebody could file a claim 20 years from now or 10 years from now, that causes your liability insurance to be more expensive.
Yes.
Am I right about that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Senator?
Madam Chair, thank you. Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Okay, very quickly, Senator Reese.
Madam Chair, it's not really a question, it's more of a statement. If we could have, I would like to see an example of what a lawsuit might look like and what a payout might look like.
Oh, good question.
So that we can have, so I can have a better idea. I mean, I can only imagine how much. But if we've had these lawsuits, maybe some examples of those. Thank you.
Yeah, I see Pat raising his hand. Real quickly, Pat. I'm sorry. I know I keep saying real quickly. You do have to come to the mic. Sorry.
I can provide the committee, so I'll get it to Crystal, provide the committee several examples of what those claims look like. The biggest issue here is we do have the claims, but the settlements that we don't have access to.
Right, so that-
I will get you guys claim examples for you guys to review.
Right. So, anybody can file for anything, that, but we don't know how much. E&O insurance, errors and omissions insurance is having some of the same issues. We've also found that with other nonprofits. Committee, we are running about 10 minutes behind, and we're going to move to the community health centers with Michelle Pons. I should say community health services for foster youth. Michelle, welcome to committee.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Gossage and members of the committee. My name is Michelle Ponce. I am the Associate Director for the Association of Community Mental Health Centers of Kansas. We represent all 26 of the licensed community mental health centers across the state who provide services 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and serve all individuals regardless of ability to pay. And they really are the safety net for mental health services in Kansas. With your permission, Chair, I was planning to provide sort of a high-level overview of what this system provides. And then I actually have a couple of colleagues in the audience with me who have a much greater depth of knowledge. So if we get to the question and answer part and I have to phone a friend, I might ask them to come up and help me out if that's okay with you.
Perfectly fine. Please proceed.
Sure. So to start with, the first thing I wanted to mention around community mental health is, and many of you have probably heard myself or one of my colleagues talk about the transition to the certified behavioral health clinic model in Kansas. We started that transition when legislation passed in 2021, and now we have all 26 community mental health centers are also certified community behavioral health clinics. What that really means is they will continue to be community mental health centers with all of the same statutory obligations, providing all of the same services, but now they have also expanded that service array. On page 2 of my testimony, I have a list of some of the very specific additional services that they now provide because they've become CCBHCs, many of which are really relevant to at-risk youth. Some of those that I want to call out are outpatient substance use disorder services. Prior to the transition to CCBHC, maybe about 80% of community mental health centers provided outpatient substance use disorder treatment, but now as CCBHCs, that is a mandate, and they are all providing those. There are also a bit of a change from what community mental health centers have historically operated on, a very mental health focus. Becoming a CCBHC, it's about an integrated care model, and it really requires them to look beyond just the mental health needs of the patients that they're serving. They have to do a variety of primary care screenings. They have to, if they identify a need that child may have that they may not be able to address within their own expertise and their own staffing, they have to do care coordination. That could include things like screening for learning disabilities, screening for physical health needs, tobacco cessation screening. They may provide then, when they identify a need, they may either provide assistance to meet that need themselves, or they're going to be required to coordinate care with other community providers. And care coordination is really what they refer to as the linchpin of the CCBHC model. So now when a youth or a child is engaged in services with the CCBHC, they're required to be coordinating that care, including medication management, ensuring that social needs are met, working with schools, working with potentially their primary care providers, and coordinating that care all around the individual. In addition, becoming a CCBHC system, our state is now one of only 3 states in the country that has a statewide system, but it requires that Kansas now has a comprehensive crisis response system. And there are a couple of components to that, and they're very relevant to at-risk youth. One is the 988 crisis or suicide prevention and mental health crisis hotline. That went live a couple of years ago now, moving from a 10-digit number that was fairly difficult to remember if you knew it, to an easily rememberable 988 number. In Kansas, we now have 5 in-state call centers. You can call 988, or, and this is very helpful with our youth, you can text and you can chat. Oftentimes, younger individuals are less likely to pick up the phone and call someone, but they're very comfortable with text and chat. Those 988, 4 of those 988 hotlines are actually operated within the community mental health centers, and a 5th is operated by one of our subsidiary organizations, which works very closely with our community mental health centers. In addition to 988, community mental health centers for decades have been required to maintain 24/7 crisis hotlines, and they still do, in addition to 988. And I point that out because oftentimes those community partners are aware of those hotline numbers, schools, hospitals, law enforcement. They know those numbers. They've been working with their community mental health centers, and they'll continue to use those. Now, either way, whether you go through the individual crisis hotline or 988, what's going to happen, and you can call, the individual can call, or a parent can call, or a foster parent can call if that child is in crisis. The call is going to be answered by a clinician who's going to do the best thing they can to de-escalate, the crisis and help that child, that youth that's experiencing the crisis. However, if they determine that they can't, what they can do over the phone does not meet that child's needs and they need somebody to provide an in-person response, another component of our response system now is mobile crisis response. All of our community mental health centers / CCBHCs are providing mobile crisis response. So when 988 dispatches a mobile crisis response team, it's coming from the local community mental health center. The way that occurs can look a little bit differently depending on the location, the geography, and the needs of the community. It could be a therapist and a case manager going on site to that child's home, to the emergency department, to the school, wherever that child is. Depending on distance, it could be a case manager with an iPad getting there as quickly as possible and connecting to a therapist via telehealth. But the expectation is when a mobile crisis team is dispatched that they make that response within a 2-hour time frame. So that is now available all across the state of Kansas. And the last piece of the crisis system that I wanted to talk about were crisis stabilization units. Right now, about half of our community mental health centers operate crisis stabilization units. Some of those serve adults, some of those serve youth, some have both youth and adult beds. A crisis stabilization unit is a short-term stay designed to do just exactly what it sounds like. Provide crisis services and de-escalate the situation. Hopefully that will help the child or the youth that's at risk of needing an inpatient level of care to not need to take that next step to that inpatient level of care, which of course we know we are often have waiting lists for. It also keeps that child and youth in their own homes and communities and closer to their support systems. So altogether, that's really the crisis response system for the state of Kansas. And I wanted to point that out because that's especially relevant, obviously, for youth, at-risk youth that are going through crisis services. Now, in addition to crisis services, community mental health centers provide a variety of services that are targeted to children. Some of those might include therapeutic preschool. I've visited and toured several of those. Oftentimes, those classrooms are made up primarily of preschool students who are either in foster care or at risk of being placed in foster care. Mental health centers provide parenting classes. That helps benefit the youth by making sure those parents have the skills and the capacity to maintain their own children in their homes safely. And then a variety of early childhood intervention programs. The availability and types of those services may vary based on location. Certainly not every single mental health center operates a preschool, but there are several of those around the state. And a couple of additional services that I wanted to highlight are psychosocial rehabilitation. These are youth of all ages. Often they're provided in group settings, and what they're really designed to do is teach pro-social skills, coping skills, adaptive behavior, how to deal with stressful situations, and daily living skills. We also provide school-based services. Many of you have probably heard us talk about the Mental Health Intervention Teams program, and that is certainly one example. But school-based services are even broader than just the MHIT program. We have several community mental health centers that have school-based programs that are outside of that funding piece. But specifically around school-based programs, there are some advantages. The youth that are needing treatment and services left school. They're able to be provided there on site, and we see some really positive outcomes, specifically around MHET, where we are collecting those outcomes. There are 3 indicators that we watch most closely, and those are increased attendance, increased performance in terms of grades, and lower negative behaviors. And we see routinely all 3 of those indicators, at least for the MHET program where we're collecting that information, stay at around 70%. So we think that's a really positive and a strong outcome. But certainly school-based programs are available to kindergarten through 12. I also know many of our mental health centers provide day programs where when children are in school and for whatever reason, perhaps they have they're suspended or expelled, oftentimes they will get a choice to spend those in-school suspensions working with classrooms within the mental health centers to help them, again, build those pro-social skills and not fall behind academically as well. The third program I wanted to highlight is the SED waiver, and that stands for Serious Emotional Disturbance. That's a Medicaid home and community-based services waiver. And children are eligible for that program when they're between the ages of 4 and 18, and they have been found to be in need of an inpatient level of psychiatric services. So all of our youth in foster care qualify for Medicaid, and they have the broad array of Medicaid-funded services. In addition, if they qualify for the SED waiver, there's a specific set of services that they receive in addition to those generally funded Medicaid services. Those are wraparound facilitation, short-term respite, attendant care, independent living skills, parent support and training, and professional resource family care. In addition to services, I wanted to note that over the last couple of years, within the contracts that the community mental health centers have with the state of Kansas, they've delineated some very specific timelines and reporting measures related to when the mental health centers serve youth in foster care. And I've put a little bit of that information here in your testimony, but I will, in summary, anytime a youth that's in care is presented for services, they're required to receive an initial evaluation and intake within 1 day. Unless, of course, there is a different situation where the foster family perhaps requests a different timeline. And then once they've received that intake and evaluation, the services that are found to be in need through that evaluation must begin within 10 business days. They're also required to not only, as CCBHCs, to coordinate care, but through their contracts, continue to coordinate care when a youth is transitioned, maybe from one community to another, from one service area to another. The initial community mental health center who's been providing services and working with that child is required to continue to providing those services until they can coordinate that care and transition to the new service provider. That could mean the child coming in person, or it could mean telehealth, depending on kind of distance and geography and the specific case that we're talking about. Community mental health centers are now also required to report quarterly to the state on a number of data points regarding serving children in foster care, including not just the number of kids in care they're serving or they're providing services to, but dates of service to ensure that they're meeting those guidelines. I was asked to also talk about any challenges that we might be seeing in the system. And the first thing I want to say is these are all solvable, the 3 that I've outlined here, and we have made a lot of progress in the last few years. The first 2 that I mentioned in my testimony are really related to communication. The first being oftentimes, or maybe I shouldn't say often, we hear of times when a child that's in foster care is receiving services from a mental health center and they don't know that that child has been transferred to a new placement until the child simply doesn't show up for services. If the mental health center were to be provided that information in advance, and I know that sometimes things happen very quickly, but whenever possible, if they could be notified more timely, it would help them coordinate that care and that transition to the new service provider and lessen the disruption in services if they were able to know that was happening. The second is really an informational piece. When a child first initiates services, our association and several of our mental health centers have worked really closely with both DCF and the child welfare case management providers several years ago to update. It's basically a form. We refer to it as a universal packet. And the universal packet was really designed to provide the basic information that is really important for the community mental health center to have when they first initiate care with a child. It could include previous diagnoses, medications, kind of the history of trauma perhaps that the child has experienced. And the reason for that is it really makes a difference when they're doing that intake and they're developing a treatment plan. Particularly around medications or diagnoses, it's really hard to ensure that that child or that youth is receiving the appropriate treatment and services if they don't have that history. It also helps to limit the number of times that youth may have to retell their own stories and sometimes they may not have the ability or the knowledge to totally understand what a diagnosis is or what they've been through. But minimizing the amount of times that they have to explain that to someone new is really better for that child. And of course, as I said, to help ensure that they're getting the appropriate treatment that they need. The last challenge I was going to mention, and I just learned about this myself very recently, is around consent for treatment. And DCF has changed policy, I think it was within the last couple of years, to allow for foster parents to consent to mental health treatment. And that has been very, very helpful and helps minimize those delays for treatment. But one thing that we've discovered is that foster parents do not have the ability to consent for substance use disorder treatment or SCD waiver services. So if something could be done to allow for foster parents to approve those services, it would also help mental health centers to be able to provide those more timely as well. And with that, I will conclude my testimony and stand for questions either myself or by phoning a friend, if that's all right.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Other questions, committee? Representative Humphreys.
Thank you. It's very quick. In your testimony on page 2, you said that each state has to determine their minimum of evidence-based services to be provided, and Kansas has selected these 4.
Correct.
Who
So
who did that? Who selected those?
Legislation was passed in 2021 to mandate implementation of the CCBHC
Yes,
model.
right.
And there was about a 9-month period. So our association and our members of community mental health centers were meeting multiple times a week with KDADS and KDHE as the Medicaid agency, and kind of based on the input and feedback from the providers and the data the state had available to them, they chose these 4 as they thought they best met the needs that we had here in Kansas. There is a list on the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration website that lists several evidence-based practices that the states can choose from within their CCBHC model, but these were the 4 that we chose. The assertive community treatment, you can think of that as very enhanced case management. It's usually a team approach, and it's serving individuals with the highest level of need. Maybe they are unhoused, maybe they are involved with the criminal justice system, and it's a team approach, wraparound case management. They're often meeting with that person multiple times a week. IPS is supported employment. Those services are available to youth that are in an age that they would be able to work. It's about getting people employed and also keeping them healthy enough to maintain employment. Medication-assisted treatment is one of the substance use disorder treatments that all mental health centers are providing now. And then the last is cognitive behavioral therapy.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and so it was sort of a coalition that voted and made the decision. And did you have to have 4, or you just decided to choose these 4 out of maybe 8 that are available? Just curious, the other things.
I am not 100% sure
That's
on that now
fine.
that you
It's
say
no
that.
big
I
deal.
don't think that there is a prescription that it must be for, but I'm not entirely
Okay,
sure.
and then just real quick, so all of your CMHCs got the certification to be CCBHCs.
Correct.
So do you have to be a CMHC to get the accreditation?
Currently, until February 2027 in Kansas, that's the requirement.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Ruiz?
Thank you, Madam Sub Chair. Michelle, thank you for your presentation. When you were talking about the universal packet, has that actually come to fruition? Is that actually happening?
Yeah, we've created the universal packet. It's been several years now. The issue is not that we need it created, it's that we often aren't receiving it. It's not being completed prior to the child needing an intake and assessment and being provided the treatment at the mental health center.
Can I have a follow-up? So having to do the assessment within one business day, unless whoever's, is able to bring the child and can meet that, that's all great, but does it seem more likely than not that that universal packet is not going to be available because the assessment is being completed so quickly? And not the written part of it, but, actually seeing the child.
I think I should note, not having the universal packet does not prevent the mental health center from initiating services.
Right.
And they're still meeting those timelines. The issue is they may not have all of the relevant information to provide the best treatment and services possible based on that individual child's situation. In a perfect world, could they have the packet when they're doing that initial assessment and evaluation? That would be ideal.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Senator Erickson?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you, Michelle, for your presentation. I just have a quick question. Your testimony talks about the enhanced service array and the 4 areas, the evidence-based practices. How has that impacted the services provided to people? Are we moving the needle? Do you have metrics on the outcomes?
I think yes. Yes, I do think we're making an impact. We've been doing a series of town hall meetings across the state. We've done 18 now, and I've got my 19th coming up tomorrow. And at each of these town hall meetings that we co-host with the mental health centers, they're often highlighting some of the achievements and successes that they have had since they become CCBHCs. We're hearing the response time on mobile crisis response. Again, the expectation is 2 hours, but when we've traveled the state, it's been more like 30 minutes, 31 minutes, maybe up to an hour as their average response time. We're getting statistics on employment. We're getting statistics on the increased number of services being provided, the number of individuals they're serving. I don't have that in front of me today for you, but we are also, our association, we're in the midst of a very large data reporting project. We've partnered between KDADS and with NetSmart Technologies to develop a data warehouse. The CCBHC model has a very prescribed list of outcome measures that every CCBHC must report. We currently have 17 of our 26 actively reporting into the data warehouse, and the timeline calls for all 26 to be actively reporting by the end of this year. Once we have those data measures coming in through that data warehouse, we'll be able to generate reports and come back in front of you with some of those dashboards and those data measures. I just don't quite have them yet today. I kind of get them piecemeal, anecdotal when I send out a quick message. Can you share with me some of the outcomes that you've seen? But what I hope is by the time session starts that we'll actually be able to come in front of you with some data reports from that warehouse where they're all reporting into.
Follow up if I may. So what data or metrics are or have been used up until this point? I understand CCBHCs might have new requirements, but surely we have some data on the number of people, the outcomes of the services provided. So what is currently being used for that?
We do, and there are specific requirements for outcomes in the CMHC contracts, and this might be where I ask Randy Kallstrom to join me if that's okay. He's the CEO of Wyandotte Behavioral Health Network.
Welcome, Randy.
Morning. Each quarter, we have to submit a worksheet specifically to children in child welfare system. One of those critical data points is access. So one of the things we have to track is what was the first contact that we had, which that would be like a request for services, whether that's a phone call, they walk in, et cetera. And then we have to track the time from that first contact to when the first appointment is kept, and then the follow-up to when that first treatment service is provided. And so I didn't come prepared with that data, but we can get that data for you through Michelle and through the association. We should have that data really statewide.
Thank you. And Madam Vice Chair, so that's providing the service. Is there any metric around the outcome or the success of providing those services?
So, well, I've been doing this work here in Kansas for 32 years, and there's something called AIMS data that we report to KDADS on a quarterly basis. Some of those outcomes include school attendance for youth, out-of-home placement for youth, grades, and there's a couple more that is I don't recall off the top of my head. But again, those are quarterly reports that we submit to KDADS.
Does this committee get that, Madam Vice Chair?
Not
And if not, can we?
that I'm aware of. I'm sure we could get that. Secretary's nodding yes. Natalie, would you be able to do that for us?
I'd like to know the
you.
outcomes of the services provided, not just the input. I want to know the output. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Randy. Representative Howell? And we'll take, this will be the last question, if that's okay. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. And please feel free to tell me if if you're not the right person to ask this question. So I was just wondering on the SED waiver, what is the wait list timeline on that? Like if our MCOs are applying for a designation, an SED, what designation?
I don't think there's a waiting list per se for the SED waiver.
Or how long does it take to get, say they want to have that designation made for a client? How long does it take to get that approved?
It's actually pretty immediate. Unlike some of the other HCBS waivers, there's not a certain number of slots that are available. It's really based on assessment tools that are prescribed by the program. So if based on their assessment, the CCCBL, and something called the CAFIS, if they meet the criteria for at risk of out-of-home placement or hospitalization, they can be deemed eligible for the SED waiver, and it's pretty immediate at that point. So it really is just an assessment and then those clinical tools.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate it. I've learned in my short time as chair is that there are multiple systems involved in child welfare. So next up is Secretary Howard. Welcome to committee. And I'm counting on you to get us back on track. I told Chair that you would be able to do that. So if you can maybe speak for less than 30 minutes and then leave about 15 minutes for questions, that would be great.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Secretary Howard, Secretary for, I'm sorry, what was it? Secretary for the Department for Children and Families. One quick comment on some of the dialogue earlier today. I wanted to just report on the issue of the BIS policy. We have been working on that based on earlier meetings with the Office of Child Advocate and the Children's Alliance. We have a follow-up meeting to go through some draft protocols and policies on November 17th. So we anticipate having the policy completed by January.
Thank you. Thank you
for that. When we talked about that earlier, again, we have framed it in terms of kind of an adoption consultation and BIS review team. So even the possibility of doing some consultation up front in some of those challenging issues before you would get to maybe some of the conflict of the BIS. So again, you'll see more of that after we have that meeting on the 17th.
I look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, glad to be here today. A few topics. The primary one, though, is this is the time of the year when we get the annual report back from what's called the neutral with regard to our child welfare litigation, the McIntyre suit. This will be the reporting period for the last calendar year, so calendar year 2024. So in addition to your regular testimony, you should also have an at-a-glance document that was sent to all of you. So just kind of a front and back sheet that gives you some easy ways to kind of look at each of the elements. But so I'll start with that. Then there's a few foster care updates and the normal quarterly report, but I'll focus primarily on the McIntyre and a couple of the foster care updates you asked about. Just for folks who may not have that much awareness of what this lawsuit is, and there's many of these across the country against child welfare systems. The McIntyre lawsuit was filed right at the very close of the Collier administration in November of 2018. Next slide, sorry. After Governor Kelly came into office and I came into this role, we began conversations with the plaintiffs, which included both local legal attorneys as well as national organizations like National Children's Rights. And through a series of meetings, we agreed to a settlement in July of 2020, brought that to the State Finance Council, and then that was approved by the federal court in January of 2021. So the settlement focuses on a series of accountability and reporting measures, a series of practice improvements, 5 of those, and 5 outcomes. The 4th status report was released last month in September. And the data won't look unfamiliar to you because you see much of this data in the reports that we bring to you every quarter, and also that the CMPs put within their testimony to you each quarter. So most of the outcomes shouldn't look unfamiliar to you. Just in the aggregate, next slide, please. Next slide. In terms of the aggregate, in terms of the accounting and reporting, we had met those in the very first period and continued to maintain those. We also then met 4 of the 10 practice improvements and outcome goals. And of the 6 goals that were not met, performance either increased or was maintained for 5 of those and decreased for 1 of those. And I'll kind of talk you through those. And just in context also, recall that much of this settlement was focused around issues of placement stability and mental health. So again, you've talked about some of those things already today. So if we start with the practice improvements on the next slide. One of the requirements within the settlement has to do with license capacity and requires that we ensure that no placement exceed its license capacity without an approved exception. We have met that commitment for 2 years in a row, and we will actually exit out of that commitment and no longer be monitored on that. And the way the settlement works, it sets some goals for each year for 3 or 4 year periods to an ultimate goal that the state needs to meet and then hold for a second year in order to exit out. So again, we will exit out on that commitment. The second practice improvement I wanted to highlight has to do with not delaying authorization and provision of medically necessary mental health treatment because of placement instability. So this isn't so much about the overall status of kids in care getting mental health services, but this is saying that we can't delay services because the child is in an unstable placement. We improved in that a year year ago in 2023, for those youth who had delays in mental health services, 20% was because of placement instability. In the 2024 report, that's been reduced down to 11%. And I think that's due to a lot of factors. Some of the care coordination within the MCO contracts that we added, you know, she talked about all the systems, Representative Howerton, our MCO care coordination that we added into the new CAN care contracts. Some of the facets of the CCBHC expansion, including additional use of telehealth. But again, this is just measuring of youth experiencing a delay, what proportion of that was due to placement instability. So we've continued to improve on this measure. We're not yet where we need to be, but again, an improvement, dropped about half in this calendar year. Next slide, please. Now that's the right slide. All right, another mental health provision in the settlement relates to crisis intervention services. Under the settlement, we were required to ensure that crisis intervention services are available to class members statewide. We have now been found to meet that commitment. You know, when the settlement was entered into, we really didn't have crisis services in the state. DCF stood up the DCF Family Helpline in terms of a 24/7 response. And then subsequent to that, a lot of things have happened. 988 came into play. A lot of the crisis-funded services through KDADS, including some of the Children's Crisis Intervention Services. And then the requirements, of course, through the CCBHC that would require that crisis response. So we have now been found to meet that. And assuming we meet that next year, which I have no reason to think we won't since we're continuing to grow out and expand those services, we would also exit out of that commitment. The next practice improvement is the one outcome that we declined on. And not one that's unfamiliar to any of you, but this really has to do with what we call failure to place. And this really has to do with when there's not a placement for a child and they may be in an office. The settlement talks about ending the practice of utilizing any non-child welfare housing or temporary accommodations outside of extraordinary circumstances. We declined in this year. In 2024, there were 100 youth who had just over 200 episodes of failure to place. The 83% of those were in Region 7. And this report would have been a combination of St. Francis and Ember Hope. This was a transition year in terms of the contracts. Halfway through that calendar year was the transition to Ember Hope. And as you know, that continues to be a challenge in Region 7 as you hear those reports. And you'll hear about some of the work we're trying to do about that. As we look at more current data, I mean, I can also say to you today that the only region where we continue to have issues with this is Region 7. And so again, more to come on that. That is the measure that we declined on and that we have to focus and make progress on in terms of the instability. With the cohort of youth you've already heard discussion about this morning. You know, and again, right now, we can really say that that's really is a Region 7 issue. And in this reporting period, 83% of the failure to place were in that region. The next item is connected in terms of practice improvements. Also, in the settlement.
Excuse me just a moment, Madam Secretary.
Yes.
So about the issue that you just mentioned and the others you told us declined this much, went up that much. We don't see that here. Is there some place that we would have a record of that? The number of placements, is that in another report that we're going to be looking at here in a few minutes?
We can get you the specific numbers if you'd like.
That would be
great,
great.
Senator. I think some of those are on this sheet, but we can provide you the actual specific numbers. Sure.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Go, please proceed.
Yeah. The next item had to do with ending the practice of night-to-night placements and ending the practice of short-term placements. And again, in this situation, we had a slight reduction in short-term placements, so that was good. And we didn't make the progress, though, that we need to make in that regard. So these two elements really end up being connected. The failure to place and the short-term and night-to-night placements, and again, very, very focused on the issue of placement stability. And again, primarily, but not exclusively, an issue with regard to Region 7. A couple of other regions with some challenges in this, but again, our focus really is there. Next page, in terms of the outcome side of this, those were kind of practice improvements. Then there are some specific outcomes in the settlement. The first one I wanted to highlight has to do with initial mental health and trauma screens. And the measure is that members and class members entering custody will have received a timely initial mental health and trauma screen, and that would be, and that also not just receiving the screen, but having it performed by a qualified mental health professional within 30 days of entry into the foster care system. I'm really, really proud of our performance here. The settlement goal is 90%. We hit 94% in this reporting period, and that was up from 69% the year before. We have continued, we've escalated that each year from 34% to 43% to 69% to 94% this year. And I'd give our case management providers a lot of credit. We put a lot of focus on this about a year and a half ago, and many of them kind of reworked their processes, in some cases set up clinical teams to focus on this. So again, very good progress there, really across the board. The second item related in the settlement in terms of an outcome related to addressing mental and behavioral health needs speaks to those in custody having had their mental health and behavioral health needs addressed. This is done through a case read sample of class members in custody. Some of these, you've got data about the aggregate, every kid in the system, national data report. This is actually a case read. The goal is 90%. Our performance in period 4 was 66%, 2/3 of the youth, based on that case read. That increased from 52% a year ago. So again, progress, but not where we need to be, right? I mean, in terms of the work that's going on, I expect to continue to see that one increase because of a lot of the work that's been going on in the mental health system in terms of capacity, and also some of the work across those systems. But again, increased from about half the kids to 2/3 of the kids having their mental and behavioral health needs addressed. Then also in terms of outcomes, there's a couple related to placement stability on the, we're on this slide. And the first one is just overall, if you look at kind of all the kids in the system, were they in a stable placement? And so during the 12-month period, the goal is that 90% were in a stable placement. Our outcome was 92%. So I feel very good about that. We've been close to 90% each year, actually. We dipped down maybe a couple pieces under that. We started at 86, went to 91, kind of dropped down to 87, went back up to 92%. So again, what this continues to say to me is, our focus when we think about the failure to place, the short-term placements, the night-to-night placements, it's that cohort of youth, that 8% of youth or so who are not in that stable placement. And we continue to talk about those youth, the needs that they bring into the system, the dysregulation issues, sometimes issues of aggression, sometimes acute mental health needs. Again, but it's that cohort. So 92% of youth in our care in a stable placement. And then the last two more on the placement moves, that children and youth would have one or fewer placement moves in a 12-month period. The settlement goal is 90%. We're at 83%. We've been there for a couple of years. Again, not quite where we need to be, but again, not that far away from that settlement goal. So 83% of the youth in our care having one or fewer moves in a 12-month period. And then the last goal in terms of stability is the overall piece related to what they call the rate of placement moves over 1,000 days in care. The national standard, or that we're measured at nationally and that's in this settlement, is a rate of 4.4 moves per 1,000 days in care. We are still way too high on this one. Performance rate in this period was 7.2. That's down from 7.9, so some improvement. And again, primarily a couple of regions where we're seeing those. We have regions that in this report that met that. Area 4 was under the 4.44 rate at 4.13. Area 8 was at 5.3. So I say all that to say that our focus when we look about continued improvement in performance, we can't just look at the aggregate. We have to look at what's happening in each area, in each part of the state, what's going well, what still needs to improve. And I say that just as a context then to say that sort of based on this report, and then also because we have all these outcomes in their contracts, each of our CMPs will also be doing performance improvement plans based on this with very specific strategies, and those will look different across the state because people have different strengths and weaknesses. So any of these goals that are not being met in any given area, there will be specific performance improvement plans, and we do that every year. We did not do it for 1 year because we don't usually do it the first year after a new contract, but that's in the process of going out to the case management providers now, and so we will have those plans from them by the end of this calendar year. Also in concert with that, our contracts also have incentives and penalties built in related to performance, and we're calculating those now, and we'll be imposing those penalties and incentives as well on our case management providers. So that's kind of the summary of the report. I wanted to say some specific things about Region 7 and some of the work going on there, and I'm sure you'll hear more about this from Ember Hope. But again, I mean, while we see good progress, and this is definitely a better report than last year's report where we saw some declines in performance, it's just important that we continue to, really place the focus on, plans for improvement, real strategies for practice improvements. In terms of some of the work we've been doing most assertively with our case management providers and our child placement agencies and the congregate care facilities is some work related to ending that practice of overnight placements, short-term placements, and what those strategies might look like. And we've set some targets and goals related to that. And so, that work has been very good and very constructive. In Sedgwick County, we've really had to place some additional focus because that's where we do have the most challenges in terms of particularly that cohort of youth that just is sort of persistently having really extreme placement instability. And just as a reminder, while the overall need for foster care in Kansas has reduced by 26% since 2019, Sedgwick County has continued to increase. And as we stand here today, 1 in 4 youth in the foster care system are from Sedgwick County. So a number of initiatives that have been going on, some of the expansion of the behavior interventionists, and there's some more work also that I'll speak to later that Ember Hope's working on in that regard. We also are going to be implementing a process where we will have a DECA family preservation staff person go with DCF child protection specialists to PRTFs when they have families who feel like they aren't ready to take their child home when they're going to discharge from a PRTF. We started this in the Kansas City Metro. These are those situations where we have youth come into care not for issues of abuse or neglect, but because they have a psychiatric issue and their family doesn't feel able to care for them. So what we're really trying to do then at the front end is say to that family, you need to give your child up to the state. We can bring supports into your home when your child leaves that psychiatric residential treatment facility. We've been doing that in the KC Metro for a few months now. It's been very positive, and we're starting that in Sedgwick County. So that's exciting. Also, a few other items. We also know that, we talk a lot about, kids in care. We also know that kids stay in care too long. And so we also are infusing some prevention approaches into our foster care system in Sedgwick County. We're doing a bit of a pilot to say, if we were to provide some of the same kinds of services we provide in Family First to those families whose kids are in care, could that help support them getting to reunification faster? If the family could receive multisystemic therapy or parent-child interaction therapy, or even family preservation-like services. So again, our goal is to support about 50 families whose goal is reunification, and see whether sort of those added services, really kind of added aftercare services, can make a difference, though, in reaching reunification. Amber Hope's also been partnering with Mental Health America of South Central Kansas and is looking to expand that related to some crisis supports for youth with high acuity needs. And I mentioned earlier on the behavior intervention side, I mean, they've added staff who are case carrying and act as a BI hub team to support families whose children are experiencing overnight placements. I think we talked with you about this before. It's a similar model to what we're using in another region, where you really have very, very small caseloads, working with 5 youth at a time, really trying to do those intensive services. So again,
Madam Secretary, before
yes.
you move on to the next category, I think we're ready for the next category, correct?
Yes.
Committee, are there any questions over what's being presented so far? I know sometimes when you're trying to, and we have Representative Ruiz. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Howard, thank you for giving us some breakdown on Sedgwick County. And I'm wondering if we need even more of a breakdown. I'm not quite sure yet in my head what that would be. And I don't know if there's some more special attention we need to place on Sedgwick County as to, what, it just seems like there's something there about Sedgwick County, why we have so many children, in that area that are needing services. I don't know what this legislature might be able to do, but I just think that there seems to be more attention that needs to be placed on Sedgwick County to try, is there environmental, some kind of organic, something about the county that we would need to, look at maybe differently to see how we can impact and improve families there.
Yeah, thank you, Representative. I mean, those are those things that we continue to talk about and focus on as well. I mean, in the sense of, are there facets related to the county? Are there facets related to, prosecutorial choices, court choices? I mean, there's been a lot of work over the last couple of years. And you might recall our regional director worked with the Kansas Health Foundation, did a fairly extensive kind of data walk with community members, really to try to look at, what's going on in Sedgwick County. That has brought along sort of broad array of stakeholders in the community, a group called Gathered Strong. So a lot of interest and impetus to put focus there in terms of, what we can do. And so, yeah, happy to talk more about that. I mean, I probably only touched the surface of the efforts and collaborations and energy going on around that region. So happy to spend more time or provide more details or explore options. I mean, we're really open to some ideas because it really has been I mean, this isn't new in terms of that county being the most challenging. And obviously, we changed case management providers and continued to, see similar performance issues as the prior case management provider. So again, I mean, there's a lot there. We see glimmers in some of the efforts and innovations that people are bringing forward. But obviously, we need to look at it systemically within that region.
Senator Faustido.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Secretary Howard. I'm here in Sedgwick County, and the transition of St. Francis to Amber Hope, I actually have noticed a great improvement. Amber Hope has been actively engaged and involved in the community lately, and they've been really responsive to my calls to them, and they've addressed some of those old cases that left St. Francis and went over to Amber Hope. So I see a positive improvement. And I think what the secretary said about the ongoing acknowledgement of things that we need to do better, I see that happening. And one thing, not actually a question, but a comment, Madam Chair, to the secretary's point, I think if we provide those services for the entire family, that would help us moving forward. And I don't know if the secretary wants to comment on, things she knows specifically about the transition of St. Francis to Amber Hope, but I personally think that things are moving forward in a positive way, and I'm actually going to be speaking at an event coming up in November with Amber Hope. So I see things moving in a positive direction. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Last question from Representative Howell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Secretary, for being here. I am just curious. I know that DCF has refused to issue licensing for residential care facilities for agencies that have presented to our committee before. And I believe that that would actually be beneficial for Sedgwick County in particular because we need those residential care facilities as an option for us. And I would just like to hear what your reason is for not approving those facilities.
Yeah, thank you, Representative. With regard to residential care facilities, there certainly are some that we have approved. However, our focus really has been on continuing to be a system that supports family-based services. 92% of our kids in care are in a family-based setting. So we have had a focus on, ensuring that that we continue to focus on how do we provide those supports and services, more intensive supports, the effort towards therapeutic foster care and the like. That doesn't mean that there isn't a use for residential facilities. One of our efforts right now is to look at youth who are in residential facilities who might be suited to be in a family-based setting. And we're working with providers there, knowing that that also then would free up those residential settings for youth who might need that structured care. So there's not a total, just moratorium per se. We're really trying to look at what needs are in a given region. I'd be happy to talk with you further about the Sedgwick County conversation that we've been having as well. Yeah.
And I appreciate that, but I can tell you as someone who has both lived experience with family members who need residential care sometimes, and as someone who is on the ground and meeting with people in Sedgwick County on a regular basis, we do not have enough residential care facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. I'd like to talk with you more personally about that if we can afterwards. Yeah.
Thank you. Secretary, please proceed.
Thank you. I'm going to move on then to some of the other child welfare responses, foster care updates. First, I wanted to give you just a quick update after the first quarter about the holiday and weekend response that DCF is doing under House Bill 2075. As you know, we began initiating contact with families every day of the week, including holidays, when there's a report from a law enforcement officer about a child who might be a victim of abuse or neglect. We respond within 24 hours of that. I really wanted to talk about it in the context of police protective custody, because we talked about that a lot in the context of would there be different behaviors on the law enforcement side if law enforcement knew that DCF would be out there to see the family. And again, this is a quarter. I don't want to draw a trend line from this, but in the first quarter, statewide, we have seen a 13% reduction in police protective custody. That's not been across the board, across all areas of the state. We actually saw a slight increase in Kansas City. We saw reductions in Northeast and Southeast. But in Wichita, while they still account for 50% of all police protective custody, in that first quarter, we saw a reduction of 33%. So again, just to put a pin in it, we'll provide more data. I don't want to call it a trend line, but I do think that some of the attentions around that bill, we can certainly at least initially see reflected in that data. So again, the other thing we're asked to talk about was our contract for a parent support network. In October of 24, we completed a grant award to the University of Kansas for the Parent Support Network. This is really about supporting parents and families by providing direct mentorship. This was a conversation, there was a lot of energy around this at the summit a couple of years ago, the Judicial Summit, really trying to help parents and families to navigate the child welfare system throughout the time that their child is placed in out-of-home custody. These can be parents or legal caregivers who've already navigated the foster care system and have had successful reintegration of their own children. KU has filled the parent empowerment peer roles across the state with the exception of Area 1, and the network has now begun receiving referrals. And the peers are still being trained, but we should shortly be able to begin assigning those to cases. And I'm really excited about that because I think the ability to have persons with lived experience be mentors and supports to families trying to navigate the system is a really positive one. So that's just a quick update on where that's at. We'll keep you posted as that plays out in terms of what that looks like. So let's see. I'll come back to the quarterly report at the end, if you don't mind, since it's a separate document. Just a couple by the numbers slides. You're used to seeing this, a number of children in foster care. Continues to, decline just very gradually. You can see small reduction at the end, towards the end of last year. Continue to see a slight reduction through the first few months of this year. You can kind of see that again in terms of the entries and exits across the years. Again, more children exiting than entering care. You can then also see on the next page the primary removal reason, kind of going back to the conversations of past meetings and earlier today, whether or not youth are entering care for reasons outside of abuse or neglect. And again, the last 3 years, we continue to have about 39% of youth entering care for non-abuse or neglect reasons. So many of the things you talked about even earlier today, about 60% for abuse or neglect. The last thing I had is just to, the quarterly report is a separate document. It's just the quarterly data that you've requested. I could go through that, Representative, or I could, whatever you'd like me to do.
Let's just take a couple of minutes to go through it, if you don't mind, like 2 minutes, and then we'll open it up to questions.
That sounds great. Yeah. Again, the first couple pages of the report is what I really, what we talked about in terms of why kids, how the foster care case came to DCF. So you have data there that would show whether it was for abuse or neglect, whether it was for what we call the FINA case, the family in need of assessment, and whether or not that came from DCF or a non-DCF source. So if you look at the very top line in each of these will be the most recent data. And so you can see, again, not huge changes there, but some increases in kind of the proportion from non-DCF sources for abuse and neglect. But again, nothing very specific in that. Also, number of children by related reasons for removal and whether or not there was police protective custody. Again, no particular changes that I think are significant in this, except that you do see in this quarter on the FINA cases a significant reduction in the proportion that came through police protective custody. So again, not a trend yet, but some data there. The next few pages talk a lot about some other data, some related to prevention services. So table 3 has to do with children removed into foster care who had a prevention service history, and then table 4 is whether or not they had a prevention referral within 2 years. So what we know, this quarter, we actually saw a significant increase in those who had ever had a prevention plan or referral to Family Pres or Family First services any time prior to entry into foster care. And the cohort of youth who entered care this quarter, 3/4 of those had that. I'm going to be looking to see what that trend looks like, if that becomes a trend, because you can see that's very different than the prior 3/4. Of that number, 200 of the youth who had received prevention services prior to removal had a referral within the past 2 years. And you can kind of see the services that they had received. Next page real quick, just to remind you the data that we're providing to you has to do with the average length of stay in foster care. Again, as you, at least for those categories that are larger, reunification and adoption, we don't see a lot of difference in what that data looks like in terms of the length of stay. And we've added sole family to this data as well. So. And then the next few pages have to do with preventative services provided. Again, the first has to do with family preservation, just let you know the number of referrals, the number of referrals served, and the children maintained safely at home. And again, this is data that can still be active if the case is active. So again, in this cohort, it shows you the number served, safely at home. And then one more prevention slide has to do with Family First referrals. And again, about 1,500 referrals from July 24 to June 2025. You can see those broken out by the kind of referral and by the region. And we continue to be at around this 90% rate in terms of youth not coming into care. And then just some financial data in terms of how much family preservation services and some of those Family First services cost. I won't go through those in specifics. And then a comparison then to the cost of a child in foster care based on kind of last spring's caseload estimates. We also added in some information on behavior interventionist services. You can see in Q3 of 2025, we saw an increase to 71 youth in that quarter receiving the BI services. That had gone up from 28 in the prior quarter. So that service has continued to grow and expand as our partners have gotten team members trained in that. Again, I would point out, though, that continues to be a service that is, primarily in the northeast, Wichita, and southeast parts of the state. But again, that's been a very effective model. And then lastly, some information on the licensed family foster homes in terms of the number of family foster homes. And then on the second page, just the number that are at the different levels of care. So again, showing you those numbers as well and the age groups that they serve. So tried to just go through that quickly, mainly just so you know what's there. I'm happy to, answer questions now or later about the specifics.
Thank you so much. Questions for the Secretary Committee? Yes. Oh. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for the report. Just a couple. I'm trying to make sense of Table 3 a little bit. So if I'm understanding right, 587 children were removed, and of those, 455 had some type of preventative services or before they were removed. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's right, that at some point they had that service, right? Either Family Pres or a Family First at any time prior to entry into care. And then we were able to then break that down further below to then see that of that total, 200 of those had had a prevention service within or a referral in the last 2 years. So the others, it could have been 4 years ago or 5 years ago. I mean, it's the sort of thing where perhaps it delayed the entry into care. Perhaps the family was stabilized and then some other issues happened that led them to come back. But again, that's what that means. The 455 is any period prior to coming into custody. And then below, we get into those who had had some type of referral within the last 2 years.
Okay, and if I saw the numbers right, every referral for FPS is about 6,400. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that's right, Senator.
Okay.
Yes.
And then there's a quick, and if you did this, I'm sorry, I stepped out for a moment, but did you give any update on the CCWIS or the Family Finder RFP yet?
I did not, but I'd be happy to, Senator. On the CWIS, that program, that, as you know, was awarded a few months ago to an entity. Well, there's 3 contracts. I mean, there's Red Main, and then there's 2 other entities that have to do with quality assurance and what they call independent verification and validity. We've just started the kickoff period for that, and so we are kicking that project off, going through some of the last approvals we need to do with keto and KESO and all those systems that are in place. But in the meantime, we've actually been working over the last 2 years with our staff and our contracting partners about a lot of the data transfer that would need to happen. So the kickoff process has started. I would expect by the time you come back to your next meeting, we should have a detailed timeline and project plan that we can share with you on CWIS that will let you know when to expect, certain things coming into place. They're working on that detailed timeline now. And then on family finding, I won't say very much because that RFP is posted right now. It closes, anybody know? No. I think it closes later this month, unless it closed in the last few days. So family finding was, that came through the legislative process in terms of funding for that. It took a while to get it through the IT approval processes, but it is posted. And like I said, I believe the RFP closes this month if it hasn't closed in the last couple days. So we're excited about that. We should also have that, hopefully we should have that awarded. It's not nearly as complicated as CWIS by the time you come into session, so.
Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Secretary, for being here. My question, it's kind of to you, just to get your opinion about this, but also this would give great awareness to the committee and really any representative or senator. We often get calls or emails about something that's going on. A constituent, this happened, I've reached out, this, and it would be something that it seems like to me or us that the process is not being followed has to do with foster care, usually most likely, or a court case, or, a court thing. It's not, something seems off. So, okay, first of all, I would like to give a shout out to Andrea because, that's part of my question. When we get those inquiries, do we contact DCF and ask the question? Which Andrea has been very responsive, and I really appreciate her. Or if it's very specific to one of the we now call them the CMPs. If it's very specific to them, do we reach out to them? I haven't found them to be quite as responsive, but sometimes it's specifically about a decision that they have made. So what is the best way for us to get information or help some of our constituents when they're in hard places?
Sure, thank you. That's a great question, Representative. Always, you can always reach out to DCF, and obviously we have the overall accountability, right, for the system, and Andrea has done a great job. We kind of pegged her for any legislative pieces to be kind of that starting point, and then she'll do kind of the necessary outreach to our regions, and our regions can outreach with the CMP. So I think that's appropriate. I do know there's nothing wrong with you contacting the CMPs individually. I know that some of those have offered, who their best contact people might be in a case-specific circumstance. But again, I think, contacting us makes sense, as the state agency with responsibility. Now, I might say, just maybe sometimes because we forget this over time as new people come or new members come, we oftentimes can't share the specifics back with you because of this, some of the confidentiality pieces. But for folks who may not be aware, depending upon the circumstance, there is the ability for folks to do a waiver of confidentiality that would then allow us to share more detailed information with you. And again, that has to be kind of executed in order to do that. Andrea knows about that process. So again, I just wanted to mention that. That came up a few weeks ago on something, and it was kind of like, well, if you had, the permission from the parent, we could have shared this. So anyway, just so you're aware of that.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick, did you know what the percentage and decreases might have been in Wyandotte and Leavenworth counties, my two counties?
We'll get that to you. I don't
that's
have
fine.
that on my head. I bet Deputy Secretary Keyes will have that before the morning ends for you. So, because we do
Thank you.
have that. I just don't have it in front of me.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
On the
Thank you.
PPC you're referring to, right? Yeah. Okay.
Do you have a question, Representative Bohai? No. Okay, thank you. Secretary Howard, my last question before we break for lunch is, we do get these emails, these concerns. Most of the committee will have read the testimonies that are going to be given here after lunch. And what is it that your team does? Because I know you get the testimonies as well. What is it that your team does when you receive these testimonies? Is there follow-up? Because we get those questions too. What's the point of our testifying at committee? Nothing's done. No one reaches out to me. Can you tell us what happens after people send in their testimonies? Or if they're here, WebEx, written, whichever it may be.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. And I hate to say it depends, but it does depend. If it's an issue or a situation that's already known to us, that we've already had engagement with, there may not be specific follow-up. If it's something new that hasn't come to our attention through our customer service channels, then we will do follow-up through our customer service channels and find out more from our region and from the CMP about the situation that's raised. Sometimes that then involves follow-up with the individual. Sometimes it doesn't. It just kind of depends what we find out in that regard. So that's kind of our process, Senator. We do look at those and take those seriously. And again, sometimes it's an issue already known to us. Sometimes it's not. But we don't just kind of walk out of here and just leave the testimonies unheard. So I appreciate the fact that people come and make their concerns known. I think that's important.
A quick question from Representative Humphreys.
This is sort of a follow-up, and it's really quick. What I meant to ask also was, is it appropriate to contact our DCF in our county?
Yes, it's perfectly fine to do that through the regional director would be the appropriate entity to do that with. So
Okay, so
yeah.
so we kind of have all of these options available to us.
You do.
Okay,
That's right.
thank you.
And I think when our regional directors testified, maybe last meeting or the meeting before, I think we provided all their contact information, and we'd be happy to do that again.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. It might be good to do that again.
Okay.
Thank
Happy
you
to
very
do so.
much. Committee, it is 12:30. We are going to break for lunch. It is a working lunch, so we will start back up at 1 o'clock. Begin. May I have your attention? We are ready. It's turned on. They're flipped on. They're all turned on up here.
Options are picking up, but it's not.
Mine works.
No, they're all on.
Okay. May I have your attention, please? Thank you for being here in committee this afternoon. We're ready to begin with our afternoon testimonies. Please know, one, that these testimonies are very important to us. Also, many of the members of the committee have either going to have your testimony pulled up, reading along with you as you speak. So sometimes it's better if you can just to summarize your committee or summarize your testimony. There are 15 of you that will be speaking, and we have 30 minutes, so that gives each person 2 minutes. Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
If it's appropriate, I would move we accept the minutes from our previous meeting. You had that listed on our agenda.
We did. I was skipping over that on purpose, but that's
I'm
all
sorry.
right. No. You can make that motion, and we'll go ahead and vote. Just, she sent them out a few weeks ago, and nobody has responded of any edits, and usually if there are no edits, we go ahead and approve them. But we'll just do it. You already said that. All in favor, say aye.
Second and aye.
Aye. We have a second and an aye. Thank you, Representative, for keeping me on task. And I should have mentioned that's why. So we would like for each of you, if you, instead of just reading your testimony to us, sometimes you're nervous. It's like, I'm too nervous, can I just read? Sure, that's fine. But we would like to allow time for questions if we can. So if you can give a quick summary and there's time for someone to question you during your 2 minutes, that would be great. Here's what we would like to hear from each of you, though. Who have you talked to? Who would you like to talk to? Did you feel that you received any resolution in the individual that you talked to? If you were in the room, you heard me ask the secretary today, if they read the testimonies, listen to the testimonies, follow up with the testimonies, they do look at your testimonies, they know that they will hear from us regarding them, and so if you have anything to add to that, please feel free to do so. So before any other time is taken, we're going to begin with Jordan and Jasmine Cheshire.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jordan Cheshire, and alongside my wife, Jasmine, we are the founders of Project Heaven, a Wichita-based child advocacy initiative dedicated to justice, education, and reform. Over the past several months, we have submitted formal correspondences to this committee and other state offices, each centered on one common goal: preventing child abuse and strengthening accountability in Kansas. First, we urged the adoption of Aaron's Law, joining 37 other states that have already require age-appropriate abuse prevention education in schools. Second, we submitted a proposal to amend Kansas homicide statute to automatically classify the intentional killing of a child under 12 as first-degree murder. Too many homicide cases, such as the death of Brexley Franklin in Hayesville and Emma Kruger in Wichita, have resulted in plea deals and early release eligibility. Third, we provided an extensive policy framework to this committee addressing systematic weaknesses in foster care oversight, caseworker training, and interagency coordination. And most recently, we endorsed the 2025 Kansas State Child Death Review Board annual report and its legislative recommendations for 2026. Each of these proposals have been formally delivered to this legislator, Attorney General's office, and to this committee. What unites them is urgency. Kansas continues to lose children to preventable causes, and the time for study has passed. Project Heaven stands ready to assist this committee however we can through public education, outreach, and continued advocacy. We're not a large organization, but we are determined, and we represent the growing voice of Kansas who are saying enough. Thank you for your time, your service, and your continued commitment to protecting Kansas children.
Thank you so much. And committee, any questions before we go to our next conferee? A quick comment.
Thank you. I have received your mailings and I have been reading them, so I'm glad you're here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Andrea Verbanek.
My name is Andrea Verbanek, and my perspective is unique because I have lived experience both as a CPS worker for 10 years in Kansas and someone who has been investigated. And I also am currently a therapist in a PRTF in KCK. I wrote a book about my experience titled Renegade Agency, and I've sent it to a couple of people on this committee. I hope you read that. I had a moral obligation to write the book, and I think that anybody working in child welfare in any capacity has a moral obligation to read it. I know that we want to leave time for questions, and you did ask a couple of questions at the beginning that I hadn't had a chance. I didn't know that you wanted to know those answers. So I just want to be clear that I have no emotional attachment to my case anymore. I was really mad in the beginning about what happened because it was wrong, but I'm not mad about it anymore. What I want now is for my story, my book, to be used as a resource for caseworkers, because I truly believe that we spend a lot of time talking about oversight of what has already happened. We don't spend as much time maybe as we need to talking about how to make the work product better from the outset, because that really is where things go wrong. The very beginning with CPS, the scan clinic, or the police, it's that initial assessment, and they have a very hard time backing off of that. I think it would be incredibly impactful for the state of Kansas to be known as the state whose leaders agreed to join with a family they investigated where something went wrong, and you turn a traumatic experience into a force for good. I have reached out to multiple people. I send my book to a lot of people. I've also reached out to the secretary and the assistant secretary, I think is the title there, asking if I could please help in any way, and I did not receive any correspondence back on that. I do want to be fair. That's all right.
Thank you so much. And next we have Sarah Goebel.
Chairperson, member of the committee, thank you. 2 minutes is no time. And I've been here since 9, and I'm concerned about the number of inaccuracies that I've heard from a lot of people speaking here. So I feel like I offer a really unique perspective as someone who took my child to Children's Mercy, a medical misdiagnosis by their scan clinic, took both of my children out of my home for 6 months. DCF lied in a petition that allowed that to happen. The investigator was then fired. Family court dropped our case, and then DCF unsubstantiated the case. And now we will pursue legal action against all of this. So I actually want to give the time back to you as someone who stands on the other side of this. I'm not as good as Andrea. I'm full of rage, actually. I'd like you to ask questions because I heard something about a 72-hour notice of a hearing that never existed. I heard about our TOC court hearing the Sunday before it happened, after 5 p.m., we still didn't have a lawyer, and we went in Tuesday morning. That's not 72 hours. The judge was completely biased. She didn't look into anything about our case. She didn't ask any questions except for if the father of my child was actually the father, or if we needed to get a paternity test, because DCF had lied and said that we weren't married, which is, I mean, maybe it wasn't a lie, but kind of seems hard when they asked us 10 times if we were married and we said yes. So I would love to ask, I would like your questions, because a lot of what we've heard so far is not the truth.
How much time do we have left? Any time for questions? 12 seconds for a question. Okay, a question from the committee. Yes, go ahead, Representative Howell.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Chair. Since we're just so short, I'll just ask you a yes or no question. Yeah. Do you feel as a parent that you were treated in court as you were presumed innocent or as you were presumed guilty?
Guilty until proven it. There is no due process in family court. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. No, I'm sorry. Not allowed in committees. Thank you. Okay, next we would have Peter and Kimberly Barazak.
Good afternoon, Senators, Representatives of the Joint Committee. That picture was a year ago. On the right is Jamie, on the left is his sister, Emma. We did everything we could legally to keep this brother and sister together, but a corrupt system and selfish individuals have won out. We submitted written testimony 4 times. That abuse by TFI Family Services, the acquiescence of the Cali County Court, and the lack of corrective action from the OCA and the Department of Children and Families is documented. I'm going to identify Tabitha Gibson, Vice President of Permanency for TFI. He'll speak later today. Stated to this committee that she was going to have someone come and get resolution with us. That was a lie. That underscores the series of lies her company performs and how they don't follow their own motto devoted to the strength of the family. We spoke with Carrie Leonard, the Office of Child Advocate. She was very kind to speak with us at length. We spoke with Ms. Rebecca Gerhardt, the Director of Permanency for DCF. Once again, very grateful for her attention, but it ultimately appeared that any action we took with OCA or DCF just made it worse. The plan to human traffic Emma by Ms. Sherry Wampler, the case manager, to her friends in Cali County has been executed. We have no appeal. Judge St. Peter does not have to stand appeal for the series of decisions he made, ignoring any other perspective than the lies TFI is able to produce in court. We are just one family standing in front of you. We know there are hundreds of people like us who have been routinely lied to, who have been abused by the system. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, you have both spoke to us. I'm very grateful for your attention. You've asked us what resolution looks like. Jamie, Emma, their brothers and sisters will never be whole. And I'll stop right there. I could go through, but why don't you talk about some of the other resolution today?
Thank you so much. Nick Reiniger.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to speak today. Nick Reiniger, concerned citizen, Inman, Kansas. True early intervention and prevention in the realm of child welfare should start before a child comes into this world. We need men, fathers to be righteous under God. We need the church to do its duty, and we need the government to repeal or amend statutes and policies that undermine the first unit of government, the family, and the individuals thereof. I recommend that incompatibility be eliminated as an option for divorce in KSA 232701, and that self-attestation of pregnancy for welfare benefits cease. I recommend natural cannabis be descheduled and decriminalized, and that all Controlled Substance Act possession violations become a level 4 felony. Considering current issues such as the state of Kansas having trouble monitoring the prescribed drugs given to children in foster care, workforce morale, atypical antipsychotic drug usage, or the lack of FDA-approved drugs for most DSM-defined substance use disorders, except for-profit pharmaceuticals that are a mere substitute of synthetic street drugs, it should be easy to see that we need to return to the historical standards of child welfare. Recent testimony shows that police protective custody is down 13%, crime is down according to the KBI, and since 2019, the need for foster care in Kansas is down 25%. One factor may be affecting these numbers, I believe, is the legalization of THC and the proliferation of Kansas cannabis dispensaries operating in the sunshine, possibly replacing the use of pharmaceutical drugs and the abuse of alcohol and or other drugs, regardless of classification. Yes, there are still those who are making substances an idol, but specifically in our current situation, no stars have fallen from the sky, except that of prohibitionist-minded attorneys and executive agency leaders trying to keep the status quo of using cannabis as a gateway into vehicles and as a tool to detain, arrest, and threaten Kansans, both in the child welfare realm as well as other rights such as the Second Amendment, due process, whatever. In the final analysis, the health and welfare of Kansas children is undermined when natural cannabis remains a controlled substance. AI also should be looked at very closely and rapidly. Thank you. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Nick. Michelle and Victor Adams.
Hi, it's me again. They've actually asked me to speak for them, if that's okay with you.
That is okay.
Amazing. All right, I met this family after going viral on TikTok for our story. Taking our child to Children's Mercy, the scan team said it was abuse. It was not. This family on Christmas morning had taken their 3-week-old son to the hospital for throwing up issues. The hospital said it was abuse. DCF stepped in, They created a safety plan that allowed the children, they have two, to go home with them. And the SCAN team said, no, this isn't good enough because this child is abuse. They were the judge, jury, and executioner, like so many of our stories. The craziest part, and I want to make sure I get to this, is after a second opinion, when their son was taken for an emergency surgery, he had pyloric stenosis, not abuse, an actual real medical condition that caused this baby to throw up, and Children's Mercy didn't look for it. And I want to remind you that HB 2024 pays for all of this to happen with absolutely no oversight, because I don't think there's a single medical official, maybe you, maybe, on the committee. And so this hospital is single-handedly ripping innocent families apart. Thousands, I get thousands of stories every single day, just like this, and there's no oversight. And so do you have any questions about that? Because we didn't get to talk. Yes?
Will tell you that of course, when I read the letter, I looked at the end, which said mandatory second medical opinions.
Yes.
With independent specialists would have helped. It was the bruising, which is why they said the child was abused.
The nurse found
And then later they said they were broken limbs. Is that correct?
The scan team always makes you come back in for a second set of scans, and they said they found fractures in both legs. What we don't know to be true, and I'm speaking for them, so this might not be right, is if those fractures ever existed. Because like in my case, we got a second official opinion that said they never existed. They diagnosed fractures that were never there.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Real quickly, Representative Ruiz.
I'm just wondering what the SCAN team is.
It's their abuse team. They're there to find abuse, and they get a lot, millions, in grant funding to do it. Okay.
Thank you. And next we have Sherry Lesher.
Good morning, or good afternoon, sorry. I'm letting you know, prompted by you last time, you mentioned that you wanted to get together and have another roundtable. I've emailed you twice. I've emailed Howerton. I've emailed Owsley. I emailed Ruiz. There was only one response back. Neither one was from the chair or the co-chair. Neither one. And I'm prickly now. I'm sure you can feel it. I'm sure you know it. And I have my reasons. 2 minutes up here, 15 people and 30. We have hours worth of testimony, hours and hours worth. And you come up here and it's like one face to everybody else, and it's a different face out there. They have a word for that. And that's what I'm saying. 2 minutes for everybody here. Does it feel like they care? That's my testimony. That is all of my testimony. I've said and resaid and redone everything. My son is dead. You have no idea what this did to us. It didn't have to happen. And it was because of your agency. You guys give them all day. We've already proved how dishonest they are. We've proved that. Everybody up here's got their own story to tell you how dishonest these agencies are. But they get all day. And by the influx of conferees, it looks like you guys are doing a slamming job.
Thank you. I would just address that I received thousands of emails, and I'm sorry if I missed yours. You would agree that we've had some lengthy conversations in the past that yes. Oh.
We met out in the rotunda where you put your arm around my daughter and I and said, you girls just seem so bitter and angry. I remember that. I remember that like it was yesterday. That's why we didn't invite you to that roundtable meeting. That's exactly why. That was offensive. That was so offensive. We don't have the right to be bitter and angry.
And I never said that, but listen,
Oh my God.
No, I did say that, but I mean, that's not all that I said. I said, you seem this way. I'm so sorry that you did. And I'm the one that set up that round table for you to be able to have the meeting.
I understand that.
So
That went nowhere. It's like coming in here. That went absolutely nowhere.
And
I was willing to reach out to you again, which for me, I had to swallow a lot to do that.
Thank you for coming today. Next week, okay, I was just advised by the vice chair she did not receive your email, so we can talk after. I don't remember seeing it either. Next, we have Ashley Crago.
Good afternoon, committee. I really don't have anything novel to bring to you. Everybody already knows our story. So if there's anything anyone here would like to contribute to that conversation, here's a great time to do it.
I would just say something, Ashley. My apologies if my reaching out and putting my arm around you, because I was truly touched by your story.
That wasn't
when
the part that was offensive. It was also the commentary on how you have children in your family with similar needs, but you won't have to worry about it because you're private pay. That was offensive.
I don't recall saying that at all.
I'm sure.
I would never have said I don't have to worry about it because I have private pay. I mean, my children are all grown, so it's, but I would say this, and that is, when I recommended the roundtable, I didn't know that it happened. I would have happily been there.
Do you think
and
it would have changed anything?
I don't know, because what I asked you to come to the table with was resolution. What does resolution look like to you?
Accountability.
And again, we'll talk more about this after.
Will we actually? Or will it be like every other time the last 3 years?
Will what actually?
That no one will actually reach out. We'll get told, we'll get a hold of you. Definitely email us and we'll find solutions until we come back the next time.
And all I can say is this. I would be happy to set up another roundtable if you would allow me to be there, but I don't know what resolution looks like. I wasn't present, and I'm afraid I have to go on, but Ashley, thank you for being here. Next, we have Megan Miller.
Good morning, I'm Megan Miller. I'm a mother of 5. This is my 3rd time speaking here since November 2024. My children were taken on January 29th, 2024, and I still don't have any access to them. So I'm sorry if I'm gonna cry on this one, but hearing this is pretty bad. I'm probably the only person that you will ever meet that has done everything I possibly can to see my kids, from filing with the Kansas Supreme Court, asking for help in my district judge because he won't even give me a hearing. I can't get into court. My kids were just now all of a sudden, I can't, reunification, I've spent over $12,000 reunification, and then there's a rule in where a judge has 120 days to file on any motion. My ex has kept my kids from reunification therapy, and the GAL is pulled out now because I have solid proof. And I want to pass out this handout. I have 200 cases in Johnson County. The Judge O'Grady and Judge Rossick target mothers, and I have proof of it. They also, 94% of court-ordered psych evaluations were only for the moms out of 200 cases with the same GAL. They're all working together. All the moms I talked to, their ex has the same attorney. Katie McLaughlin, she has, out of all of her cases I found, 90% were for men, not women. Why? Because women don't stop, they fight. Like me, they don't give up. And I won't give up for my kids. So I've tried everything. I have done so many complaints against the GAL, the judge, nothing. I've emailed you guys multiple times, and none of you email me back. And Senator, I've known you. You saw me as a mom before my kids were taken. I worked hard to help get you in office, and you can't even reach out to me. And my 5 kids, over 637 days where I've even had them. My son was so excited to do supervised visits. He was so excited to actually see more than just an hour a week. And then they canceled it. Dan Livingston canceled all of my sessions because my ex and his attorney, Katie McLaughlin, told Dan that I was recording the sessions and put it on social, and I wasn't. And now I don't even get to see him.
Thank you. I understand. And when we did, and you're right, we've known each other for a while. When I did speak to you before, this happened in Missouri court, that your children were taken away.
This is in Kansas, Your Honor, Senator. This is only in Kansas. Missouri didn't do this to me. Missouri gave me 80%. I have a 30-page divorce decree that says I'm a great mother, and I got 80%, and my ex is a proven abuser. This all started because my daughter said she was getting sexually molested by her father, and DCF and KBC came in and took her away from me and gave her to their abuser. I have a forensic interview that shows all of this. This is Kansas. This is Judge O'Grady's issue. This is Randy McCullough. He then just sent a $20,000 invoice to another woman, Lindsay Freeman, lost her 3 kids too, the same way, and said he's going to pull out of the case, but she has to pay this 20 grand. My ex has paid $28,000 for this JL.
Thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
And next we have virtually Rebecca Bryant. Rebecca, try speaking to us.
Can you hear me okay?
Now we can.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to get to speak and again testify. This is still an ongoing case with my grandchildren. We had our grandchildren placed with us last year. My husband and I did when we moved back out here to Kansas from Missouri. And then in January of going back a little further than January of 2024, one of the caseworkers had given my daughter drug and alcohol and mental health evaluations of one of the fathers. They ended up in my vehicle when she was putting the kids in there. She forgot and left them there. I reached out to the police. I reached out to attorneys. I reached out to everybody that I could possibly think of that to report this because it wasn't mine, nothing I could do. I did reach out to my kinship worker that was handling the case in Ellis County. She looked it over. Her chin hit the floor. She was like, "This is ridiculous." She says, "This is a major HIPAA violation," which I already knew it was. I called for her termination. And upon calling for her termination, it just started a snowball effect of these 2 case managers, Larissa Richards and Piper Crombie, doing everything that they could do to get these children removed from my home. Well, they did it on January 2025 without even notice. They took the kids, treating it as if it was just another everyday visit. And then after 30 minutes into the visit with my grandchildren, I get a phone call from Stephanie Glushitz screaming at me, telling me that the kids were taken out of my care. I was hyperventilating, crying, just devastated. Couldn't even understand why these kids were taken. We have, since that has happened, we have been working with trying to get some kind of resolution to this. DCF,
Rebecca, thank you so much. I'm afraid your time is up. And next we have Jeffrey Boris.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Perfect. I'm a pediatric cardiologist and pediatric autonomic specialist in telemedicine only practice in the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania area. I have licenses in multiple states, including Missouri and Kansas. I took care of a local patient there over the last several years who was evaluated and inappropriately given a diagnosis of child abuse. I have submitted a testimony to the committee. I would like to know if you have any questions that I can answer for you.
Thank you, committee. We've looked over the testimony. Are there any questions regarding his testimony? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kathy Winters.
A parent ally in sync cases for the last 14 years. DCF and private contractors take children from their families on holidays or Fridays before the weekend because that does not include the mandated 72 hours for a hearing. This is more money for them. Sometimes they take the children without a court order signed by a judge, take children on hearsay, and for not abuse, it's usually neglect because that's easier to prove. I find DCF and private contractors uh, spend more money to help foster homes than they do with the parents so they can keep their children, such as giving the foster home cars, fixing their basement up so that they can have more foster children. Caseworkers, um, caseworkers give the children mood altering drugs as soon as they go into foster care because that makes them more manageable in foster care. A grandma visited her 4-year-old grandson, and he couldn't hold his head up. And she asked him why he couldn't hold his head up or talk to her. And he said, because the woman gave him Skittles. Grandparents are told they cannot have their grandchildren because if they do, they might let the children see the parent. The court caseworkers request and the courts give these parents psych evaluations at the worst time of their lives. How can you see these people if you give it to them when they are so upset? Have seen a judge in I have seen her do so much, not giving parents due process. She threatens them, says she before the hearing, saying she has already decided, made a decision. She also
Kathy, I'm so sorry, your time is up. Is there a
just a little bit
particular,
more.
is there a particular judge that you were referring to?
Judge Kathleen Sloan in
Okay,
Johnson County
thank you.
District Court. Wait,
Thank you.
let me tell you one more thing. Come on, let me.
I'm so
I've done
sorry,
this for
but I would
14
have to
years.
let everybody tell me
The
one more
love of
thing.
money is the root of all evil. Evil can only exist when good people do nothing.
Next, we have Karen Brownlee. Karen, can you hear us? She's not online. All right, Karen's daughter, Melissa Campos, has submitted testimony committee, and that is one part of the written testimony. Angela Spetalieri, can you hear us, Angela?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a written statement. I have some slides to present. I can always present them later if needed. I don't know if I can share them. So I am a graduate of criminology, and I performed my master's in 2019. I graduated from the University of Nebraska at Omaha. I was approved by the Institutional Review Board to perform a CPS performance audit. And just after my graduation, St. Francis contract was terminated in Nebraska for financial fraud. Per St. Francis status quo. Additionally, I'd like to share a case study where CPS workers lied. And this was an event number dismissed case 243-1228. I'd like to share a case study where CPS workers lied and did not listen to Colorado CPS workers when a Colorado 17-year-old child who was a victim of sex assault and domestic violence ran away, was coerced from Colorado and intercepted by Kansas DCF, and her perpetrator, who was an adult male, was under coercion. Kansas refused to listen to a Colorado CPS worker, refused to adhere to a Colorado compact signed by a judge in Colorado to return to school in Colorado and get treatment, didn't provide any education to the child in Kansas. Then the child was released at 18 in Kansas and went missing again. Kansas eventually dismissed all the issues and all the efforts to make this child safe. The child went missing again. And all in all, Kansas went against Colorado CPS, went against court orders in Colorado, and it was all a grave injustice. Weld County, Colorado has more resources, better education and training and trauma training than Kansas, and Kansas refused to honor the child's jurisdiction. So again, reference the case study, event number dismissed case 243-1228.
Thank you for that case number.
You're welcome.
Next, we have Alicia Paschal.
Hi, my name is Alicia Pascal. I'm founder of Door to the Future, not because I wanted to, but because life brought me to this point, when help became a crime. On June 10th, 2025, I called the 988 hotline because my autistic son was in crisis and we moved 1,600 miles away to start a job at Embry Hope. I was left in the dark. The judge ruled no fault of the mother and ordered visits, but 9 weeks and 66 days, I had no visits, no phone calls, or no answers. I was denied my son's medical, mental health records, discovery, and even proof of medical treatment. No PSS 4200 form ever for parents. I have seen many. I was not allowed to put my witness list. I've been denied witness because I came from Spokane, Washington. How can a parent meet case goals when the system hides the goals, the records, and the truth? Violates due process, ADA Title II, KSA 441009. Parents deserve measurable goals. Access to records, proof that services billed to Medicaid are actually happening. Foster parents should have mental health evaluations for accountability. Kansas is the highest in the nation of removals. 36% of children that are in SINC cases will never return home. What we need to do, we need to audit the XX child welfare funds to ensure that support reunification, not separation. Give parents full access to their children's medical therapy and Medicaid billing records, which I have been denied. Add Door to Your Future for grants, emergency grants, rapid rehousing, family reunification, vouchers. Give me the option to be on the SINC cases. I have been gate-kept, kept like a criminal. Adopt the 90-day evening program, a court-approved after-school model that helps parents heal and work at the same time. And let parent allies join SINC teams, caseworkers. Let allies go into the visitations. Closing, I've submit exhibits. They show these violations, the solutions, ready to fix them, because include them in your review. Kansas does need more removal and needs reunification. Parents like me should not be treated like criminals for calling 988. We should not be left in the dark and no goals, no records, and no voice. Help should heal, not hurt. Families like mine deserve justice and no judgment. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. Before we move on to our presentation on social welfare workforce in Kansas, just want to explain a couple of things. One, as chair and vice chair of a committee, we're not compelled to include any public testimony. We do that because we wanted to give you an opportunity. We do receive your written testimony. We do read your written testimony, but want to give you an opportunity to speak as well, even if it's only for 2 minutes, to be able to say something to the committee. The other thing is, let me explain to you what we cannot do. We cannot make a judge take your case. We cannot make a judge change their mind. We cannot dismiss a judge. We cannot compel the department to do certain things in your cases. But what we can do is say, can we set up a committee? We can also say, or can we set up a round table where we could sit down and talk about this case? I can't tell you the number of times that I and other members of this committee have gone to the department and said, I want to know what's going on here. This makes no sense to me. And there are a lot of things they can't tell us that are confidential. But the other thing I would say is that we can definitely highlight your case because you took the time to come today and be able to ask the department to take a second look at that, and want you all to know that that is what we do and that we do care. There have been people who've said I sent you an email, and when I read the email, I said, oh, did you not see that I responded back? I wish, I know you feel like you're our representatives, you need to do something about this. I wish we could. I wish I could wave a wand and say, this doesn't make sense to me. You should fix this for this particular situation. But we cannot do that. But we can listen, we can ask the department to review this case, and that's all we can do at this time. And it looks like Karen Brownlee is online. Karen, can you hear us? Karen, can you hear us?
Yes. Okay.
Hello? Yes, Karen, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, I'm aware of that. Thank you for the 2 minutes. Hopefully you've been able to review my daughter Melissa's testimony.
We have.
And I just want to highlight things that I've seen wrong in the system as I've attempted to assist my daughter. Number one, the GALs don't do their job, nor do the public defenders do their jobs. And I understand there's some review of GALs, so I hope that changes will be made to that. I would recommend that the duties be codified and that they have to meet with the families under their purview at least quarterly. How can they advocate for those children if they're not in touch with them? I've listed other things. The other thing is the caseworker on Melissa's case was previously an after-school daycare worker. There's no way that young woman was qualified to be making decisions to send those children back into unsupervised visitation with their dad, who had been the source of the abuse. And so there has to be attention to the qualifications of caseworkers. I thought that they were under the purview of Behavioral Sciences Board, but apparently not any longer. I would encourage your committee to review that report on the Child Death Review Board. Kansas is doing very poorly. And you'll note that the KBI even included a review of that report to the Kansas Security Committee last Thursday. I would encourage you to review the KBI's testimony. There's a lot of work to be done to improve the way children are cared for in the state of Kansas.
Karen, that's exactly 2 minutes. And thank you so much for your testimony. And also thank you for listing things that we actually can do, that we can look into. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Next we will go to Becky Fast, Executive Director of National Association of Social Workers for Kansas Chapter.
Thank you, committee, for having me. I really appreciate the time and the commitment you're having today to address workforce challenges. It's greatly appreciated. So one of the questions that was addressed in 2017-28 on the Child Welfare Workforce Task Force, Representative Alsley and I served on a workforce work group. And it was a question that kept coming up. Does Kansas graduate enough social workers? And then the later committee, the Mental Health Modernization Committee, also delved into it. And the answer in 2017, 18, 19 was no, especially we don't graduate social workers who live in rural communities. And rural social workers don't have access to getting a graduate degree. You can hit the next one. Oh, sorry. Oh, there we go. Okay. So I am happy to report that from those legislative recommendations, Kansas universities, colleges heard that they really need to spend time and resources to develop increased access to graduating more social workers. And you will see that since 2020, we now have Fort Hays State, which serves Western Kansas. Pittsburgh State is serving Southeast Kansas. Rep. Wassinger has worked really hard to get St. Mary's online. University of Kansas has a cooperation with KSU in Salina. So this is huge. When I got my master's in social work in the 90s, I graduated from my church school in Bethel and Newton, moved to Wichita, and my only option to get my master's was KU. So my family loaded up our farm pickup and I moved to Lawrence to get my master's. So it was another decade before we had Washburn and Topeka, Wichita State, and then Newman. But until 2000, all our programs were in urban areas. So now, at every corner of Kansas, you can access a social work degree through online access. So in terms of the bachelor level, Kansas has 11 accredited programs, also 2 new programs since 2020, Kansas Wesleyan, University of St. Mary's. A number of those programs are very small, like my alma mater, Bethel College, only graduates around 10 students. Tabor in Hillsborough doesn't graduate very many. Kansas Wesleyan does. So the colleges or universities that graduate the most are with the Kansas Board of Regents. 2 of the programs, K-State and Wichita State, have a child welfare certificate program, but the other universities offer child welfare curriculum, and Dr. Davis will talk more about that. So how do we compare with our neighboring states in terms of accredited social work programs? This slide looked much different during our Child Welfare Task Force Committee meetings in 2017 and 2018. We are now competitive due to the changes with Fort Hays State, Pittsburgh State, with our neighboring states. So only Missouri, and they are much larger than us, has more accredited programs. And so the options that social workers have to get their master's, that's undergrad, high school, 2-year community college students have, are many across Kansas. So who are the licensed behavioral health professionals in Kansas? And we often use the term behavioral health professional, but who are they? So our BSRB, Behavioral Science Regulatory Board, license all behavioral health. There are 7 professions. Social workers are the largest licensed profession in Kansas and across the nation. So we're pretty uniform with that. Psychologists are not growing, and there's a huge need in our schools for psychologists, and this growth is not seen in any of the states. We're one of the few states that license master psychologists. Most states don't have that. About half the states have behavioral analysts. Professional counselors tend to be in every state the 2nd largest licensed professional and have more growth than the other professionals. Emporia State has a program. Mid-America Nazarene has a program. So there's more access for professional counseling. The licensed addiction counselors, social workers can also get a licensed addiction counselor. Kansas requires a bachelor degree, and half the states in the country, it's a certificate program. Missouri, certificate program. So in Missouri, in many states, you don't need a bachelor's. You can get a certificate in 2 years or with so many hours. So we're a little bit above a lot of states, but like I said, half the states have that license. So Kansas has 3 licensing levels for social work: bachelor, master, and then a postgraduate clinical level. And that requires years after you got your license master's to get supervision, and then you sit for another test. So one thing that's been happening in the last 5 years is that our number of licensed bachelor social workers have gone down. And so you're saying, why is that going down? And it's going to continue to go down. And there's several factors. One is that many of these licensed BSWs are retiring out. My cohort, I'm in the early 60s. It was really hard when we went to school in the 80s, 90s, and 2000 to get a master's. So many bachelors, that was their terminal degree. They didn't go back and get a master's, and that baby boom generation is retiring out. Also, today's bachelor students a large percent goes directly to their master's. In my generation, you got your bachelor and then you worked like in child welfare, mental health centers to get experience, and then you went back to get your master's. So that's impacting our child welfare providers. And then third, in 2017, DCF removed the requirement that you needed to have a license, BSW, and needed a license to work in child welfare because they heard in those child welfare task force meetings this huge workforce shortage within our system. And so they removed that requirement in order to recruit more people to fill all these vacant slots. So there's not an incentive for bachelor students because they can work in child welfare without a license. And so that incentive, it's a positive. Providers can recruit more people, but it also is in many ways a double-edged sword because social workers feel like there's that child welfare providers really don't value their license, so they don't get the license. And often social workers, I hear they serve on teams with people who are not social workers. And they feel like that they often have to carry the load of other people on the team that don't have their training in trauma, who haven't worked in internship. And so I think there's more that we need to do. Our profession, DCF and the contractors, how can we create incentives for these child welfare social workers to get licensed? And you may say, well, what's the value of license? It's more regulatory hoops. My experience, I taught at KU and Washburn as an adjunct. I've had students, I do trainings in this job across the state. And the benefit of licensure I see is that social workers feel a greater intention to stay in the field. They feel proud. I'm a Kansas licensed social worker. So they stay in Kansas too. They stay in the field in an agency. So there's a community and professional pride when our social workers get licensed. So as I said, there's a large number in child welfare that are not licensed and also in other fields too. If you're a social worker working with homelessness, they don't require a license. You tend to see a lot of licensed professionals, healthcare, mental health, because they have insurance reimbursement, which requires licensure. So that career advancement too with licensing is really an incentive. So how can we, and it creates a career path that if we could have incentives for licensing in child welfare, I think it would attract more social workers. So one of the things that we have worked with the legislature, Senator Gossage, Senator Erickson have seen me many times in front of their committee, is that Kansas has a lower proportion of our workforce that are clinically trained. This is huge. You need those clinically trained, and those are the people that can assess and diagnose, that have postgraduate experience. And so Kansas, why do we have a lower amount? So our clinical license is called a licensed specialist clinical social worker. The origins of our license came 50 years ago. We are one of the first licenses in the nation because we had Menegers, one of the top, Topeka was called the mental health capital of the world. We had Topeka State. And then my Mennonite background, my relatives helped start Prairie View Mental Health Hospital in the 50s. So we had 3 inpatient psychiatric care facilities that I know Mennonites came from all across the country to come to Newton. And other people came all across the country to work at Menegers to get that residency, that knowledge. So when the clinical license was established, the regulations, it was to be targeted for inpatient, psychiatric, for very high acuity and very difficult to get. And that regulatory value has stayed through the years, but mental health now is on the front step with a police officer. It is with the 988 phone call. So it is moved from inpatient psychiatric care to being on the front step of a home working with a family. So we have very stringent, Kansas has very stringent regulatory environment that we've worked on. And so many of our licensed MSWs would get stuck at the MSW level because it would require 3-4 years to get that clinical license. So many of these social workers, like myself, I went to Missouri. I got a hospice job in Missouri to become clinical trained. In my agency was all Kansas social workers who also came, and within Kansas City and Missouri, the hospitals we worked at were a lot of Kansas social workers. We would have Kansas social work happy hour because we could get that clinical license in 2 years, where in Kansas it would take 3 or 4 years. And so that was one thing why you've seen us a lot. In there you can see that, you know, nationally it's 58% of the workforce. Kansas has 39% of our licensed workforce. But the good news, and these were some of the reforms that we came before you to work on, that supervision could be done telehealth. So our Garden City social workers didn't have to drive to Wichita to find a supervisor. That you could, the broad-based of practicum and clinical sites. Previously, the regulations only required very few sites could qualify to be clinically trained. And then the hours. So all this got us in line with national standards. We were above and beyond national standards. And so I know you often don't see the fruits of your labor, so thank you. 44% increase from 2020 to 25, and that is due to legislative leadership. More children have access to clinically trained social workers. More social workers see a career path that they can get to be clinically trained. It is a huge incentive to work in an agency that has a clinically trained social worker. I looked all over before I chose the hospice because I wanted to know that they had clinical social workers that would supervise me, mentor me, coach me, and I could become clinically trained. So we need more of these in the child welfare system because they recruit future social workers, but also when you're working in a really complex situations, you need their guidance and you need their support, you need their mentorship. And in child welfare, you have conflicting, you have the child's needs, the birth parent's needs, the foster care needs, parent needs. These are hard as a new, young graduate to navigate. You need that seasoned professional that walk you through and that you can learn and grow from. But I will say these clinically trained people are very competitive to recruit. Our supply, because of the regulatory environment in Kansas, the supply was really squashed, and we're increasing the supply. And that was due to these regulatory forms. We were 7th in the nation to get the social work licensing compact through. 20 states followed Kansas. That is going to help our supply. So you're doing the work. So thank you. I know you often don't hear that you're doing the work, but you're doing the work to increase access. So I here, like I said, I do trainings. We do virtual workshops. We do a social work month conference. We just had a social work training on social work safety. So Kansas is one of the few states in the nation that has a CU requirement on social work safety. And this is due to Terry Zenner. She was brutally murdered in the kitchen of a family. And her husband, Matt Zahner, worked with my association to bring this through in 2010. So we have every social worker, when they get licensed, has to go through this social work safety training. So I hear many stories from social workers and who experienced physical harm or had a knife pulled out at them, and the trauma of about to experience physical harm too. And when you're dealing with kids with complex medical needs, traumatic histories, there is often a higher incidence. And that creates feelings of lack of safety, worker turnover. And a lot of young graduates, new professionals don't have that experience in how to de-escalate. And that is tough. When you have, and you're working with someone very aggressive, it is difficult to know how to prevent that escalation. So that takes training and skills to prevent that physical harm. And also, I mean, when this lack of services aren't available, often I've seen more critical incidences of harm. And this is not just happening in Kansas. I hear this across the nation. When I worked in hospice, I had some pretty scary incidences too. When you go into someone's home, you are higher risk. And so some of the other things that this is what I often hear, exhaustion from, secondary trauma, burnout, and being blamed for outcomes that social workers feel really powerless about. The lack of supports at the right time, right place. Trying to find supports for kids who need very specialized care, medical care, maybe need a secure residential placement. I mean, as we know, there's been waiting lists for residential treatment for many years. And so they feel then like they're at blame, that they're not getting that child the right care, the family the right care, and the right resources. And so they feel really powerless to really impact that change and that care. And then when caseloads increase, their coworker may quit or turn over, then just even that feelings of lack of control. So I know the legislature is grappling with, and every state in the country's is struggling with, how do we attract more people, more social workers to child welfare? How do we make these positions more attractive? I know the child welfare contractors have worked and struggled with that. DCF has struggled with it. It's not just a Kansas challenge. So DCF formed a workforce work group that I'm on and contractors are on. And one of the things I brought up is the Kansas Promise Act. I've seen, social workers who really can't afford college and they don't know about the Kansas Promise Act, that they could go to a community college to get their tuition paid for 2 years and then transfer to a 4-year program. And the crosswalk between the 2 years and the 4 years have not been good. But I'm hearing from social work faculty that Kansas Board of Regents is working on that, so it's more clear. Also, the marketing hasn't been great on the Kansas Promise Act. It says they will cover mental health, so people don't always leapfrog it to, well, I could do 2 years of pre-social work and then get my last 2 years. And I think it's a really great option, especially for individuals who have lived experience in child welfare. We need them in the system. One of my board members, Amber Jewell, she's a school social worker. She speaks and supports foster families, birth families, social workers with trauma. She's a gem. We need more of these social individuals to go into social work with lived experience. I see, Butler County Community College, give them a shout out. If you go to their website, it says social work 2 years. There's an Ozark Technical College in Missouri. They advertise it, so they market and design to social workers. So I think there's more that, we as a profession can work with these community colleges. So another workforce retention strategy that we're seeing across the nation is paid practicums. In social work, we call them practicums, but they're internships. If you're getting your master's, like I had 3 days a week of internship. It is hard. Then I had a job on top of that, plus my studies. So it is really hard to balance it all if you're having a practicum and a job. And so there's been a real push for paid practicums, which is a real recruitment effort to students. I'm hearing from Kansas College about 50% of their students have paid practicums, but in other states, I'm hearing they're up to like 70%. So practicums help keep social workers in their roles. It recruits them, keeps them in the roles. They become experts and more confident to work in child welfare. Another area that we really need to beef up is employment-based practicums. I'm hearing more and more students are looking for that employer that will allow them to do their practicum and work at the same time. And students are being creative, and I'm hearing they're going directly to child welfare providers and saying, will you provide me that? So student loan repayment, it's a way to attract younger generations who face significant loan debt. And for many, it's a deciding factor, that practicum, and if there's tuition assistance so they can advance, or if there's a student loan repayment program. So I think that's really a strategy for us to look at. So Kansas, we're doing a great job. We're graduating social workers, and many of these social workers are sitting for the national exam, but then we lose them. They go to other states to get their license. So how to keep them after they sit for their national exam? Could we target them and say, if you go work in rural Kansas and commit to 2 or 3 years in child welfare, we will repay some of your student loans. I know when I read surveys that student loan repayments are a deciding factor for younger students because they have such high student debt. So one of the issues that child welfare, mental health is dealing with too is the market forces right now. Mental health professionals are in high demand. They are a scarce resource. We don't have enough to meet the need, whether you're in child welfare, mental health, or health care. But the thing that child welfare doesn't have, that mental health care, mental health centers, hospitals have, is that they have more regular hours. When you work in child welfare, you often are on call. And if you have a family, that's hard. You often have long and unpredictable hours. It's really hard if you have family to balance those unpredictable hours. And those other entities, because they have insurance, payment reimbursements, can offer higher salaries. I will see a trend that I'm worried about. Social workers historically, there's this old saying, which I don't know if I really like. It says we do it for the outcome, not the income. Well, we need to live too. So there should be a little of both. But we do. The outcome of being able to help is a huge value motivator for social workers. So talking with some of the Pittsburgh State social work graduates who went into child welfare and then left to go work at the casino. And I'm like, why did you leave? You got that social work degree to work in a casino in the area. And they said, well, the cost of their childcare, their cost of their housing, their student debt, that it wasn't a choice. They wanted to do it for the outcome, but the income wasn't enough because of the cost of living. And I'm hearing that more and more with students, that they don't have the choice to choose a field because that child care is so expensive and their housing is expensive. So a program that I just want to highlight, and you may have heard this about it already, and I'm sorry if I'm duplicating. So after DCF removed the requirement for licensure, I organized the social work program directors and deans. We met with Tanya Keys, Laura Howard, and we expressed that we were upset, that we thought it was going to be a disincentive to attract social work, and what could they do to attract social workers. And Laura Howard, Tanya Keys suggested this paid internship program, and you notice, it's $15 an hour, and it's been a huge recruitment tool, and it's also enhanced the morale of social work students looking at DCF. And so we've seen now 183 students have graduated, 70 were hired, the other 83, because most of these are bachelors, went into their master's program. So it's been, very successful. I do want to read what one DCF intern said to me. You know, child welfare work is at times can be a hard, hard job, but I didn't think I could do it. I didn't think I could work in child care and child welfare. I would have never chosen DCF. But I've seen when you stick it out for a while, you see more and more situations and you get more comfortable and you think and you realize you can do it. And you get to see the outcome of your work, that you get to put kids on the right path, and that is worth it. So there's a lot of negative perceptions in our community about child welfare workers. And social workers feel that. They see these front page articles. There's a lot of fear that they might mess up. You know, you're making life and death decisions, and that's a lot. And so these paid practicums and this internship program gets these social workers in, and they realize they can do it. I also testified at a KDAD's budget hearing, say we need to have this program for our state hospitals. They're contracting for high-dollar social workers in our state hospitals because social workers don't think they can and have the ability to work in a state hospital. And this is showing that and then we get trained social workers in child protection through this program. So I want to thank you for addressing workforce issues. Families benefit when caseworkers succeed, and that's a win for everyone here. Your commitment to improving outcomes for children and families to ensure stable placements is what we all want and is all our desired goal. So that, I don't know if you want
Becky,
questions now, and I covered a lot.
Thank you so much. I think we're going to hold questions until after Dr. Davis.
Okay.
And I want to welcome Dr. Davis to the microphone. And Becky left you with about 18 minutes.
That's okay.
Yeah, I think at least you don't have to duplicate what she said, and then we'll call her for questions.
A lot of the things on my list are also on her, so I would just skip those.
So, good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Tim Davis. I'm the chair of the Department of Social Work at Fort Hays State University, and I really appreciate your inviting us to present and to talk with you about the workforce issues. I apologize that I think I have a slides deck that's coming up here relatively soon. I apologize that a lot of these numbers are very small, but I'm trying to get as down in the weeds as I can so you can see how Kansas, the workforce exists across Kansas, not just in the big picture, but looking down at the county by county data. And I brought larger versions. I suppose you guys could pass around I don't know how easy these are going to be to read, but if we need to, we can pass those around. But as you can see, a lot of the area of Kansas is in mental health provider shortages. And I'm going to talk with you a little bit about who qualifies as a mental health provider or a behavioral health provider. We have 5 different disciplines in Kansas, and I'll give you kind of a snapshot of those. But basically, only the Kansas City area are in an area where there isn't a shortage. The rest of the state has shortages. Now, I think you can see these numbers fairly well. These are graduates of Kansas BSW programs over the last 5 years. Now, this data comes from a data aggregation group called Gray DI, which aggregates data from the Department of Education, and the 2025 numbers haven't been put in yet. So the only 2025 numbers I have are ones from Fort Hays, which I, of course, have very easy access to. But as you can see, we have a number of programs in Kansas who graduate social workers as a BSW, and I started collecting data at the county by county level about in 2019, and the reason why I did that is because 2020 is when we went online with our programs and could start educating Kansans where they are. Prior to that, we had partnerships with several community colleges and reached out into the extreme northwest and southwest parts of the state, but now we can get into all of the rural areas in Kansas, and in fact do have students across Kansas and partnerships with many agencies across the state. And as you can see, we've experienced a lot of growth in BSWs. So in spite of the fact that the BSW numbers are going down, we're headed in the right direction with BSWs. I think one of the reasons why the BSW numbers are going down is because we're seeing more and more students not stop there. They get their BSW and then they go on and get an MSW. That's That's one of the advantages of social work as a discipline compared to some of the other mental health or behavioral health disciplines, is that we start training them in the undergraduate program. And so whereas psychology may start them in the master's degree, counseling starts them at the master's degree, we start doing professional education when we have them in the undergraduate as juniors when they get into the program. So they have 2 years of professional training and working with people before they even get to the MSW level. And so as a result of that, people with a BSW can skip the first year in the MSW and just do a full year and then get an MSW. So it's a very cost-effective way to get into a higher degree, but it does not decline the amount of training that they have. They have the same level of training. It just happens a little bit earlier. And again, we're seeing a number of, most numbers are pretty stable across time. At Fort Hays, again, we're seeing increases as we go through the years. Now, there are states that offer degrees to Kansans that aren't from Kansas. And these numbers are a little harder to read, but you might just look at the bottom grand totals rather than trying to pick out all of these institutions. Most of these institutions have graduated 1 or 2 Kansans. The thing about these institutions, we really, I mean, from my perspective, we should discourage Kansans from doing these. Partly because it's very expensive. Many of these are private schools with extremely high tuition rates. And then also, these schools aren't as connected inside of Kansas, so they have a harder time building those agency partnerships that the Kansas schools are much easier for us to do. But nevertheless, we're seeing significant numbers of Kansans getting social work degrees from out-of-state institutions. Now, of course, when we talk about how many people are getting social work degrees and other degrees, that's all well and good, but another question we have to ask is how many of those folks are staying inside the service area. And the only data I have access to on this is from KBOR, and as you can see, most of our schools have pretty good retention rates in educating Kansans and keeping them in Kansas. I think probably the reason why ours is so high is because we do a lot of our education online, and so we partner with those students where they live for their education, so they don't have to uproot their families and their support systems, and importantly, their jobs and their connections to the agencies and so on. And so it's a very easy transition for them to get their degree and then stay in that area. Now here you probably going to have a harder time reading the numbers, but the green over there is, those are the levels of social work licensure. And so on the left there are the BSWs. The first line is from 2020. The second line is from 2025. And as Becky pointed out, we are losing BSWs in the state. Those numbers are going down. Now, the difference between the two lines is underneath there, in this case, the blue, those are social workers in western Kansas, and you'll be able to see how I define that here in the next few slides.
Dr. Davis, if I may just interject.
Yes.
We do have your presentation on our computers, so we don't have to rely on
perfect.
Up
Thank
there.
you. Thank you
Yes,
for that
thank you.
information.
Go ahead.
So as Becky again pointed out, social workers are far and away the largest mental health and behavioral health provider in Kansas. In fact, we outnumber all of the others combined. And importantly, for this committee, I think we're also the only discipline that focuses in on child welfare and educates students about the child welfare system and working in child welfare with active partnerships. Most of our universities have active partnerships with the child welfare agencies and DCF. And so you can look at those numbers on your own. I won't waste your time in that. You can, since you have all of these things. Here's where I think you might start paying more attention, because it gets, if you look across the state, we see a lot of social workers and a lot of professionals in urban areas, but many counties across the state have a real dearth of social workers, some having very few. And so I'm not going to look at all of the disciplines necessarily in this much detail, in part because some of them have so few that it's not really worth looking at. For example, licensed psychologists, I think there are 9 in the entire western half of the state. And social workers are the largest. Now, I also included a map that on the right here that's the median age of the social worker workers or the licensees by license status. And just for reference, you hear a lot of talk about how farmers, there's a high median age of farmers. I just looked that up last week. It's in Kansas, it's about 58 years. It's just over 58 years old. And so, you know, we're not far from that in a lot of these numbers of there appears to be some aging out that is occurring across disciplines. We're in better shape with social work than many other disciplines, though. But we still have a pretty hard east-west divide. And for reference, in the way that I'm parsing the data here in terms of east and west, the west half of the state is about 10% of the population. The way that I have it parsed here. And so, you know, there's significantly fewer professionals in Western Kansas, even when you account for the numbers of growing in certain areas and so on. But even when you look at a ratio basis, there are far fewer in Western Kansas than in Eastern Kansas. And there are, again, many counties that have no BSWs or any social workers at all. Many counties have very few LMSWs, and many counties have very few LSCSWs. But I want to point out, too, there's problems in other areas of the state. It's not just Western Kansas. A lot of our rural communities don't have providers. And so that's one of the reasons why at Fort Hays we've developed partnerships with many agencies in rural. We really have a heart for the underserved, and so we will guarantee admission to folks who have a partnership with a local agency in an underserved area who gets sponsorship by that agency. And so like Southeast Kansas Mental Health Center, it's not just Western Kansas that we have that partnership with, again, in an attempt to try to help them build their workforce as they're struggling to maintain that. Now, just briefly going through the rest of the disciplines, counseling is, as Becky pointed out, the second largest discipline, but they're quite some smaller. And, you know, their issues in West versus East are roughly similar to what you see in social work. But of course, I didn't tabulate all of the counties where there are no counselors or licensed clinical counselors, which is kind of that independent mental health license there too. And they have basically the same level of median age as well. Psychology, as Becky pointed out, psychology, Kansas is one of the few states that have fully featured psychology licenses for master's level psychologists. Most states do not. They only allow them to be technicians and must be supervised by licensed clinical psychologists, which requires a doctorate. But even with that kind of lower level of licensure, we're not seeing a lot of proliferation of that master's level in underserved areas, unfortunately. And again, we don't see very many licensed psychologists in the western half of the state. It's less than 2%. In fact, it's barely over 1% are out in the western part of the state. And what's more, you're starting to see the median ages start to creep up a little bit there too. And then marriage and family therapy, again, that's another one of those licenses that a lot of people do not get, in part because you can't bill Medicare, and a lot of private insurances won't pay, and so it makes it difficult for those folks to have a fully featured license. They have to practice inside a mental health center or be private pay. So you don't see a lot of folks going after that particular degree and that credential either, and you're also seeing a real dearth of providers in Western Kansas as a result of that as well, but there aren't that many. Then addictions counseling is a unique level of license, in part because most people who have addictions counseling licenses, particularly at that master's level and above, are also licensed in something else. Many of those are social workers, and so you see people who get their LSCSW and LCAC. It only requires an additional test to do that. And what's more, that credential is really important in state-funded addiction centers, but not really in private practice, and so you don't see a lot of private practice social workers getting that particular license either. And again, they're roughly similar there. But here you're seeing, again, the age is starting to creep up a little bit, in part because a lot of the addictions counselors over the years have just been grandfathered in as we have made those things more licensed as time goes on. So I just want to mention just a couple of things that, that Becky didn't mention, or maybe dive into just a couple of areas where I think we could do a little bit more related to child welfare. You know, I really push our students towards child welfare at the baccalaureate level because it's a fantastic place to learn generalized practice skills. And we have worked a lot with DCF to try and elevate the perception of child welfare as a practice area and really as a specialized practice area. As Becky mentioned, we need more clinical social workers in child welfare. That's, of course, the highest level of training, and we're dealing with very difficult, very complex cases in child welfare. And one of the images that child welfare has, in part because now they're hiring people without licenses at all, and again, I'm not criticizing necessarily, they're trying to find people to work, but because of that, that level of professionalism is seen to be very low, and it's not, it should not be seen as low. We should be looking at child welfare workers as trained professionals with a specialty area, and we need to start moving in that direction, not only from the university perspective, which is mine, but also I would argue in the hiring perspective as well, and make sure that we are giving specialized training and credentialing and those kinds of things so that there's a greater incentive. You know, a lot of nationwide, the burnout rates in child welfare are staggering. They're, you know, roughly 50% over 3 years. Many social workers start their career in child welfare, and if you survey them 2 and 3 years later, they're gone. They've gone into other fields. And there's lots of reasons for that. Again, DCF has made great strides, in my opinion, in trying to work to keep social workers there. The salaries have gone up. That has been very beneficial. They're working hard to try and give them better supervision. They're working with universities. We have been working with them for quite a while, and particularly the western half of the state, to partner with them, to train, and to make sure that we're working together. But there's still problems that we have to address, and part of that that Becky mentioned, but I want to talk about is kind of the paperwork paralysis piece of this. Many social workers, you hear them talking about how it's very difficult to do the actual services because they have to spend so much time in documentation. And my hope is that AI will get good enough that that will help with some of that. But, you know, there are concerns with that too. We have to be cautious as we move forward in the AI sphere as well. But my hope is the medical profession they've went headlong into AI, and many physicians now use it to make their notes and all of those kinds of things. And we're a little bit behind the curve, but we're working to catch up. But of course, there has to be checks and balances with that as well. So those are two things, you know, the wages across the contractors and that lack of supervisory support, in addition to just feeling like a professional in that discipline. You know, I would encourage, you know, casework caps to try and make sure that we're not overburdening folks. I know that's very difficult to do when cases keep coming in and coming in. You have to have services. But at some point in time, it gets very dangerous to keep loading more and more onto an individual social worker. In much the same way, if a surgeon was stuck in the operating room for 18 hours a day, 5 days a week, eventually you're going to have some poorly performed surgeries. And so we have to be really careful with those the caseloads and so on. And then to continue, you know, Becky mentioned the loan forgiveness and stipends to stay, to reward them for staying. But then also, I think we need to really start looking at, you know, self-care is all the buzz, and much of the time it's kind of a joke in the social work community because there's not time for it. But I think we have to sort of build in some structural components to self-care where we give them access to EAP and good supervision and those kinds of things. And As I've said earlier, the universities, most of us are working hard to try and partner with DCF. I'm on a task force with several other universities with DCF. We meet about every month to talk about ways that we can attract people into social work and retain them into those fields. And so we're working on those strategies. Again, at Fort Hays, we are working hard to keep costs low, to attract people into the field, and then hopefully then to keep them there as well. And so we are doing things like in our BSW program, we're partnering with an AI company to build some AIs for us to help get rid of the thousands of dollars that students spend on textbooks, so we can, again, keep those costs low for social workers. And hopefully within a year, we'll have a completely OER curriculum. But we're having some success in attracting particularly rural students and underserved areas, and we hope to be able to continue that as we go on. So I'll stop there, and we're happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much, and we have a full 1 minute for questions.
Sorry.
Now, committee, we have time for a couple questions. Representative Ruiz.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm seeing in one of your last slides here that you're redeveloping the curriculum to reduce costs to students. So my question has more to do with the practicum piece. For, let's say, either a BSW or an MSW going into their practicum. Are there any standards from university to university regarding what must be completed during the practicum? I mean, we've got down the hours, so that's standard. But do we have it so that we know from no matter what school you're in, these are the things that must be completed during your practicum? I know you have to have a plan, your practicum plan, and I have seen plans where it's taken a long time to put those together, and I just always felt unnecessary to me. But, do you know of any efforts of trying to mitigate some of that so it makes it a little easier to put your plans together and you know exactly what you're going to need to fulfill those hours?
Yes. So all universities, well, all accredited universities, which of course you want to go to an accredited program, there are 9 competencies that we have to demonstrate that students are obtaining in the field. Universities approach that differently. We give them those 9 competencies with some suggestions of ways in which they can demonstrate that they're engaging and meeting those competencies. And then we meet with the student and the field instructor a few times in the year to monitor progress and so on. But all of the universities have those 9 competencies that are consistent across the field.
Thank you. Additional questions, committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation. Committee, we're going to move now. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, and they handed me a note, Senator Faustido, and I missed it. Okay, please go ahead and ask your question.
I'll be quick. My question is for Becky Fast. So regarding the practicum, the recommendation, or maybe it's already implemented, that there would be paid internship of sorts. So would that be retroactive for those social workers who did not get that practicum training?
Well, I mean, all social workers for their BSW or MSW have to have a practicum. So right now, social workers look for those practicums that do pay. Like when I had a paid practicum at the VA working with veterans, but so it's not retroactive, but right now, what can we do in our system to have more paid practicums? I mean, Dr. Davis, how do you increase your paid practicums?
Yeah, most of the places that use paid practicums are struggling to find employees, and so they see it as a retention tool. But in our school, maybe other schools are different, but probably only 10 to 20, maybe 20% have paid practicums. Most students are not in a paid practicum.
Okay, and then, Madam Chair, I will be jumping off I have a 3:30 meeting with our superintendent here in Wichita. But if we are making recommendations, one that I might have is that to Representative Humphrey's comment about how when we get phone calls, who do we call? How does that process happen? And I know Secretary Howard said that for privacy reasons, there's some things, the social workers can't talk to us about. But if DCF could look at a better way that, regardless of what information can be shared, that something, when we make that call, some translation is done immediately, because usually when I get the calls, it's within that 72 hours. So by the time I get an affidavit signed so that I can talk to everybody, the decision has been made. And then that's where constituents say, well, we didn't do anything. And that's because, I get information late. So if DCF could do something to expedite that process, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Committee, we're going to now move to family preservation and case management provider updates. We'll start with Justin Horton with Cornerstones of Care. Welcome, Justin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Vice Chair Howerton, Ranking Member Faust-Godot, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. As said, Justin Horton, Chief Programs and Innovation Officer for Cornerstones of Care. Page 1 of my testimony gives you a high-level summary of who we are as an organization. Page 2 gives you an overview of the services we provide in the state and the geographies that we cover. Spanning into page 3, we are a family preservation provider for the state of Kansas. We have 25 counties across 2 regions in the east part of the state. I won't go through that data because it stays pretty consistent from testimony to testimony. I'll call your attention to pages 4 and 5, where last March I started listing what you asked for, which is what our program and our family struggling with today need help with. So I relisted some of the things that I listed in March, and then I think my team members, I just asked them directly, and I provide you their feedback that comes to me. They listed some practical ideas for some of the things that we're facing. Representative Howell, I don't know if my testimony was your question earlier about SED waiver. My intact family workers, family preservation, would politely disagree with the timeline that was described, and they often see weeks or months for SED waiver approval. Now, I doubt the process is different for community mental health centers. Perhaps it's different when it is a paid professional who's working to get those waiver services in place on behalf of a foster child versus a intact biological family that we're assisting, if that's causing some of that. But they specifically pointed that out to me in some of their feedback. To Senator Faust-Godot's point, my directors bring up routinely the fear that folks have with losing SNAP upcoming, and partnering with the department and really leveraging our local communities on how we can leverage food banks and different entities in the community to help these families in that absence. Otherwise, I guess family preservation is sort of the safety net and helping families provide some of that replacement for food income that they utilize. Something that's going well, we haven't heard much today about treatment family foster home model, but as a reminder, we use it as a prevention tool, working with family preservation families to try and keep them together. So I gave you a success story about a working mom and her son. The family was struggling financially. You've heard Finna quite a bit today. So essentially, if we didn't have this program, this child might have entered custody just due to poverty of the family. But since we did have the funds through this program to be able to find a respite provider, the respite provider could not take in this child without some financial help. So we were able to provide that financial help to that respite provider. Mom was able to go get her license and training to be an over-the-road truck driver. So while she was going for that training, while she's on the road, this respite provider stepped up. Mom was able to achieve that, become more financially stable, and now when she's on the road, she can help subsidize the income with the respite provider. So just having some of those additional resources for the respite provider who has increased bills for food and utilities, et cetera, we were able to keep that child from coming into foster care, which is great. Transitioning over to pages 6 and 7 for the data elements that you all like to see, the foster care population continues to trend down. As a reminder, we're the foster care provider for Wyandotte, Leavenworth, and Atchison counties. We had 23 people, 23 kids go home to their families. We had 8 sole permanencies, so we did very well in this quarter on sole permanencies. We had 57 permanencies overall. 7 of those were adoptions, all by relatives. Pages 8, 9, and 10. I ask my foster care teams the same question. What is your program and our family struggle with today? It's interesting, they all gravitated independently one another of teens as a population. Could be just teens who are in foster care who struggle with maybe achieving their driver's license or getting a social security card. And then they tended to sort of the crossover youth population that you've heard about today and in prior sessions. So mentioned some collaborations, KDADs, MCOs, PRTFs, and community mental health centers. I will say the summary of the feedback that the team members gave me, as was described earlier in testimony, but it is a two-way street, is collaboration is key. So we are very trying to be vigilant with our case teams and support teams to make sure that we're meeting all the timelines and the information that we need to get to those different entities. And as long as responsiveness is there, things tend to go as scheduled. So I will wrap up on pages 11 through 13. This is not to disparage any part of the system, certainly not our executive partners and not our judicial partners. I think everybody's doing their best in the current system as it is currently laid out. But I'm going to talk about a few common thread topics, and then I saw general liability insurance on the agenda. So I finished with sort of a storytelling of crossover youth, family-like settings, and general liability insurance. So to summarize, we do continue to get referrals in our foster care counties around those youth who have juvenile offender behaviors, aggressive behaviors, runaway patterns, essentially beyond parental control, not necessarily any abuse or neglect on behalf of those parents. So I gave you 2 case studies, one from April of 2025. The italicized versions on page 11 and page 12 are taken from the referral that we received. So child has a history of stealing and being on probation. Child has stolen vehicles and firearms from the family. Child steals money from the family. Child ran away from the home. Child does not listen to the rules and run the streets with weapons. So that particular youth went AWOL 2 days after entering foster care. As any time a youth goes AWOL, we immediately try and find them with our special response team members to make sure that they are back and safe as quickly as possible. So there's times that we knew where they were. They did eventually make their way to the juvenile detention center. They're currently in the juvenile detention center, detained as a flight risk, awaiting arraignment for felony burglary, felony theft, felony attempted burglary, and misdemeanor interference with law enforcement. So like any case where there's charges, there is a range of outcomes. If found guilty, so to speak, in order to the Department of Corrections, that would most likely close the foster care case. You don't tend to have custody with Department of Corrections and DCF simultaneously. If not guilty or on probation or maybe pled down to a lesser charge, then they will come back to the foster care provider, which is us, to try and find placement for that kiddo. The second example was fairly unique. In December of 2024, a youth with many mental health diagnoses, a youth who had been in foster care in another state most of his life, had charges in another state, was on probation, in and out of juvenile detention in another state, chronic runaway, mother reporting violent behaviors, gang involvement, and criminal investigation for sexually abusing their little sister when placed at the mother's home. That youth came into care. During transport on the first night in foster care, that teen tried to strangle one of our team members while driving the vehicle. Not great for retention to our prior testifiers. Within a few days of coming into care, they were released from foster care because they were arrested, incarcerated for aggravated indecent liberties. Pled to a reduced charge of aggravated battery, incarcerated from December 24 to July of 25. Upon release in July, the mother refused to accept custody of them, and the team came back into the foster care system with us as the provider, and they're currently in residential for treatment for sexually aggressive behaviors. So all that said, I think the traditional foster care system is not really designed to adequately care for youth placed like I described. It's always our priority to place with someone they know, ideally a relative, perhaps kinship. But as you can imagine, These kids have burned a lot of bridges with their own family members, and it's hard to find family members to say yes to care for them. Foster homes are wonderful. They're underpaid volunteers who open their homes to vulnerable children. However, as you can imagine, as we transparently describe behaviors as we know them, because that's our job when we're trying to find placement, most decline. If there is someone who's willing to open up their home as a pre-placement visit or a long-term placement visit, long-term placement, those behaviors don't just stop and cease, as you can imagine. The behaviors that brought them into care, such as running away, aggressive, property damage, it could be violent with a foster parent, violent with another youth. Those things tend to continue, and that disrupts. So the remaining placement options are residential care, treatment family foster homes. Those are generally challenged with capacity. Capacity can mean number of beds. Capacity can mean proper treatment program for these kiddos to meet those needs. So to put a bow on it, general liability insurance. So the cost of our general liability insurance, speaking for cornerstones of care, is going up 131% in 2026 compared to 2025. It's going up 171% when you compare 2026 to 2024, and up 235% compared to 2022. Not unique to us, as you heard from prior testimony, not unique to Kansas, but nonetheless, if you license foster homes, if you case manage foster youth, you run a residential facility, and I check all three of those boxes, it's very costly. The behaviors of crossover youth who do not meet in the need of care from an abuse neglect perspective create costs, further driving up liabilities. And I will stop there.
Thank you so much. And to our other conferees in this same category, we've allotted about 13 minutes for you, but we'd like for you to keep your comments, if you can, to 8 or 9 minutes to give us time for questions. Now, any questions, committee, for Justin before we go on? Yes, Representative Ruiz.
I totally can feel your pain with this liability insurance. I mean, I can understand where all that is happening. And gosh, I really would hate to see that our system is going to have to do things differently with kids because of this liability insurance and because not being able to find a carrier. I assume that that's also an issue.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
For sure.
So, wow. Yeah, I would hate to see insurance dictate how we serve our kids, but it seems like in this kind of scenario, that's what we're looking at. Am I thinking correctly?
You are.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Additional questions, committee? Yes, Representative Humphreys.
Just a quick question. When you were talking about that respite care, was that like families, safe families, or was that a train like through DCF, a licensed
No,
respite
it's,
care?
forgive me if I misstate the number. There were about 7 awards that went out in like March of 24
Okay.
for treatment family foster home pilots, so to speak. Like KBC has a pilot, we have one, DECA.
Okay.
Most of the utilization is when kids are already in foster care. The model we chose to present in response to DCF is a prevention model, sort of taking treatment foster care and giving families in-home supports was our model. So that's what we're sort of executing on a separate grant from CMP and Family Preservation.
Okay. Okay. Then just at the end, you're talking about the situation where, it's basically a crossover situation. But would you agree that, I don't know how you feel about the bill that we had that passed through Corrections and Juvenile Justice that was really meant to deal with that? Of course, it's still live because we have another session. How do you feel about that bill?
When was it passed? Remind me.
It was passed in the House, but it's still sitting there. It has not had a hearing in the Senate yet.
In fairness, I would have to reorient myself
Okay,
to the bill.
and it's about group homes, basically, is what it is. Because, what you just said, and you're talking about family settings, but I just would like to mention, I think we see that there are really positive things happening in group homes.
Yep.
Certain group homes that are very well organized and are very structured, which can be different than a foster home. And so that bill had something to do with that, especially crossover kids, but also just kids that are, that a home is not the right place for them. And we might be swinging back towards that, but I don't know. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, I do remember what you said, and we're a group home operator on the Missouri side. Group homes, I don't have the full solution for you today, other than my observation is the system is just missing something. I'm not saying the answer is more residential, because we have someone testifying that we need more residential oversight, and we don't want more kids in residential. The solution is a bit fool's gold to think we're going to do it with just foster homes. I think it's something like 0.23% of Kansas households are foster parent providers. Yes, the number's gone down, but the number of kids have gone down as well. So part of the problem is all the solutions can't function in the foster care system once they're already in care. We have to have a solution that is before the foster care system. So whether that's KDOC or some rehabilitative restorative justice program is what is needed. Other states have group homes through their mental health arm. Other states have youth service programs. So something's just missing in the cog of solutions to offer. I just want to make sure that all solutions don't necessarily have to come from the foster care arm, which I know KDOC is not. But so yes, group homes, but that's a struggle. If you put these 2 youth that I described plus 8 others in a group home, that would be hard to manage. Not that it can't be done, but as long as the programming is trauma-informed and rehabilitative, it's possible. But I think that's one part of the solution. Maybe not all of it, but certainly not a bad idea.
Quick question from Representative Bohai.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Just a bit on my background, I worked at a PRTF in Johnson County, and we definitely had different levels of where we would have students, or excuse me, clients, especially if they were more of the clients that were coming from a Department of Corrections type of situation. Also, love Cornerstones of Care. Go to the nursery.
Yes.
Fundraiser that you have every spring.
Yes,
it's great.
thank you.
So I guess my question is, what, and reading the different testimonies, I haven't seen a lot of people calling out Cornerstones of Care, but if something happens, how does Cornerstones of Care address the issue so that it doesn't become something that we see every time there's an oversight committee? What is your secret sauce?
Yeah, thanks for that question. Oh, goodness. I don't know that there's a secret sauce other than the obligation of the system is to distill it down to a functionable, manageable population of kids that absolutely have to be in foster care. No one has been in here to testify about us in 3 years. I understand that. I acknowledge that. In 2019, we had 842 foster kids. We now have almost less than 400. I've testified before, the system actually gets harder when it course corrects itself and you're left with those who absolutely need the system to be safe. They're generally not the easiest kids to care for. So it's retention of team members and it's our trauma-informed care model. So it would just never happen that if somebody reached out to me, that they wouldn't hear back from me or one of my team members. So who you have in charge matters. I have attorneys that run my foster care program to view things through different prisms than other people. And that foundation of trauma-informed care, what happened to you, not what's wrong with you, and trying to be a partner with our families. And I have little to no tolerance of anyone who doesn't embrace that in my organization. Doesn't mean we don't have bad actors, but I think the difference between a bad culture and a bad actor is very, very significant. Not that these folks behind me have bad cultures.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Caveat.
Thank you.
Real quickly? Yep, Representative
Thank you.
Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was trying to be quick. Do you use TBRI training?
No.
Do you engage in that? Okay, thank you.
We
That's
don't,
all.
not in our Kansas foster care department, but we use it in our St. Louis outpatient office that mainly treats St. Louis area foster kids.
Justin, I just want to say thank you for your testimony. And also, when I was reading through your testimony yesterday, I really like how thorough you have been in giving us feedback. And I want to mention that when it comes to the Social Security wait time that you're seeing for these kids to get
No, I didn't want to put that in there.
I'm sorry?
I didn't want to put that in there because
No,
I know
I'm
we've
glad
tried to
you
address
did
it.
because thankfully we now have someone at HHS who's our own person right here from Kansas with Jeff Cars at HHS, and he has a good CMS contact that we could try to hurry those things along. So
Yes.
if you need help with that, I'm happy to assist.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
Jeanette Owens with DCCCA or DECA. Welcome, Jeanette.
Good afternoon, Chair Gossage, Vice Chair Howerton, Ranking Member Foscato, and members of the committee. My name is Jeanette Owens, and I'm the Chief Child Welfare Officer at DECA, and I appreciate the opportunity to get to share about our services today. I've provided our written testimony and updates there, but I would like to spend most of my time today focusing on the 3 new pilots that DECA is working on. I'll start with our first pilot, that's our Families First Prevention Services pilot that utilizes START, which I've talked about previously, which is sobriety, treatment, and recovery teams. And this pilot started October 1st, and it launched the Prevention Boosting Reintegration pilot, which wraps around families with substance use needs that have young children. And specifically in this pilot, we're able to serve families that have children that were born substance affected and entered foster care. This previously wasn't an option for us. Once those kiddos went into foster care, we no longer could provide those preventative services. And so we're really excited about this new ability to be able to come alongside, and our outcome is 90 days to get those kids back home. And so we've talked a lot with our staff about the difference between a kid and an infant, particularly coming into foster care and being home in 90 days versus 12 months, 15 months, 24 months, and those type of things. So we are really excited. The outcomes from START indicate that 75% of the children are either remain home or reunited with their parents. And so we're really grateful for all of the work put into motion by the state and by partners to be able to make this work. And I look forward to being able to give you future updates on that program. The other 2 pilots that we have are within our family preservation services. And the one I'll go to first is one that I mentioned the last time that I was providing testimony. And this is specifically where we are, we receive a referral when a family has been notified of discharge of their youth. So far, we've served from 12 to 17-year-olds that have entered an acute or into a psychiatric residential treatment facility. And at that time, typically within 24 to 48 hours of discharge, the family and or the child are not feeling comfortable with that youth coming home. And so the decision there is for us to come alongside the family with many, many partners and help that family obtain the type of services that they need to be able to feel comfortable for that child to discharge to them instead of into foster care. At this point, both Kansas City and Wichita regions are participating, and we've served 17 families, and 15 of those families still have their children with them outside of foster care. We have wrapped around lots of services around these families. To say that this pilot has not been overwhelming would be a very, very large understatement. But what we've seen is when we can get those immediate services wrapped around, families start being able to change their way of thinking and their way of responding, and then the youth often follow behind that with their changes in thinking and responding. I want to give a very specific example for this one, just to kind of explain it a little bit deeper or more specific. And I'm going to call the youth John. We were notified John had some severe mental health needs and entered an acute hospital and had been there for 4 days. And we received the referral that he was getting ready to be discharged. And mom was single mom and not feeling that she could keep him safe when he left the acute hospital. We worked with mom and talked about surrounding her with services, with behavioral interventionists, with a therapist in the home, the case manager, on all of that. And mom still didn't feel like potentially she could keep him safe if he wanted to run out the door or things like that. So we enlisted our therapeutic foster home for a stability placement, and John was able to go there for 2 days while we worked with mom to set up alarms in the home, to add additional food and clothing and shoes and other resources, and specifically a Ring doorbell, so she could see the coming and going in the home and make sure if he did leave, the police could be called or another intervention could happen quickly. We also added functional family therapy to this family, and we know a lot of times with that offender behavior that has a pretty specific, quick result with that, and we got to experience that. So John returned home after those 2 days in the stability placement and remained with mom for several months successfully, and about after those few months, it looked that independent living really was going to be his best bet, where he could stay involved with mom, but also then go work on those skills. And so we are at the point where we look to successfully close that case in the next couple of weeks, and are really grateful for that outcome. The third pilot that I want to share about today is in Sedgwick County, and it's also a prevention boosting reintegration pilot. But what happens here in Wichita is we are taking our family preservation services and wrapping it around families that have children that have entered into foster care. And so we have worked diligently with Ember Hope and their team on how to make sure that we can wrap around services without overwhelming families. So we've crosswalked how to do things to make sure they're getting the intensity without the overwhelming of having 2 providers involved. And our outcome here is also 90 days. So our goal will be, we got our first referral a couple of weeks ago, and our goal will be to have those kiddos safely reintegrated back with their family within 90 days. Being in this field for a long time, I think it's really important to point out the willingness and desire for Kansas to continue to enhance our system. Pilots have a risk to them. Change is hard often, and for Kansas to continuously try to implement new things to serve kids better feels really great. My team, I had an individual that said, these pilots are going to overwhelm your staff. We're worried about retention, all of these things. And my team was quick to share. They were excited. They were looking forward to it. And one of my workers who's been working day, night, and weekends on these pilots said, specifically, she said, this is why I work in child welfare, to help families no matter how hard we have to work. To see them make that difference, she went on, to see them make that difference is why I do what I do. And so it's been really rewarding to see these kiddos and families are at a very specific point, and it's gonna go one way or the other, and these pilots have been able to keep those families from being separated. So thank you for your time today. Thanks for serving Kansas children so well, and I'll stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you so much, Jeanette. I have a quick question. We'll turn it over to committee. We heard earlier from the department that these kiddos were in prevention services, but they ended up being taken away and put in foster care anyway. And it begs the question, we're spending a lot of money on prevention services. Is it really helping? Because again, we're always looking at, is something actually working, or are we spending a lot of money and it's not? And I know you offer these services, but can you objectively tell us is it just postponing putting kids in foster care, or do you see it's actually keeping there and then they can graduate into adulthood? What are you seeing?
I think it's both and other things as well. So our outcomes are typically over 90% of kiddos are able to safely stay in their homes. Without looking at it recently, I think it's normally about 98, 99% of safety of kids, no more abuse or neglect while we're in the home. A lot of the families we work with have chronic needs. And so we come in, we do that case plan goal, we work with them for 3-6 months, and then our case ends. There are times when we get that second referral and we work with a family for a year. We've had a family for 2 years that are just on that cusp of, can they do it with or without other services? So I think it's probably all of that. There's some we're prolonging, but giving the family the chance to see if they can get their needs met, whether it's mental health, substance use, any of those other things. And then there's some that just need services, and they change their lives from it.
Jeanette, we've heard, all of us have received emails, and one in particular. If a parent is struggling with a teen, and say this teen is on drugs, and they're like, oh gosh, I can't manage him anymore, he's 17 or he's 16, I'm going to call the state and say, come get my kid. So can you tell us the process, or is that something we need to ask DCF? In other words, when does this child come to you?
So often the kiddos, in the pilot, that happens, that's a lot of the kiddos are using substances regularly.
Right.
In both sets of the pilots. In family preservation, we see kiddos also that have substance needs. And so I think we get them in both ways, whether it's the parents' substance use needs and the kiddos, or typically though it's the parents first is that we're seeing, and then potentially kids are using as well. I think one of the things, and this isn't going to exactly answer that question, so I apologize for that, and maybe DCF can provide that, or any of the CMPs. I think having that youth substance services are still a gap that we need to figure out. How do we get kids there? I mean, one of my workers called me this weekend, and the kiddo had brought drugs back into the home 3 times over the weekend. And the therapeutic foster parent obviously has all kinds of regulations they have to follow, and they have to keep the other kids safe and all of these things. And so the system is balancing risk and safety and all of that. And so a gap that my workers often will talk about is, how do we have better treatment for youth in substances?
And they don't just, here's why I'm asking the question. It isn't like they can just call you and say, hey, can my kid come there? This is something they have to go through the state. They have to be part of the state services before they're ever assigned to you, correct?
Yes, our referrals all come.
Thank you, or a referral.
Yep.
Additional questions, committee? Yes, Representative Ruiz.
Hi, Jeanette. Your agency provides in-home and out-of-home respite?
Yes, we do. Thank you for the question, and yes.
Okay. So when the youth is out of home receiving respite, is treatment provided? Like therapy?
It can be, yes. And so, like, specifically depending on which program, so using a pilot, when the youth are in out-of-home respite and those stability placements, we're still doing weekly meetings. We're doing daily phone calls, weekly meetings that involve the parent and the youth, and then we have therapy in addition to that. So they may both have individual and family, or some sort of.
Okay, great. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
So much, and thanks for all you do. Next, we have Brenda Watkins. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have your hand up? I apologize.
Okay.
Representative Humphreys has a quick question for you.
I may have asked you this question before, I'm sorry. Your post-adoption support services, is that for any family that's adopted? It's not just adopted through the state. It could be private adoptions also.
Thank you for the question, and yes, it can be anybody that adopted at any time.
And they would just reach out to your agency, or how would they go about that?
They would, I believe the numbers in my testimony, but they can reach out to anywhere at DECA.org and any of those.
Okay, thank you.
And
thank you,
that
Madam Chair.
provides TBRI, respite, and in-home therapy as well.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Sorry that I missed your hand,
That's okay.
Representative.
Thank you.
Next, we have Brenda Watkins with Ember Hope.
Good afternoon, Chair Gossage, Vice Chair Howard, and members of the committee. My name is Brenda Watkins. I'm the president for Ember Hope Connections. We are the newer still case management provider. Our contract started in Sedgwick County on July the 1st of 2024. I would like to say on the record, I think we actually had a very successful transition. Sedgwick County has been plagued historically with a lot of systemic challenges that do not exist or persist across the state, including a growing child welfare population. We've got that data calculated at 9.5%, so roughly 10%. We currently are still seeing more entries into care than exits out of care. And I think we've been very transparent as the new case management provider about kind of our assessment of Sedgwick County, what some of our concerns and worries have been. And I recall my first testimony last fall talking about what appeared to be a placement crisis for us in Sedgwick County, and, you know, asking for some help with that situation to include a placement capacity study so that we could see if we truly do have enough placement types, the right treatment for the right kid at the right time. We've yet to see that occur. We certainly have had contact with Court Neutral talking about why do we have all the instances of failure to place, which again, we are 98% of the failure to place crisis in the state. And there's a lot of reasons why. And so I do want to address some of the previous testimony you've heard, but not a lot of it because we're on time constraints and we have limited time this afternoon. So I want to bring some other things to your attention that I think you might be interested in. I had the opportunity to attend the National Child Welfare Community-Based Care Symposium in Florida a few weeks ago, and there was large representation from other privatized states and jurisdictions, counties, and certainly I would say the top three concerns was, number one, high acuity children, number two, rising cost of liability insurance. Number three, workforce. So Kansas is not alone. We're hearing this from Florida. We're hearing this from Texas, Missouri. We're hearing this from other jurisdictions around the country. So I don't think we're alone in our plight. So hopefully we can all take comfort in that as we continue to address the challenges that we are seeing. The other thing that I wanted to just bring to your attention is just the multi-systemic approach to child welfare practice. And I think a lot of the time the focus is still on DCF and the CMPs. And, you know, definitely we need to be focused on everyone serving the child in care. And that certainly includes KDHE. They have Medicaid, managed care organization contracts, KDADS, the disability services, the PRTF, corrections, whom we share the crossover youth with, and certainly community providers and other providers as well, and up to and including the PRTF wait list that does still exist. And again, the no reject eject, you know, continues to be problematic for us when we look at the number of instances we've already experienced in fiscal year 26. It truly is, there is no placement. Child refusals for us has gone down. It's truly there is no placement, which means either one, there's not a bed, or yes, there's a bed, but we're not willing and able to serve your child. And so I had previously talked about our 6-year-old. I don't know if you guys recall that in early testimony, that we had 48 nights with this six-year-old in our office, and we could not get the system to come together to serve that child. Well, now I'm happy to report this child has been in a PRTF. He has been wrapped around with community services and supports to meet his needs. We're planning for a discharge to a therapeutic family foster home. In the meantime, we did discover that he has a neurological disorder, which is now being treated. And so when the system comes together across the shared parts to share the client that we all serve, which is the child and the family, we can be very successful. However, that doesn't happen all the time, and we do need to continue to increase our focus on how we can coordinate care, achieve better outcomes for kids in care. I would say probably the majority of my time I'm just going to spend on the ongoing failure to place crisis. We completed last year, fiscal year 25, with 450 total instances of failure to place in Sedgwick County. As of yesterday, we already have had 527 in the first roughly 120 or less days. So we already had exceeded the total in an entire fiscal year in our first quarter in 26. So that is involving 75 unique children. And so these 75 unique children means they've had one or more placements overnight. Some of them are multiple placements, but it is a higher number of kids than I think sometimes we're led to believe. That's 66%. We need an immediate answer and an immediate solution to our plea for help in Sedgwick County to address this crisis. The other thing that we're experiencing while we're on mandate for the agreement with the court neutral, to end overnight placements by February of 2026, we've already to date in fiscal year 26 had 129 unique youth who have experienced one or more nights of overnight, for a total of 2,546 instances of overnight placement so far this year. We had suggested that Sedgwick County be placed on a separate timeline just because of the unique challenge that we have. So that's 40% to date. And when we look at our placement stability data, which is also tied to that neutral agreement, the court neutral agreement, if you removed all of our instances of failure to place an overnight placement, we would be at 4.97, and 4.44 is the agreement. So it appears that we're way higher than we really are when we remove all of those exceptions. So our needs are immediate need to respond to the FTP crisis in Sedgwick, consideration of the timeline and viability to end overnight placements in Sedgwick by the mandated 2/1/26, legislative support for funding to continue serving duly adjudicated youth in the child welfare system. We are the case management provider that has had to hire security who fired us. We now have off-duty Wichita Police Department serving at our sites to help us to try to manage the pandemonium that ensues. This does result in staff injury. It does result in child injury. And of course, we've had to get a separate liability waiver in order to be able to have those off-duty officers attempt to help us. We do need legislative support to address rising liability insurance cost. We do need the support with social workers and licensed professionals. We also would request your support to increase the types of residential licenses in Kansas and support potential pilots that are new and innovative to better meet the needs of our youth. And you've heard that quite a bit. There's some gaps in care. There's some gaps in the continuum. What is it that we don't have as a treatment option now? We need to continue to explore that. One thing I would like to say, in my opinion, we have been very solution focused. We have been very innovative and thought outside the box about how do we solve this crisis in Sedgwick County. You've heard a lot about some of the pilots going on right now. Some of them are DCF initiated. You've heard about the prevention boosting reintegration pilot. You've also heard from Secretary Howard about our hub team, which is our Hope Unified for Belonging team, that they are going to be case management support to include behavioral interventionists to help us with placement stability. We continue our partnership with MHA for therapeutic day services, and we continue to work with local providers who are willing and able to do something in a 24/7 model. It just doesn't fit the current licensing categories that exist today. So you're trying to take that new and that innovation and then try to fit it into a box that it just does not quite fit. So we would like to continue to explore opportunities and would like to continue to see the system be a little bit more flexible versus rigid in order to better meet the needs of kids in our care. One innovative thing, and I'll just end with that and take your questions, that when I say we're thinking outside the box, We are partnering with a company called Techum Solutions. And what we are doing here, they are actually industrial engineers. And they are taking the science of industrial engineering and they are applying it to child welfare. And our project is how can we become more efficient to increase exits from care and to reduce out-of-home time from 12 months or less, which is a goal that we're not currently meeting. And so we will have measurements, we will have performance evaluation. It's very new, it's very exciting. Texas has utilized them as well, and their single source continuum contractors, which is their CMPs down south, and it has been very, very successful. I'll stand for your questions.
Yes, Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Brenda, thank you for the update. I know this challenge, you and I have talked a lot. You've been very responsive to questions that I've had. Is it police protective custody? Is that part of the issue, do you think?
Again, I think there's a lot of systemic factors at play in regard to the entries into care and in regard to being sluggish to get kids out of care. I mean, definitely the contract transition could have caused some delays in permanency. That's what we're working on now, and that's what some of these pilots and initiatives are focusing on is how do we start increasing exits over entries, and I've started to see some success with that over the last couple of months in DCF's data, so I'm proud of that. I think a lot of what is happening is we are not making the determination to bring a child into care or not bring a child into care. And so definitely there's a judicial process involved and, you know, they are making those determinations as far as, you know, are they going to file that child in need of care petition? Are they going to refer for prevention services to a Families First provider, to DECA for Family Pres in Sedgwick County? We certainly encourage the utilization of more prevention services first in Sedgwick County.
Okay, and then do you know of the population, the 75 kids you were talking about, 75, how many of those are justice involved?
I've seen that come down a little bit too. When we looked at the data early on last year, it was about half to 60% of the kids that were experiencing failure to place and night to night were duly adjudicated youth. So they were the juvenile offenders that are also adjudicated as a child in need of care. We've actually seen that decrease. I think it's hovering around 30-35% now. And so the thing that's curious about this is if we don't have a placement crisis, at least in Sedgwick County, then why is it that sometimes we can't place a 4-year-old or we can't place a younger sibling group or, you know, I have one of the best placement teams in the state and I would say everybody would say that, but I know ours is great. And yet we yield nothing. We yield no results. And so certainly this is not just plagued anymore by just duly adjudicated youth. It's extended beyond those boundaries.
Okay, and then on the contract for, I think it's Pixis is what they presented here last year with the challenges with getting licensed. Is there any progress being made in that? Do you know?
We continue to work with them. We actually have another provider that we're working with that they're called Slab Estates. And if you ask me right now, I can't remember what their acronym stands for, but they have YRC2 experience actually here in Kansas, and they also have a contract with Texas DFPS in Texas, and so they are willing and able to try to take what they're doing and make it fit a YRC2 model so that potentially they could get licensed as a YRC2, but then we still have to await that provider agreement which is issued by DCF. And so it does us no good to get another licensed YRC2 if they can't get a provider agreement from DCF that allows us to place those children in a newly licensed facility.
Okay. Keep me updated on that. Thank you.
Yep.
And I see from your testimony, Slab, students, leaders, athletes, believers. And I knew the minute I said it, you go like, yep, that's it.
That's it.
All right, additional questions, committee? Seeing none, thank you so much.
All right, you're welcome. Thank you.
And next we have Linda Boss. And thanks to our staff to remind me that it was Boss. Thanks.
Got it perfect. Thank
Welcome
you.
to committee, Linda.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Gossage, Vice Chair Howerton, and members of the committee. I did prepare PowerPoint slides to go with my testimony. If you're able to pull that up, I would appreciate it. My plan is to just highlight a few of the data points that the committee has requested and then save a little bit of time to respond to both how lived expert testimony is handled within KBC Kansas that's presented here or other complaints that come in. And then I also wanted to touch on the workforce issue since that's come up quite a bit today in testimony. I think everyone is aware that KBC Kansas has an over 50-year history in Kansas. We are a continuous child welfare provider for the state, about 450 children, and while the bulk of my testimony will be focused on a case management provider, we are also a prevention provider in the state of Kansas, and we pride ourselves on really having built out a continuum of care so that wherever families find themselves in need of treatment, if KBC Kansas isn't doing that, we have an entity that we can connect the family to so that families don't have to wait for services. If you can skip it. Oh, thank you. Is it this one? Okay. All right, so in terms of this, since the last committee hearing, we have served almost 1,800 children and teens in just over 1,000 families that represent those children and teens. And you can see by the breakdown which children have been served in out of home, which ones through aftercare, which is after children reach permanency, and then there is some duplication, of course, if they went home during the last quarter. We have not had any children experience a night in the office. It's now been since September of 2024, which I am proud of. We haven't solved the problem. We still do have children who are without long-term placement, but we don't have any children in the office. That's really based on two key drivers. One is back in March, we made a commitment to no longer placing any children who were in KBC's care in any placement that wasn't committing to at least a minimum of 14 days, which sounds very short, but prior to that, we had some placement providers who were only accepting for 8 to 10 hours at a time. So we said if it's a KBC youth in our care, 14 days is the minimum, and then with effort to move that to 30, 45, 60, and then long-term being the ultimate goal. To do that, we had to use our own facility as the backstop because, as you can imagine, there are still some times in which there are no placement providers who will agree to a minimum of 14 days, or if a youth disrupts at 2 a.m., there may be a placement provider who will agree, but they're sleeping. And so as a CMP, we have learned that you have to be your own backstop. So we changed our programming in our own YRC QRTP to be a no eject, no reject facility. Not an ideal place for kids to grow up, but we don't have any kids growing up there. We have kids that are there until long-term placement can be found, or if they've disrupted from their foster home or they're suspended from school, they do not need to come to an office, they come to our facility. It is co-ed, we're licensed for 9 and up, but the youth who are going there are really 12 and up. We don't really see the need for 9, 10, and 11-year-olds to go to that facility. It's usually 12 to 18 of the youth who are there. So those two efforts are why we don't have youth in the office. We still have a subset of youth that you've heard about today and in previous testimony that have very high behavioral health needs, who are without long-term placement, who are not receiving the child welfare or life outcomes that any of us would want, that still need all of our attention, solutions-focused resources. But kids in the office is not something we have going on because we've taken those two approaches and we have seen success, and we're going to continue until our goal is to move our residential back to a residential when we no longer have any children who are without long-term placement. It's a lot of pressure to move my own slides. And so we still continue to be pretty static with the youth who are missing from care. Today we have 8 of our 1,500 children who are missing from care. They range in age from almost 16 to over 18. We do have 2 full-time staff, as every CMP does, dedicated to building relationships, locating, bringing them back safely. It's typically the same population of youth who are frustrated being in foster care, who walk out of residential facilities, including our own, and have to be located and brought back. And we have to work with them to find out how to help regulate their emotions, what supports that they need so that they don't continue to leave and go into the communities where we know that they are not always safe. Over this last quarter, we have had 81 youth achieve permanency, and the question from the committee was, of those who achieved permanency, who were they cared for at the time? So the overwhelming majority of those youth, as you can see, were being cared for by a relative, followed second by a foster family, and permanency through adoption. You've heard me testify before in terms of placement stability. This still remains a big challenge area for us. We are not meeting the outcome of placement stability. The standard, as you heard earlier, 4.44, and we are at 7.6 for our Northeast area, and we are at 7.4. And now that's all children in care. It's not breaking out those who have high rates of placement moves. If we broke those out separate, we would be doing really well for most kids in care, but we do have about 8 to 10% who are moving frequently, and once you miss that outcome, you've missed the outcome. We've heard a lot about staff retention. This is an area where we are really proud of the work that we've been doing for a number of years. Since July 1st, our retention is 97.1. We've had 2 months now under 2%. Last month was 1.1% of turnover. Our goal is no more than 2%, which I know I've testified before still seems like that's too high, but when you heard earlier in testimony, the national averages can be 50% of social workers leaving within 3 years. Our goal of no more than 24% is aggressive compared to the national average. We really try to do everything that's within our control to support staff, that KBC is a great place to work. That means they have access to a quality supervisor who has a low enough caseload to be able to respond to their needs, that they're getting the training and support and supervision that they need. We can't control what happens in the courtroom. We can't control when their emotions are dysregulated and they might get yelled at or threatened. But we can control our agency response to that and how we address secondary trauma and how we treat all of their concerns as serious. And that has led to us on Indeed. We are in the top 1% of employers for work well-being scores, which is not easy to achieve. And this is Indeed, so it's employee ratings. It's not a company rating themselves. It's former and current employees. We are number 15 on the nationwide list for Glassdoor of the best-led companies. And we do have an employee engagement score of over 58%, which the national average is 30% per Gallup. So we're proud of the work we're doing. We have more work to do, but we know that employees are reporting that they are happy with the job that they're doing and that they are happy with the employer that they work for. I won't go into Courtney's story, but I always like to include a shout out because we do have a Kindness Changes Lives campaign going on that really recognizes part of our agency culture, which is kindness. We could be pushing out the person who did the most court reports, the person who did the most case logs, but ultimately it comes back to customer satisfaction and customer experience, which is related to kindness. Foster home data hasn't shifted much. You can look back over time. We have seen it sort of plateauing over this last quarter statewide. So the green graph is KBC, and the graph below, that's an orangish reddish color, is statewide data. So after a pretty significant dip in 2024 over this last quarter, we are seeing things stabilize. We'd, of course, want to see that growing. Just a bit on Mockingbird over this last quarter. I mentioned before that as part of a grant through DCF to build therapeutic foster homes, KBC launched 2 constellations of foster care homes, which is a hub home supporting a constellation of other foster families. It comes with respite beds, social activities, families really supporting one another, which we know is some of the best outcomes is peer support versus professional to family support. So we have 15 families in our constellation who've been hosting a number of social gatherings. They've been offering emergency and planned respite, and we've already seen just since May a 15% reduction in placement disruptions. And we've seen a growth of from 8 to 25 therapeutic foster homes who are currently caring for 22 youth. So that's pretty significant growth just since May, and we're looking forward to continuing that growth from happening. So to wrap up, some of these recommendations will look familiar to you. That's because they're still important. One is supporting educational stability for youth in foster care. That same cohort that moves frequently ends up missing days, weeks, sometimes months of education, getting records to where they need to go, getting schools to accept them no matter if they have a placement on paper or not, making sure that we're thinking creatively about virtual learning, in-person learning, classroom supports. There's still work to do in that area. Policy solutions to keeping youth connected after foster care. We know when a youth who has convictions and now has a prohibited offense on their record exits the foster care system and they're an adult with a prohibited offense on their record, that family can no longer accept foster children in their home. So we previously have introduced legislation and plan to again to help create an exception process so that families who have been living together all along with a safety plan do not have to make tough choices between kids and their care. We know mental health treatment gaps still exist. It, again, tends to not be for your typical child experiencing foster care who's living with the same placement. It tends to be for youth who are moving frequently, who need high levels of care. There's still work that can be done there. And then, of course, foster parent and workforce recruitment and retention. So just want to mention two last things related to this. In terms of workforce, you've heard a lot today about social workers. I completely agree with everything that's been said. We used to have a lot more social workers, bachelor's and master's level. I would like to do all the strategies to bring back more. I did want to offer one clarification, though, because it was said in earlier testimony that the case managers that CMPs currently have don't have the same level of education. That's not true. We have to hire related degrees. So these are individuals with other bachelor's degrees. The number 1, 2, and 3 bachelor's degrees for us: psychology, human services, and criminal justice. Those are 4-year degrees. They're not licensable by the BSRB, but I personally go through their transcripts and I cross-reference them to see if the number of courses that they have match typical courses that we would find in a social work degree. Most of us know that the first 2 years is general ed, so everyone's transcript is going to look pretty similar for 2 years of the coursework. I'm looking for things like child abuse, family violence, ethics, psychology 101, sociology 101, child development, and addictions. Those are things that we would see in a social work degree that we would also see show up in psychology, criminal justice, and they also receive a great deal of training, both DCF required training and on-site training. I think the biggest gap is when I started in this field more than 25 years ago, this was a career for people. So not only did you have a bachelor's or a master's degree in education, but what you had that I would argue is more valuable is on-the-job and life experience. And most of frontline staff across, I would argue, all CMPs have 1, 2, maybe 3 years under their belt, and they are stepping into an incredibly complex job. And so it's not as much as the education coming into it, although I do think they should have a related degree. It's about the ongoing support and supervision that they receive, and that this turns out to be a career, so that when someone's getting assigned to work with a family, they might have 5 years of experience. They might have their own family. They might be a grandparent. Right now, we have a very young workforce who are brand new graduates, and this is just a lot to take on. Even if you have a bachelor's degree in social work, I can guarantee you're not prepared for what you're going to walk into on day one. It's just enormous, and that support comes after the fact. And the thing I wanted to close with is just complaints and concerns. I take them all very personally. My team takes them all very personally. The work that we're doing should be the right level of support for families, and they should always have a good customer experience, even when the outcome might not be what they wanted. The customer experience, their communication, the answers, the timeliness, all of that should be in place. If I hear of a complaint anywhere, I personally make sure that that family is connected with the best person to be able to answer their question. Typically, it's the director in charge of that program who oversees the supervisor and the direct care worker. Oftentimes, what's needed is a meeting to bring everyone together, to review what the concern is, get everybody on the same page, make sure everybody has the right communication. But for those lived experts who were here earlier or anyone in future testimony, it actually makes me sad that anyone has to bring their concern here. This should be the last place that anyone has to bring their concern, because it should be addressed by the agency. And the only thing that should come here is when it couldn't be resolved by anyone within the organization. But I think sometimes we're missing a step where maybe not all the right people have been involved. And so I would just ask that anyone, whether the concern is coming to each of you, and many of you are just so good about doing this, please bring it to my attention or someone within the organization so that we can address it, because I want nothing but someone to have a good experience. And I know, given the nature of our work, sometimes not everybody can have the outcome they want, but everybody should have the answers that they need. They should understand how decisions are being made, and they should be treated with respect 100% of the time. And I will stand for questions.
Thank you so much. Committee questions for Linda. Yes, Representative Bohai.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming today. I'm subbing on for Representative Esau, and I'll talk with you offline as well, because one of the complaints is from a constituent, and I know you can't speak to that in this situation. And I do appreciate you naming that there should have been a better customer service experience. So thank you for that. Thank you for the work that KVC is doing. I know that you guys have done amazing things, and it is the rare occurrence that sometimes things slip through the cracks. Unfortunately, it seems like this has been slipping through the cracks for 9 months now. So looking forward to talking with you about that, to see what resolution we can get, and just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Matt with St. Francis Ministries.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and Ranking Member Falcadona. She signed off, but she'll be glad to hear that we're thinking about her. Earlier today, we've talked a lot about some of the FINA cases, and a lot of the I think up to 40% of the cases that are coming into our system without abuse neglect being the main allegation. So I'm going to really focus my time on what that looks like. So I did provide the written testimony, but again, I really want to focus in some other areas. So feel free to ask me questions about anything that's written. But I thought one of the things that we should do is really talk about what that looks like. That 40% that really is causing a lot of uncertainty and instability in our system. And so I think the first thing we have to do is realize that foster care and out-of-home placement is the most intensive, expensive, and traumatic service that we offer. And if we acknowledge that, we then also have to acknowledge that it should be reserved for children who are unsafe in their environment due to their parents' actions or inactions. Unfortunately, we continue to see referrals for children whose primary needs stem from their behavior, whether that's criminal behavior, serious mental health, or behavioral issues, and not necessarily from the parental abuse or neglect. Let it be known that these children are in crisis and that they do need services, but a foster care referral is not necessarily appropriate for them. And so really quickly, I want to read a couple of recent referrals. And so we got this, I got this information. I asked my team to pull some recent referrals over the past 2 weeks. So these are things that are happening on a regular and ongoing basis. And I know, spoiler alert, I think other people are gonna provide some examples as well. So we had a 15-year-old male who, following a discharge from an acute psychiatric stay for homicidal and suicidal ideations, ran away from home and was taken to juvenile intake. While at juvenile intake, he disclosed that 10 days prior, he had an urge to kill his stepmother. He then went and got a gun, pointed it at her, and pulled the trigger 3 times. Fortunately, that gun failed to fire. And the only way that we knew about this is because he self-disclosed juvenile intake. And so that child was referred to foster care. Earlier, we talked a little bit about kinship and respite placements, and sometimes family is a great opportunity for a respite placement. And so in this particular case, we had a 17-year-old male who had been staying with his grandma for a few weeks. Unfortunately, he was actually from out of state. And so when he became aggressive with grandma, his parents and the state agency refused to come to Kansas to bring him back to the state where he resided. And he, like I said, he'd only been in Kansas for a few weeks. On his referral, he had previous gang affiliation, previous felony conviction in other states. He had been placed in and out of multiple group homes because of his violent and behavioral threats. He had a history of torturing animals and had visions of slitting his guardian's throat and tried to push his guardian's son in front of a car trying to kill him. This child was also, again, this was on the referral, so I'm reporting it, obsessed with Jeffrey Dahmer. He is still in Kansas essentially because the other state and his guardians are not willing to come and pick him up, and so he made his way into the foster care system. And probably the most unique one is one that at the time of referral, this young person was actually in adult jail. A 17-year-old male who was certified for adult prosecution, convicted, and sentenced as an adult. He's a registered sex offender for aggravated indecent liberties with a child. And he was referred to foster care because once his sentence was up, there was no other options for him. Now he's going to be turning 18 within the next 4 weeks. And so I would contend that there are different options and more appropriate options. And ultimately, foster care is not going to provide him with anything, but ultimately it's going to provide additional safety issues for other youth that are in foster care because he has to be placed somewhere. Most likely, it will be a residential setting. And so I just think it's really important when we talk about these referrals that are coming in, there's real stories behind each of them. They're not necessarily cookie cutter. They're not all the same. But foster care is not an appropriate option for these youth who are the ones causing danger in their home. And so I think that's, and I know there's some gray area, it's not black and white always, but I think that's a good mark in the sand to say what is the danger or the risk in the home and kind of what the cause is. And again, I think we've got to continue to reserve foster care placement and out of home for youth that are in danger because of their parents' actions or inactions. This also plays into the things that my colleagues have talked about. Workforce continues to be an issue because we have workers that are assaulted by this group of children. We often talk about placement instability in these committee hearings, and these are the children that are unstable in placement. These are also the children who often, after they've spent some time with foster families, that they decide that they no longer want to foster. And so they are hurting our system's capacity to continue to care for the vulnerable population for which it was designed. All of that, to kind of tie it all back together earlier today, that increases the liability. Every time that that a child enters our system that we don't have the right service array to best serve, we're ultimately accepting liability for those actions. Much like the others have reported, since fiscal year 2022, St. Francis Ministries has seen an increase of 232% in our liability premiums. And so over the next session, obviously, you'll be talking to us a lot, but one of the things that we'll want to talk to you about is, liability insurance help, and there's some ways that we would like to see that adjusted legislatively, and systemic support. So who should be providing what services and what does that look like, and or the resources to best serve some of these youth. So I am open to stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Matt. I have a quick question for you, and that is, when I see per 1,000 days and the average number of moves, we know that the goal would be like 4.4, I believe.
Yeah.
So, we're almost double that. That's 7.63 in one of the areas, and then 7.26 in the other. When you look at that in the view of a child, so we're talking about little less than 3 years for the 1,000 days. And we're saying moving 7 times on average, right?
Yeah.
And so we know every time there's a move, there's a problem with that hurts the child, difficult for that family, difficult for the child. What would you say is the average reason why we have so many moves?
I think we have a bunch of outliers, and those are the ones that I've talked about. We've got kids like the ones I've described, and so we'll ask a foster family, would you accept this child into your home? And long term, they will not. Mm-hmm. They will, as has been described, take them for a night or 2 nights, and then they're right back on the placement list. And so it's not generally everybody in our system has 7.63 moves within a year's time frame. It's a handful of children that are moving a significant amount because we don't have the right resources to support them and to keep their foster families feeling
so,
stable
maybe
and
what
safety.
would be helpful instead of just an average might be like a mode or a median, where we could see this group, maybe it's the younger children, this group, we're seeing them 4.4
And I
whatever percent, but the older ones, we're seeing them where we're having to move them all the time.
Yeah, and I think DCF Secretary Howard, when she was here, talked about, I think about 85% of kids are matching or meeting the placement stability numbers. And I would believe that that's true of ours too. They're just not segmented that way. And so I think kind of, think about the Pareto principle. You've got 20% of a population really driving this number significantly. So we can look at segmenting it differently.
So they're
if you wanted
moving
to
more
get into,
often
yeah, so
than
there's
the
a,
7.
right.
Okay. Committee, other questions? Yes, Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So really disturbed at the stories you shared. Thank you very much for that. No, but we want to know, right? We want to know. So you said you get the referrals. Where are the referrals coming from? I mean, you get them from DCF. Do you know what brought them? Is it the court that referred it, or is it
It's
a DA, or is it, what is it? Why are?
So it's kind of a mixed bag. And you've also heard that there's a lot of kids that come into care without DCF's recommendation. And so those would be coming by way of the court. With these 3, the only one I know for sure is a 17-year-old. And I believe the court made that decision after the child or the adult had served their sanction.
So how does that work? I'm just curious, like, how does that work? They get out of jail, they're free, but because they're a minor, they have to go to court for placement if they don't have a home?
Yeah, so let's go back for this particular case, I guess I'm not sure, because this is not a typical case. So I don't know the mechanisms. I don't know if it says that we got the referral when he was still in jail. And so I don't know if the court signed a sync petition to say that there's a child in need of care who's currently here and he needs to be picked up, or once released, he needs to be picked up. So I think the court can make that, but I don't know, without having all the details, I'm not sure.
Okay, do you know if he was a sync case before he went to jail? Would it be a carryover of that?
I don't believe so, but I don't know that either.
I was just
Again,
curious.
what I asked for was really recent referrals of things that didn't seem to match our system, and these are the ones that I got. So we didn't do a deep history of services or anything else.
Matt, quick question about liability insurance. I ask our staff to look up, is the state of Kansas what requirement do they make on liability insurance? We couldn't see anything in statute. Is that something in the contract?
It's going to be in our contract.
It is in the
whatever
contract.
the minimum requirements are. And then as you guys are soon enough to understand, when we sign up for this contract, we we include those costs. So it's not just that it's more expensive for us, it's really more expensive for the state because they're the ones ultimately.
And what liability, so I'm assuming in order to get the contract, you had to have liability insurance in place. So you do have it now, correct?
Yeah, we have it now.
All right, thank you so much. I'm sorry, Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Matt. With the scenarios you gave us of these young people, you probably didn't get their background either, right? I mean, like, we don't know what their history is prior to all those offenses and what led up to that home life. We don't know any of that, right?
Correct. No, okay. I got, hey, what case is currently coming in that doesn't seem to match kind of the service rate that we have?
So just know those
we don't have the real, the background or the history.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll go to Tabitha Gibson with TFI. And Tabitha, we have your testimony before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gossage. Excuse me, I always seem to cough when I get up here. Sorry about that. I'm Tabitha Gibson, Senior Vice President of Permanency for TFI Family Services. Chair Gossage, Vice Chair Howerton, and committee members, thank you for hearing my testimony today. For those who may not be aware, TFI is a private nonprofit child welfare organization who has been operating in Kansas for 60 years. We are a prevention provider as well as a case management provider. We provide Family First Services and Prevention Family First Services Prevention Act services in Southeast and South Central Kansas, and we provide family preservation services in Western Kansas. We're also the case management provider in Area 4 and Area 8, which is Southeast and South Central. So you can see on the first page and the second page the number of prevention families that we have served. as well as the number of out-of-home cases that we've served. Our out-of-home population has significantly declined, with Area 4 serving 615 youth and Area 8 serving 379 youth as of last week. Excuse me. Some of the data highlights that you have asked for are relative placements. In this last quarter, we placed 53% of our new referrals with relatives or kinship families, and our current population, 47.6% of our current population live with a relative or a kinship family. We have averaged this calendar year about 5 youth absent from placement at any given time. As of this writing, we had 2 youth who were absent from placement. We reintegrated 51 youth this quarter. 30 children were adopted, 15 by relatives or kinship placements, and 15 by their foster family. Other exits from care, 11 exited due to permanent custodianship and 25 due to APLA. Within that, we had 5 more sole permanencies. So I think total we've had 10 sole permanencies this calendar year. Excuse me, our placement instability has increased, and we'll talk a little bit about that. We're still performing fairly well in terms of the overall with the state, but we have seen an increase in placement instability for a lot of the reasons that you've heard today, a lot of our older population, and the referrals that we're seeing coming into care who we can't stabilize in placement. Since July, we have had 1 youth spend the night in an agency office. That youth was a 17-year-old who refused to go to placement once we found. The areas of focus, which is really what I think that we would all like to talk about a little bit more, include all the things you've already heard today. Managing the workforce crisis, which for us, we have seen a reduction in our turnover. We've reduced our turnover by almost 24%. And we have reduced the case manager vacancies for our permanency case managers by 50%. Just a few months ago, we had almost 40% of our permanency case manager positions were vacant, which is a significant workforce issue and means very high caseloads. Today, we are down to 20% of our permanency case manager positions are vacant in one area and just over 10% in our other areas. So we are making progress there. However, we are continuing to see the applicants that we are getting not meet minimum qualifications. And when I say that, what I mean is that they don't hold a license. The case management providers for permanency case manager positions, those positions should be licensed by the BSRB. So we are still seeing not enough licensed staff apply for our permanency case manager positions, although we have managed to increase that by 2% from 11% to 13% of our case managers are licensed. We have been able to reduce our average caseload to 17 children. Our goal is to get that down to 14 or 15, so we're still working on that, but significantly improved from just 6 months ago when we were at about 27 cases per case manager. We are also pleased to be a part of what we hope will be some creative solutions as part of the workforce development team that DCF had assembled. And we are now offering a paid practicum for social work students interested in doing their practicum in our case management program. So that we have 5 social work students in our case management program this semester, which is exciting. Excuse me. The other area of focus that we have been discussing is managing safety for our clients and our employees. 93% of our youth who are not in a family-like setting, so meaning youth that are in residential or treatment of some kind, are over the age of 13. So as you've heard today, most of our population that we have a hard time finding a family-like setting for our older youth. The increased age and acuity of youth entering care in Southeast and South Central Kansas has posed challenges in preventing failures to place. While we're very proud of how well we've done preventing failures to place, we, like our other case management provider peers, are still struggling with youth in overnight placements. We have been able to reduce that, so we're not seeing as many but we are still seeing too many. And so that is one of the challenges that we struggle with that impacts our workforce issue as well. Workers who are managing the crises that come with these kiddos who we can't keep stable in placement, who are out with them sometimes most of the night, who can't get home to their own families, makes it very difficult to retain the workforce. As you've heard, actually I want to share some of this data. Since our last report, the percentage of children in care in Southeast and South Central Kansas for FINA reasons has actually increased from 45% to almost 47%. And then of the children 12 and older who are referred to foster care in Southeast and South Central, more than 70% of that population were for reasons other than abuse or neglect. Youth entering the foster care system with criminal charges, including sexual offenses, and violent crimes without appropriate infrastructure to serve these youth creates safety concerns for other children in foster care, as you've heard today. It also creates safety concerns for our staff. It creates safety concerns for our foster parents and for the employees of residential placement providers who, while we haven't really touched on that too much today in terms of capacity, one of the capacity challenges for residential providers is also staffing, recruiting and retaining employees so that they can serve the youth in those facilities. Support for prevention programs targeting this population of youth and their families to further close the front door. You've heard that repeatedly today too. What is another way we can serve these youth that does not necessarily have to be the foster care system? Our family preservation program in the Northwest region continues to see lower numbers of referrals than expected, although our Southwest is receiving referrals at a steady pace. So there are some prevention programs out there that could be better utilized. Our Family First programming has been better utilized this quarter than the last time we reported, but it is still underutilized. We still have capacity to serve more families through our Grow Nurturing Families program. We would also ask, again, I feel like I'm just a parrot up here, that the attention that's been drawn today to the liability crisis be considered. And as I think Matt mentioned, you'll be hearing a little bit more about that from us in session around some possibilities and maybe some ideas for how we can tackle that. And in the interest of time, I will stand for questions.
Questions, committee? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And finally, we have Crystal Hedrick. Welcome back, Crystal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I have to pull this so far down. I'm not wearing heels today, so I'll stand on my tiptoes. Thanks for having me back again today. Just a reminder that Children's Alliance of Kansas is a membership trade association of 16 different child welfare providers across the state that provide a variety of services and support to families and children at risk of foster care and some residential providers. Can I flip through this? Okay, cool. So these are our 16 members. Oop, I probably went too far. So I've talked to you in this committee and Representative Howerton's committee multiple times about the Reimagining Child Welfare Project. It's been going on for, I think, almost 2 years now. But to recap that, these are the 4 recommendations that came out of that group. The FAR 2 on the right have already kind of been addressed today, but I want to quickly go over just some of the recommendations that came up. I thought that Becky and the Office of Child Advocate had a lot of good information about our workforce challenges and the number of available social workers. I think it would be really helpful if we could think of this in a couple of different ways. DCF has paid practicums that they offer to practicum students. When I worked in DCF administration, we had one person that solely managed that work, someone who had decades of experience in child welfare and was leading that. I want to be clear that that doesn't necessarily pass along to the contractors. So when you see, or the grantee providers, so when you see that they have that many practicum students, that is specifically related to the front end of the work that DCF is doing. So the child placing agencies and the case management providers, for the most part, if they want to offer a paid practicum like that, it'll either have to come out of their donor dollars that they are working towards themselves to supplement the work that they're doing every day, or it has to come out of FTEs within their grants, which raises challenges when we're dealing with the level of care that some of these kids have. It's frankly just unsafe to have some practicum students in that space. So just in the future, it would be interesting, or it would be great to think about what paid practicums within those grants would look like. I've had a lot of practicum students over the years. I have one right now who's with us today, and then another that'll be joining us for this session. So as a licensed master's level social worker, I think I just feel like that's part of my responsibility to give back, and I think that many of the folks in the room here today feel the same. It'd also be interesting to take a look at our existing workforce. You saw the number of master's level social workers that we have, and while the number of BSWs have reduced, we still have a lot of social workers in this state. The question is, where are they? Because they're not in child welfare right now. If you look at the second to last page of this, I don't want to thumb all the way through the presentation, but you can see the number of licensed practitioners that the child welfare providers have, and is significantly low, which should lead us to have some conversations about what are those licensed master's level social workers doing. Is this a workforce capacity issue, or is this that we're not using our workforce wisely? Do we have licensed master's level social workers doing care coordination from behind their desk at home or from the phone? That is not the best use of our resources. And so we should take a look at some of the requirements in other spaces across the state to see where those folks are. The Office of Child Advocate made a recommendation today regarding a child welfare training program. A lot of the solutions that you've heard around workforce development are long-term solutions around paid practicums and around our child welfare programs across the state and that kind of thing. But for right now, the majority of our practitioners are not social workers, and that is a different skill set that is specifically trained and prepared to care for this population and families that are vulnerable. And so without having those social workers in this space, they do need an extra level of training and support, and just helping families know how to prepare themselves for what the future looks like. So how to use the resources around them. So an additional training, like Carrie referenced earlier, I think would be welcomed, and the Children's Alliance would look forward to partnering and helping implement that across the state if that were the will of the body. So for today, I'd like to talk about the first two things here, and I was going to do that by going into a number of referrals, but you've already heard a number of referrals today, but I did ask our members to send some referrals that really had to do with kids with criminal behaviors. And when they sent those to me, they were so similar in nature, whether they were male or female, that I even confused myself and had to go back and be like, wait, did I duplicate that? So you'll see 5 slides here that talk about referrals to foster care. Child's behavior problem, teen male, ran away from home, law enforcement came to the home, child came back to the home, ran again, came into foster care. When they came into foster care, same behaviors. You see the history upon entering care, the behaviors came with the child. We didn't change anything by this child coming into foster care as a result of their own behaviors. All we did was add another layer of trauma. Another one, teen male. This one is really interesting because this male came into custody because he was a perpetrator of sexual abuse. And on that, you did see that the guardian ad litem stated on the record in court that this youth should not be placed with other children at all. Finding a placement, a foster home that doesn't have other children in it is really difficult, if not impossible. Also shouldn't be placed in residential settings. Therefore, the court had ordered him to remain in residential care or in detention because he was too dangerous for foster care. Another child's behavior problem, teen male. I did have some case scenarios about females. They were similar in nature, so. Another child behavior problem, placement in foster care. After being released from juvenile detention center, a relative caregiver felt unsafe, refused to pick the child up, came into foster care. After came into foster care, assaulted many staff, and is back in residential facilities. Child's behavior problem, access to services. This is an IDD situation that I thought was interesting, not unique, but interesting. The child entered foster care through an ex parte order, which I'll talk about in a little bit. On an evening, law enforcement was frustrated because they had been called to the home numerous times by the parents because the child kept running away. Highly autistic and eloping. So I'm curious what you think happened when the kid came into foster care. He eloped from placement 4 to 5 times throughout the initial weekend in a foster home, 3 placement changes in a week, reintegrated after 3 weeks after the foster care case team got community-based services in place. The family was willing and able to take care of him. Another child behavior problem. This child is actually a resident of Missouri. The child was placed in foster care in Kansas because the parents refused to pick the child up from a mental health care facility in Kansas. Services were already placed in Missouri. Obviously, the family was still struggling to cope with the child's behavior, but by moving that child into DCF custody on the Kansas side, all of the services had to transition to the Kansas side and will not continue once the child goes home. They'll have to be transitioned back to Missouri. Another child behavior problem. This child came into care and had a firearm on them. This child also had severe autism and really struggled with the change in routine coming into foster care and being away from his caregivers that were his safe place. He hitchhiked more than 60 miles trying to get back to his family. So again, taking a look at these, when we started this project a couple of years ago, the idea was that foster care is used only to address imminent and clear child safety concerns. And when needed, foster care is a temporary, short-term, and targeted intervention. When I think about those kids that we just talked about, none of those take us back to that temporary, short-term, targeted intervention. And they're a result of children and families not having an access to the services and support that they need to be safe without DCF involvement. So we still have some room to go there. I wanted to touch on this briefly today, just to give the committee some things to think about. I've been in child welfare since 2006 here in Kansas. And when I read this, I almost fell out of my chair. In fact, I started texting people, is this real? So police protective custody, so all of these circumstances that we talked about, when parents are feeling like they can't meet the needs of their kids have eloped or they're using substances, they're feeling unsafe, they have weapons, they call law enforcement. And law enforcement come out to the home. And for any of these 4 reasons, law enforcement can take a child into custody, police protective custody. The number 4 reason here, written in the sync code, is that if that officer reasonably believes the child is experiencing a behavioral health crisis and is likely to cause harm to self or others. Completely opposite here, where we say the only reason that we should be using foster care is for imminent and clear child safety concerns. So what comes after police protective custody? And this is orders of temporary custody. So that hearing that happens within 72 hours. Of these 6 criteria, 4 of them that are bolded highlight the need for behavioral health services and that we're using foster care as a direct path to services. So the child is a danger to self or others. The health or welfare of a child may be endangered without further care. Child's experiencing a behavioral health crisis and in need of treatment. This last one is interesting. For the first time, I dug into that statute and what that says when you dig into 2164-19 is that if a child is a perpetrator of human trafficking, then that youth can come into temporary custody of the state as a result of their behavior. So again, where we've talked about victims of child abuse and neglect being served by the same system as perpetrators of abuse and neglect. So this was interesting to me, and I just wanted to bring the committee's attention to this, as DCF has made so many efforts to close the front door in terms of Family First and all of the different treatment options and prevention and upstream services that we have, including like for young children. It's unfortunate that here our sync code is wide open. And so we may want to look into that and explore that further. So recommendations from the Children's Alliance this year, I already talked about some of them that we've discussed in the past, but for purposes of today, evaluating statutory language, leveraging the use of foster care as a behavioral health solution, expanding care coordination and direct access of a continuum of behavioral health care and treatment for youth demonstrating criminogenic behavior. And so the question is, how do we do that, but not get that caught up in our existing wait list? And how is it something that as a family who has a child in a crisis, how can they walk through someone's front door in their community and get access to the help that they need? So I know KDADS has made some reference before to the specialized PRTF beds. Think in that kind of avenue and path. What would that look like if we had that specifically for our kids with criminogenic behaviors? Because what we know about those criminogenic behaviors is that mostly they are rooted in behavioral and mental health. And if we can get to them sooner and help that family stabilize through that type of a space with behavioral intervention, if we could create a direct pathway for those families, we may have some success in separating that from the foster care space. And then the third is take action to stabilize liability insurance coverage and safeguard our state's capacity to care for its most vulnerable youth. Honestly, when I spoke to this earlier, but this is probably something that we just missed years ago when we moved to a more community-based and privatized child welfare system. So working backwards a bit, but we do have some pathways for that we look forward to bringing, and would just support the recommendations from this committee in that regard. And I'm happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Crystal. We do have, we've heard from each of you a couple of things. One is, these are some examples of where kids really shouldn't be or are not appropriate for foster care, right? And we've heard that they've been released from incarceration or released from juvenile detention or something of that nature. Do you know why they were released? I mean, it seems like, okay, we're releasing them. You're like, wait a minute, there's no place where they fit.
Yeah. Theoretically, it would be that, so there's a couple of things. Senate Bill 367 had some unintended consequences. We limited the amount of time that kids can be detained. So 45 days max right now. So when these kids go and spend 5 to 10 days or 3 to 5 days, and they do that numerous times throughout their adolescent years, that kind of pigeons us. I mean, that limits our ability. And in fact, last night I spent some time with a residential provider who was walking through some of her services and supports, and I think she would be fine with me sharing this, but she had a youth in her home that was struggling, and prior to 367, she had the decision as a parent to make as to whether or not to leave her child in detention for one night. And that daughter of hers is now an adult, and she said, that changed the trajectory for me. I had to understand what the natural consequences would be for me committing crimes. Right now, we have lost that component at a certain stage, and I think we can all agree that we don't want kids growing up in detention and jail, but in some capacity, there is a need for a space for them to be safe. And we're missing some key pieces there.
And thank you for that, because what we appreciate about you guys is each of you bring to us, like, you know, there is this problem or there is this problem, and then it's incumbent upon us to go, how do we fix that? You know, or what can we do legislatively? So look forward to visiting with you guys, but would encourage you to reach out to both of us prior to when we get into session, because as you know, that goes really fast, to give us your ideas earlier than that. Committee, other questions? Yes, Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a question for our revisor. So the statute that she referenced, when did that change? Because it hasn't always been like that. I think, and is that in the sync code or?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so 382231 is in the sync code. It's not going to be in the juvenile offender code. So in 2023, House Bill 2021 changed the language from mental health crisis to behavioral health crisis. And that bill generally, let me find the title. It went through House Corrections and Senate Judiciary. So House Child Welfare didn't see it. This spoke to risk and needs assessments for certain children in need of care, assessments for juveniles in detention, changing criteria used to refer and admitting juveniles to juvenile crisis intervention centers, defining behavioral health crisis, allowing case length limit extensions for some juvenile offenders. So in that 2021, you saw some changes to both the juvenile code and the sync code. But if you look back in 2018 in Senate Bill 179, that is when that entire sentence was added. So in 382231, you only had the reasons 1, 2, and 3 for the police to take that child into custody. In 2018, that because of a mental health crisis was then added. So that's when you see the first iteration of that, and then it was changed and further defined in 2023.
Okay, thank you very much.
Additional questions, committee? Seeing none, thank you so much. Committee, at this time, we will be looking at discussion and recommendations. Who would like to start? Representative Howell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to recommend, I have a list. I would like to recommend that we make some revisions to the CARE Act, requiring that the CARE Act funds be used for an independent physician review of test results and exams as needed for appeals for parents, and that medical and/or hospital records of the child must be required to be released to the parent's attorney within 30 days of when a child is taken into custody of the secretary, and that a copy of the parental rights be given to the parents if they're under investigation of the CARE Act while they are still in the hospital.
And that is very specific, so it sounds like you might have a bill that could be coming on that
Don't
side.
necessarily have a bill, but that's just my list.
All right.
And then, and then on top of that, I have a couple more.
Yeah, that's okay. Go ahead.
Then I would also like to suggest that at some future point, that perhaps the Child Welfare Committee do some research and consideration of the increased use of legal guardianships as a permanency option in the state of Kansas. Just because sometimes.
Excuse me one moment, Representative Howell, did you get that, Natalie? Okay, would you repeat that?
I can give you a copy.
But we want to hear it for committee.
Yes, I will be glad to repeat it. That perhaps the Child Welfare Committee do some research and consideration of the increased use of legal guardianships as a permanency option in the state of Kansas. Just because I think there's some cases where that may be a good fit. Yes, and it is an option that we have now, but I don't think it's used as often as it could be. And then also, I think we've done some preliminary work, but just to continue to work and pass the parental Bill of Rights, because I think it's becoming more and more obvious that we need to have that. And then my last one is, I think that a committee somewhere, whether it's the House or the Senate, I think it's obvious that we need to have a hearing to consider what sort of liability insurance solutions that we should have in our state.
Is that it? Okay, very well thought out. Okay, any other, before we go on, I think it's sort of taking the lump. Any objections to this being added to recommendations from the committee? Yes. Representative Owsley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I could ask a question of the previous
Of course.
representative. So on the first one on the CARES Act, you are pretty prescribed there. Again, it does sound like a House bill. So are you recommending that the legislature take a peek at that? Are you asking for the Child Welfare Foster Care Committee to, hold hearings and discover that? Because you're talking about funding and you're talking about services that aren't currently prescribed by today's law. So it sounds to me like that's a recommendation to further study.
I would agree.
Thank you for the clarification, and that's the way I read it. Okay, committee, again, any objections to this being, these 4 things being recommendations from the committee? Okay, seeing none, do we have additional recommendations, committee? All right, oh, yes, Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is my 3rd year on the committee, and I've just been really thinking, especially after today's testimony, the name of our committee is Oversight. So what does oversight look like? What should it look like? And I would just like us maybe all to give some consideration and thought to that. If you want to let me know, I don't know how that works, but when we start next year, we're starting a brand new year. And if we need to make some changes, I think it'd be a good time to make those changes. I've asked Natalie and Jesse to do some research on that and what other states do. And I'm just really interested in being effective with what we can do. And do we need some teeth? Like, I know we have accountability, but what does oversight look like? So that's my question, concern, and thought process, I think.
I think that might, because most of our joint and special committees are oversight type committees, so that might be something for revisers. I don't know of a definition of the word oversight. I think we just look at historically asking questions, having the departments give their reports, et cetera, so that you do have, so that we have a committee, specifically a joint committee, that can hear from them, and then we can make recommendations. Anyway, that's what it's been historically. Maybe there's something I'm not aware of as in definitions. Jesse, if you or somebody from the revisor's office could advise us, not necessarily at this moment, but if you had something to say now, that would be fine. On your face says, no, not right now. Okay, not a problem. And I think that's a very good question. Any other? Yes, Representative Bohai.
I was just going to mention that the House now has an oversight committee that has more teeth. And so maybe that could be somewhat of a model. Thank you.
Well, and I would just respond to that. You're absolutely right. These committees have no teeth. We don't make legislation. We don't pass bills, those kind of things, but have hearings and then can make recommendations that the committees on either side can do more if they elect to do so. Yes, Representative Howerton.
Just for clarification, I think we can make legislation. Is that right? So we can create and draft bills. So I don't know if maybe that's something we should consider for the future.
And I guess what I should clarify, we don't pass them.
No, we don't pass them. Right.
Yes. Not that we can't make them, but we don't pass them. They could go through the committee. My fault in saying that. Thank you. Okay, anything else, committee? Yeah, Representative Humphries.
So I appreciate those very specific recommendations. But just, I also feel like I need more information on some of the things you've mentioned, like the CARE Act. I would like to understand more about the funding. Like really, what amount of money are we talking about is reimbursed? And, that will, so as we make those recommendations about the CARE Act, I think it would be helpful if we had more information.
Well, and I would agree. And again, oftentimes we make recommendations in committee, not necessarily tied to funding, more like, hey, the recommendation from the committee is, could the House or Senate committee look into this? And then that exposure of,
Yeah.
of that cost would come to light.
Well, I'm not, yes, because we're not an appropriations committee, but.
Right.
But it would help me know more, it would help me understand, when I often if you don't understand something, look at the financial interest.
Oh, of course.
So that's what I'm saying on this. I would like to understand the financial interest better so that I can, on a policy question, do better, because I feel like that's sometimes the bottom line.
I 100% agree. And Representative Howell?
I just wanted to clarify, and that's why, and I did not state this clearly, I think, on the revisions of the CARE Act. That's why I'm suggesting it goes to committee to be vetted and discussed. And my only thought of the reason why I suggested it comes out of the CARE Act funds, which may need to be increased if we were to do this, is that if we don't have a funding source for hiring for the independent physician to be paid, then we automatically are only people that, for example, own a home who could get a second mortgage to pay for that independent physician or have some way to pay for that independent physician are the only ones who could do an appeal. So, or who have enough money, are independently wealthy or whatever. So people that are, lower income would have no way to pay for an independent physician to review their case. So that's my concern.
And I agree with both of you in that, as chair of a committee, and I can't speak for my vice chair, but when something comes to me, one of the first things you're going to ask before you take it to committee is, what are we looking at cost here? Might we have some kind of a fiscal note? And I hear you saying you have no idea, and how could you? So it's definitely something that we could take a look at the CARES Act and just, see if that's something that we want to review and how much that might cost.
And I just have one other thing.
No, go ahead,
So
Representative
it has
Humphries.
struck me, even though it does seem like sometimes as Oversight Committee, we don't actually have teeth through the years that we've operated. But, I am struck today by the fact we do have less children in foster care. We are very much addressing the crossover kids, which we haven't done, I don't think, adequately before. We do have the Office of the Child Advocate now. We don't have as many children sleeping in offices, or even if we do, we have a huge awareness of who are these children. We understand the situation better. So I do think the committee has made strides. And and even the people that are so frustrated with what's going on, you have a voice now. Sometimes it's just been 2 minutes. I hope at some point it can be more than 2 minutes. But you at least have some sort of outlet now to let your voice be heard, and we are listening. So I just wanted to say, you may have comments too, but I think we have made some strides, and we need to keep working. And clearly, sometimes it's like when I used to clean up my closet, it looked worse. You take everything out, it looks way worse, and then you can put it back in, and then it looks better. So just thank you to everybody, and thanks for going through this process. I think is very important.
I would 100% agree. And I want people to know that they have a voice, whether that's a verbal voice or whether that is a, written testimony or even an email to us, as others have said, or a phone call, whatever that may be. Committee, any other recommendations? Representative Ruiz?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, can I ask Representative Howell a question?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, your recommendation about the CARE Act and the second opinion for the physician, was that in response to the scan team?
It is that and other cases that I've heard about.
Okay.
And I
that
think
would
in general,
include the
that's a
scan
good,
team.
yes.
Okay, good. All right, that marks one off of mine. And then again, looking at how this committee operates and our recommendations and whether we have teeth or not, and I agree with Representative Humphries, we are making some strides, and it's great to see that. I go back to our parent, our mom, Sherry Lesser, who comes to talk to us about her son, AJ, and not quite knowing what this committee can do. We've heard her story many times, and I'm always at a loss as to, I don't know how to help other than the fact that AJ, Sherry was trying to get AJ in a PRTF because of a crisis. AJ was diagnosed with autism. And AJ was also struggling with substance use. And we heard some of the situations of some of the youth that they're more complicated. You know, their situation more complicated, the behaviors are more complex. And we are not able to, at this moment, to really adequately serve them safely and keep them safe, keep the public safe, keep families safe, and so forth. And I've also heard some of the agencies talk about having pilot projects. I'm going to recommend that we look at perhaps a pilot project that either it could be with PRTF or it could be a respite care in a PRTF that would specifically look at youth with autism that are diagnosed with autism and substance use. We've heard many stories throughout the years of youth like AJ that we don't have the specialties. We don't always have the right type of therapist that or behavioral analysts that can really help people like AJ. But if we could create a pilot project or a program and name him after AJ, name that program after AJ, I think that would it would help honor AJ, his life, and honor his mom's continued work to not only honor him, but to help other kids that are like AJ, or were like AJ.
And I appreciate that, and I, without going into their case in private conversations, that's why when I said you come here every time, you're hurting, what does resolution look like to you? And let's set up a meeting and see if we could talk about, get everybody there and talk about what resolution would look like. And short of other parents saying, name a bill after my child, or name this after my child, that's what we have to be careful about, because that may bring resolution to one family or it may not. It's like, what did that do? That won't bring him back. But we can definitely look at the youth autism that you were talking about. And are you asking for the agencies to give us a report on, what percentage of youth that they are seeing that are brought into care that are autistic and or using drugs that are not prescribed?
Yeah, we could start there, and then maybe we can then look at how we can develop services. We don't know how prevalent, but as someone said too, it just takes one child with these kinds of behaviors, and it takes up a lot of time. So, we're probably not going to be looking at large numbers. It's going to be a small number. But without the specialized services, or without us knowing what specialized services we need, we can't create it.
So then maybe we begin by asking the agencies if they could share with us and report back to the committee on the number of youth that they have within their services that meet that criteria. Because just a reminder, her son was not in care. Her son was not under Kansas care. She had called and it was kind of too late for him to be able to get the services, which the whole thing is completely unfortunate, breaks my heart as a mom as well. All right, thank you so much for that. And committee, any objections to that recommendation? Okay, seeing none. Anybody else? Oh, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to follow up on Representative Ruiz a little bit, one of the things I would like to see, and I mentioned this before, is I'd like to see the outcomes of the programs and the services. We have enhanced services, but are those moving the needle? Are those really helping address what they're intended to. And the other thing I would say is, I know that Mirror Inc. does substance use disorder treatment, and they just completed a facility for youth, a residential facility for youth in Wichita. And because of what I characterize as inequity of access to funding, they can't provide a lot of the specialized service for these youth that we need them to. And so I would just advocate that we look at who's providing what specialized service, and just because of some rule or some bureaucratic barrier that prevents them from having the funds to truly help or not duplicate, because that's their specialty, I think we can be more efficient with our resources we currently have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And is that something that DOJ could review? I should say COJ.
Well, COJ could do anything. Okay. Anything in government efficiency, but I just want to make, because I know that there are people willing with the specialized ability to serve some of these folks, but because of inequity in availability of resources, they're limited. And I think if we were to remove some of those barriers, we'd see more people getting the help they need. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Representative Reese.
And I'd like to add that one of the things we heard Becky Fast talk about is the being able to get the certificate. If you're like a social worker, you can get a certificate. You take a test, and you get a certificate to be able to provide substance abuse services. But other states don't go about it that way. They have different ways of getting certified, or a shorter time period, without having to have a master's. So that might be something that could be also looked at.
Anything else, committee? Okay. Yes, one last thought.
Well, it's the last time that you get to chair this one for this year, so I just wanted to thank you. You get one more year, so. But I just wanted to thank you for your leadership and your wisdom. So it's been a good thing. And everybody that comes, like, it's really incredible, the group of child welfare people. I think everybody has the best interests of the child at heart. We all have different ways maybe of getting there, but just appreciate your participation.
Well, and look forward to being your vice chair next year. Okay, committee, we are adjourned.